Yeah. Let's go. Out of the cage, I'ma get them. All of my haters turn into a victim. Let off the leash, gotta sick them. They don't expect it, so we bout to hit them. Try to keep up with the rhythm. Never lose focus, cause we're on a mission. We're so determined, you looking for greatness, that's the definition. Call them and tell them you're ready. Throw a game home back to Lemmy. You know who sit on the throne and who wear the crown. I hope you get the message. This gon' be one of the ages. Gotta put us on your A-list. I hope that you came prepared. Who ready to win it on any occasion? Yeah. Woo. Let's go.
Kills to his name's gonna add another one. Allo with 2. This could be all 0 for Liquid. 20 seconds left. Allo 4. Eds have done it. They pulled off the upset.
That is massive.
What's next? He's walking around and just walking in a stacks wonderland.
Yeah, right. Last man standing device. That draw speed. He's jumping and shooting. He gets one more kill. Looking for it. He's got him hunted down. Time is up. Oh my god. Gary, are you gonna be kidding me?
We break all the rules with a defiance. We got it all from the small to the giant. Put on a show when it's electrifying. Guaranteed to show and prove. Ain't no competition, we can't lose. We got the hits coming summer to summer. 365 got the magic and wonder. Stay on top, we're never going under. Hey, whichever way you choose, yeah, it's going down and we won't lose. We won't lose. I promise we won't lose. Let's go. Woo. We won't lose. Hey, whichever way you choose, it's going down and we won't lose.
Oh, hey, look at how full my sofa is. We're going to be talking with IHC and with Greyhound, and we're going to be having a nice little chat just kind of about the region, about what it's like, competing overseas and whatnot. So I guess I'll start with you, fellas. I'll start with the Greyhound side of things. When we look at, like the Asian region, the Asian Oceanic region, who's like your kind of main rival back home?
In Australia?
Yeah, in Australia.
I think it can change, like pretty much tournament by tournament on whoever's in form, I guess, because there's usually like 3 contenders for that second spot in Australia between Rooster, Encore and Vertex. And right now it's probably Rooster, like they're probably our closest competition, but because teams are going through roster changes, it can constantly change. So.
You feeling good on that as well?
Yeah, it's usually
Rooster
like
kind of
it's usually the top 4. Like those 3 are usually battling it out for second, and then it always changes. At the moment, all the roster changes going on. It means Roosters probably got to the number 2 spot, and they're probably the second best right now that we've been playing.
All right, and just to kind of run down that train of thought a little more. One thing I'm kind of curious about is. Obviously, kind of within Australia, right? You probably don't have like a huge pool of teams to scrim and to play against. Do you like try and put off playing against like the guys that are kind of right behind you, like the ones like nipping at your heels, trying to overtake you? Is that something that happens, or like does that like limit the games that you can play, like the amount of practice that you can get?
Yeah, like it doesn't. Like I mean. You shouldn't be scrimming teams you're going to be versing, but like leading up into a conference where we pretty much knew we'd be versing Rooster, we were scrimming them like 3 times a day for like 4 or 5 days in a row, just because we know that they're the closest and best competition for us to actually be able to practice, because otherwise we'll be playing and there's teams not really able to punish our mistakes and silly stuff, so you can't really get too much out of it. So we have to be playing like that next best team.
Fair play. I'll come over to you guys. So, obviously, playing like within Mongolia. Do you have like any kind of rival team within the country, or is it more like looking further afield? Like who's the main rival of IHC?
I think it's from China.
Yeah,
team. It's the main rival. And after when we go to major first time, and Mongolia, so many teams is coming up now. And so much kids gets motivation from us, and I think Mongolia future is really bright.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. No, that's cool. Because I was going to say, obviously, the RMRs were announced as taking place in Mongolia
Yeah.
for the region, right? That's pretty sick. Do you think that's going to lead to maybe some further development of the scene?
Yeah, for sure.
Yes, I think it's the first time Mongolia scene taking tournament like this, and it's gonna be so cool.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, dude, I'm excited to see it. The moment I found out it was happening out there, I instantly kind of felt happy for you guys. Because I think a lot of people really liked the IHC story. Of how Mongolia never really had a team of players to get behind. Right, there were individuals, but never a team that was properly putting Mongolian CS on the map. How does it feel to kind of be that team? To be the one that your countrymen look to and are like, damn, I want to be like those guys. That's cool, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Like the proud of myself.
Yeah, that's good, man. You should be. All right, I'm gonna come back down here then, right? Because we've lightly touched upon some of the Aussie Counter-Strike woes, but just to kind of go down this train of thought a little bit more, we always talk about how Oceania, Asia feel like maybe they're lagging behind in terms of development, right? Why do you think that's something that we talk about so often? Within Europe, within all of these other regions where things are a little more cushy. What are the problems that Australian CS faces?
Well, I think it's important to also highlight why these teams are behind in development and stuff like that. So, for example, for Australia, pretty much just out there on an island, we only get to scrim other Australian teams where there's such a shallow pool. So you're not really going to be developing your game nearly as much as, say, Europe, where the best competition is, and there's so many players, so many teams constantly forming to rise talent and stuff like that. In Australia, it's every now and then you get a new 16-year-old sort of coming up that everyone knows of and stuff
everyone
like that.
Dude, Vexite literally was that guy.
Yeah.
Everyone was going, oh, you got to watch out for this.
Yeah. And that's it. It's just such a small, shallow pool.
Yeah. Well, so I guess in just to riff on that point, the idea that you don't have much to choose from there, and it's all kind of kept within Australia. As someone, not a geography buff here, I'm going to throw that out there. Yeah. Could you guys scrim? Or is the routing / server locations, is it just too much to bear?
No, I think there was once upon a time, if we played from Perth, we would be able to scrim Mongolia and stuff like that, because I think we tried that back in the day against the Mongols, an old team with machine gun and stuff that.
Yeah.
But I think since then there's been issues, and the lines are now cooked, and we can't actually scrim anyone outside of Australia. We can't even scrim anyone from Asia. Nothing. It's
yeah.
That's
so you guys are really just kind of locked in.
Yeah, it's just us.
Oh, dude. Okay. So for you guys, what when you're scrimming, when you're practicing, how far can you go? What teams are you trying to play against?
In Mongolia, Asia scrim is really a problem. And sometimes when we have a practice, we don't have a scrim sometimes, and we just play just practice on ourselves, and sometimes they ends like this.
Well, so when you're focusing on yourself, for a practice day, right? Say you don't have any scrims set up, or you can't find anyone to play against. What does that actually entail? What's a you day when you're working on yourself? How do you go about doing that?
We the shooting bots and watching demo. And and we have our practice area in Visit in Mongolia. Sometimes we play. Yeah, Jigjog eSport League.
Oh,
all right. Fist grind, yeah.
Yeah, actually. So I was going to say this. I've played versus some of you guys on Facebook. I actually got in and I think the ping was one. I want to say it was 120, 130. So pretty rough. Is that something you guys do? Get on the face it grind and even whack the ping up to play in Europe?
Honestly, we play our Mongolian server, but sometimes we play European visit. Yeah.
Oh, dude, that's sick. No, it's good.
At the evening when we practice, we do sometimes European scrim. Yeah. What on 100 ping. Yeah.
100 ping.
The 100 ping king.
Yeah.
But that kind of feels like, you know, a very unifying experience of playing in the region, right? Like the idea of I'm gonna have to rock up to practice today, and I know I'm gonna have like 110 ping, but we've still got to nail down like you know the ideas and the concepts that we're, you know, that's kind of it's a very weird way to have to play the game, you know. And I feel like that's something that maybe for people who watch at home, they don't get that, right? You know, like if you're not from Australia, Mongolia, or you know, even, you know, we talked about like Chinese teams, for example, like China. You know, if you're not from one of these places, you don't really know the reality of what it's like playing there. And I think for a lot of Europeans especially, because, you know, I feel like NA can even somewhat relate to this plight in terms of certain servers there are popping, others aren't. You know, in EU especially, I think there's this idea of like, lol, just get better, just play better teams, bro. And it's like, it really isn't that simple. Okay, so kind of, you know, we've talked a little about the pitfalls. How you know, how do you like recover this? Have you put much thought to this? I know, you know, if you could answer this question fully, you'd be a very wealthy guy. So, but like from the position of like players, you know, how do things kind of get better from a support standpoint of the region?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I guess sponsorship money and like better infrastructure there will be like the main thing, but I'm not too sure how to get that really, because the player base just isn't really there. But I don't know, I guess there's ways to grow the region. They made a good move making the RMR 8 teams. Like, because now I'm pretty sure there's 2 Aussie spots, do you know?
I would assume there's 2 Aussie spots.
So I think there should be 2 Aussie spots and then 6 Asian spots. But it used to just be 1 Aussie spot, which would usually just be us. So I think that's a pretty good move they made. Like, that will definitely motivate some more teams, especially in Australia, to get the 2nd spot, assuming we get through. And then
it's pretty safe assumption
and then
now, you know.
It's big for Asia as well, because that means there'll be like, how many more teams? 4 more teams, Asian teams, 6 in total. So that's like a pretty big opportunity for them. Yeah,
you know, I think as well, because for a lot of teams, you know, that feels like, at least from like the Oceanic and Asian region, it's like, that feels like the pathway to get to an international event, you know, like it's one that's kind of a safer assumption. You're not like hinging on them actually offering you like a, you know, a spot out, like an invite. In that regard, it's like, I can earn this, right? And then as you pointed out, you know, you guys kind of were like final bosses in that regard. It's like, look, man, you can get all the way, but there's no guarantee. In fact, there's a very low chance that you're going to beat us. So no, I mean, I think that is like a very nice way for the region to develop, right? Like the idea now that experience isn't just on like your shoulders or IHC's shoulders to you know bring this back and help develop the region. It's like you're going to have another group of folks who can do that and who will help enrich it further, right? And I assume that maybe makes it better for you as well, because you're going to have another team now who can push you a little bit, right? And like punish some of these things that maybe, you know, you don't have, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So, you know, thinking then, we kind of talked like about the pitfalls, you know, what we could do to make it a little bit better. I'm curious now, when we kind of talk like culture within the culture of esports within like, you know, we'll go for Australia, easiest way to do it. What's it like, you know, like when you're kind of attending like, I don't know. The more I'm thinking about this, how do events even work? Do you guys get to attend many events like in Australia? Like what's the going there?
Not really. There's not many.
Because I'm like about to start saying, you know, when you're going to events, and then I realize,
there's nothing.
You're normally flying.
Yeah, literally. I think Australian CS has sort of changed over the past few years. There used to be, like once upon a time, people cared about like nationals and actually holding that title of actually like winning these national events and stuff. But now it's all about qualifying for overseas events like Kato and stuff like that. But there's not really many actual lands in Australia anymore. I can't remember the last one we flew for. Maybe Fortress Melbourne.
Fortress. We played like one local LAN with like the Australian teams the first time in like 3 years recently. And then I guess we had DreamHack Melbourne though, like the first Oz event.
That was big.
Well, so was there like when you guys were like first starting out, were there like these were there like these kind of grassroots lands that would like take place and you'd like you'd head out to? Things like that like still happening within the region, or is that kind of declined as well? Like
that was before the international opportunity came in. People only really cared about like local lands, and it was all like just within Australia, and you were like the king if you could win like a local land, which like doesn't really mean too much nowadays, considering all the opportunity that's actually there.
Dude, that's it's such a shame to hear.
Yeah, it was cool.
To hear about that decline because it is like a very that's like a very old school and like authentic feel to it, right? Like this idea of I'm gonna rock up, I'm gonna be better than like the other 60, 50 guys that that are all really good, but I'm better than them. You know, like that's cool.
It's not really like that anymore.
Kind of bragging rights, is a big part of it. What's it like for you guys out in Mongolia? You know, like what in terms of playing, like local events and things like that. Have you got that going on?
The last year in Mongolia, the last qualifier was in the LAN final. Yeah, they're so big. Yeah.
So obviously Cabal isn't here. Yeah. So would you want to share like what's happening there?
Cabal's taking break from the team.
Yeah.
And because his father.
He became a dad.
Yeah, 2 months ago.
Oh, dude, that's sick. Okay, well, congratulations to Cabal. But so obviously, so Cabal's out. So now you're bringing in Bartek. How are you feeling about him?
I think it's not a problem, and they play in the same role.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's not a problem. Not problem in our team.
Yeah. Okay. So confidence still good. We're still, we're believing in Bartek and the stand-in legacy. We got this. All right. I like that. Okay. Well, guys, it's been wonderful talking. I think we could even just wrap this up now. I don't even know how much more I have to say. I don't know how much I can get out of you guys in 2 minutes. It's scary, Alistair. When I give you the mic and I give you the floor, you never know how long the point can be.
You can go on for a second.
You got a lot to say. I like that. This has been a very lovely chat. So thank you guys very much, and take care, people watching at home.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you in part by Intel, Lenovo Legion, DHL, US Air Force, 1xBet, and Monster Energy.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. A flawless win. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Norby! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
The plan was for me and Heku to enjoy some foosball, but right now everyone is taking things seriously because there's no one in here. They're getting set up, they're getting ready for their day of games because today is elimination day, Heku.
I mean, today we don't really have winners, we kind of only have losers, Banks, so it's gonna be drastic.
Well, they should have just been better, right? They shouldn't have lost.
I mean, yesterday, I don't know what was happening on your stream, but on my stream, in the best of ones, the closest score that we had was 16-8. It was absolutely insane.
Yeah, I had a crazy overtime game where OG almost lost to Sprout, but came back mentally into it. OG, though, did go all the way in the end. They grabbed the win at the very end against Fnatic, which they can be very happy with. And Cloud9, well, I said it was going to be easy for Ents, and Cloud9, your boys, they kept rolling through.
Yeah, but you know, like I had NIP, they didn't really have too many problems against Spirit. Spirit decided to pick Nuke, you know, a map that Hattrick doesn't really play, and they're like, okay, they have Config, so they're not maybe really a team. Didn't work out at all. And then, okay, the last series was actually all three maps, but you know, like, in the end, the better team won.
Big got it over Fury, and that's what I was confused about.
Keto, the dude that was sent to the academy team, came back, and he's like, I mean, the rating that he showed,
It's looking good, it's looking spicy, but today's games are going to be even hotter because it's all do and die.
That is exactly correct. We do look at ourselves, finding ourselves rather, at the play-ins, which ultimately does lead
play-ins?
Play-ins, not the playoffs, but yes, the play-ins. We do send some teams home today. Some hearts will be broken, and it's not just going to be Kassad's. We're going to be jumping into that soon enough. Don't you worry, Kassad. Welcome everybody back to the Intel Extreme Masters. It's Katowice. The year is 2023, and we're just about ready to get the party back underway. There was quite the party here last night, isn't that right, Kassad?
Yeah, definitely. It was well, for some people it was happy hour, but for some people it was pretty sad. So
there was happy hour, and then there was sad hour. So
sad, multiple hours.
Ah, yeah. Well,
I'm here, so I'm sad already.
Ah,
with you.
You're sad. Nice.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's good. Anyway, Yanko, how are you?
Yes, I'm feeling great. You know, it was a bit of a long day the last 2 days, but only 2 best of 3s today. Trace, we got off to a late start. Everyone got plenty of sleep. Everyone's rested. Everyone's fully ready. It's, as Haku pointed out, elimination games today, right? You lose and you're out. You win, you have another chance of going into the group stage tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, with the 4 matches we have going on here, the BO3s, Yanko nailed it right there. He said that some teams are going home, and he means that. Yes, we're looking at Greyhound, MIBR, IHC Pain, then there'll be Permeta and Complexity, and Evil Genius's Sprout. So some B-stream games, some A-stream games, but ultimately we are sending somebody home today.
There is a chance for you, Trace, to see off 2 of your North American teams today. Today, on the second day of the event, of the planes, nobody's going to make it to the group stage, especially not EG.
And
stage?
The 3 of us were in that multi-set,
the next stage,
right? And we were talking about that mini bracket, OG, Fnatic, EG, Sprout, and now it is EG and Sprout. I mean, EG, we saw them at Blast, they won that game against Heroic, right? For Sprout, they didn't really have the results, but they're close to figuring it out. They have a couple of really talented players on that roster, so unfortunate that one of those 2 teams will have such an early exit, but that game could give us some good Counter-Strike still.
Yeah, it really could. And it is unfortunate that I do have to look at 2 NA teams maybe on their way out of here. We don't quite know, but it is unfortunate. I know you're a big fan of the Evil Geniuses side of things. So, Kassad, commiserations, does that sound?
Yeah, we're going to talk about it a little bit later if we possibly can. We're going to see what happens there. First of all, we have like the Greyhound and IHC and all the other teams that are playing in the first set of matches, Race.
Yeah, first set of matches. Just about ready to get that underway as well. Now, Yanko, you've worked around this guy quite a bit. Is that right?
Yeah, I think that's a fair statement.
Pretty fair.
Working around him, not with him.
Yeah, it's kind of like around. So check this out. Yesterday, we saw Kassad in action, but we also saw a little bit of sternness that I didn't expect. I didn't expect the reaction we got. So let's take a look.
It was all keto on the third map. Like, it was something that's very extraordinary, something that I haven't seen so many times.
Wait, why'd you do that to Maui?
I mean, you're not allowed to have fun on the desk.
No, absolutely
He was smiling, and the hand of the king is there. Am I there? Yeah, I'm there. So, you know, you have to be serious when it comes about, you know, all these games and stuff.
Yeah, you're all about being serious.
Yes, always. You can see. What do you mean?
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, you have to be serious. It's all real stuff going on here.
It's not fun and games here.
I didn't see. You got these banners over behind my back.
Are they a joke to you?
Nope.
It's serious business here.
Hall of Heroes.
It is pretty wild.
We've had CS tournaments at IEM since Cuban had hair.
Wow.
Yeah.
That doesn't even look like
it's actually,
it.
It doesn't
right
in
now.
2007, probably Moses had hair even in 2007. So
but there's no pictures of Moses
it's been 15 years and counting.
These are the real heroes.
Yeah.
He wasn't very good. He just competed.
Shout out Momo, by the way.
Father of the year.
Father of, well, this month. He just started. So he's just getting to start. Shout out to you, Moses, wherever you're watching. If you are watching, hell, I don't even know if you are. Nonetheless, we do head down to the show floor, which happens to be right over there with James Banks.
Yeah, I've got something to show you guys, and it is our smart glass we're using here at the event. This beautiful device is connected to the game. That means anything that goes on in the game, if there's a technical pause, if there's a timeout, this comes unfrosted. Teams can see through each other and they can have a bit of banter. They can throw some, I don't know, some aggressive shouts at each other, tell them who's going to go down next. And every time something happens in the game, even in the freeze time at the beginning of the round, you can see this be utilized. I love a bit of this. And if you guys watched the Furia versus Big game yesterday, you would have been able to see Keto Tabson jumping up and being all up in Furia's face. I want to see some more of that. I want to see some more fighting talk.
So there are a lot of components that go on right here. Yes, the glass is part of it, but ultimately it comes down to the performance at the end of the day, which is why we looked at Insway to kind of figure things out. Welcome, Ursula, and I probably butchered that right out of the gate. Is that right?
It's okay. Ursula's fine.
Yeah. Okay. So it's probably been worse. Yenko, what's up?
Yeah, I have a question straight off the bat. I mean, do you want to introduce yourself first for all the viewers out there?
Yeah, I'm Ursula. I'm the head of players performance and I'm supporting my team to be like the best at what they do, basically. So, yeah.
All right. So first, we're gonna have a little bit of
just a little bit of adjustment.
Like this. Let's go now. Try to make it a little bit closer to your. That should be better. All right, so my question first off the bat is, if you watch that segment with James Banks and Heku, right, and the teams today, it's
we have a help coming in the way.
We got two mics
and today it's an elimination game, right? So, as your job as a performance coach, would you give the advice that James Banks gave, which is just be better? Or is there more to it than that?
I mean, that's the worst advice you can give.
Thank you. All right, tell us a little bit about what it is you do with the CSGO team.
I came to ENS to bring the synergy into the team and just to make sure that the players in the team are not just the players, but they're like a team. And it's a huge difference when they're playing and every single player in the team is playing on their own. And it's a very good advantage if the players are capable just to look towards the same direction, to have a common goal. And, you know, when you have five fingers cooperating together, you can do more. So, yeah.
Yeah, and I have another one straight off the bat because, you know, I coached a team that had 5 players from 5 different countries. So, you know, that's a challenge how to culturally, you know, make the team work and sort of mesh. You have different personalities, different backgrounds. So how big of a part is that? Because ENS has a similar situation as well.
It is a huge part, and at the beginning, usually when the teams are coming together, they enter the forming stage of the team, so the results are okay, there's excitement, there's a lot of hype, because like new environment is there. But then, with time, they go down a little bit to the storming phase, where the teams are mostly looking into having a control over what's going on in the team, and then the real personality is coming out. So that's the moment where, in most cases, I have to manage or the coach has to manage, and then we just need to kind of facilitate the team so they glue together properly, so they solve problems, not create problems. Quite often in organizations, that step, they do not last long because they change the player again to go back to the forming stage again and to have results, and then they drop again. But if you facilitate that properly, you go through the storming into the norming and performing stages, and then the team just shine on the stage.
Great, thank you.
Okay, that's a long answer. First of all, wow, we appreciate you coming in here and, you know, helping with the insight of the things that people don't really know much about. And I had experience with the performance coach in the teams that I have been there, and the question is, like, many players don't tend to buy in to your, you know, philosophy, strategies. How do you make people, you know, actually commit to being better?
I think that comes a little bit with age. The younger the player, the less the player appreciates the mental side of it. But then with time, they cap skills with their abilities in game. And then what they lack is actually everything outside of the game. So they kind of get stressed, get frustrated, the communication is falling apart. And then they understand, like, I cannot cope with it on my own. And that's the moment they kind of start looking for things on their own. But at the same time, if they see that the example is coming from like the top star players that are available, and then they're talking openly that, psychologist or performance coach, they helped me immensely to kind of grow out in my career. We can't ask for more.
Yeah. One more little question. This is like about your team, especially Pavle, Maden. How does he fit in the team of ENS? My favorite dude.
He's the heart of the team. Like, you know, when he is having a great day, he's having great synergy, everyone is laughing. When he's a little bit down, everyone is down. So, I mean, Pavle is definitely our heart. So, yeah.
We all love Pavle. We all love Maden.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. What these guys, I'm just kidding. Everybody's all friends and mates here. Look, Ursula, we appreciate you coming on here. And honestly, there's so much more insight we could definitely get out of you, but for another time, huh?
Thank you for having me.
Easy friends?
Easy friends.
Oh, there we go. Somebody had to say it. But maybe it's Harry and Hugo. What are they doing?
We're only at day 2 of IEM Katowice, and it's already going to be a brutal ending for some teams. Today, we're going to be having teams from Asia, the Oceanic region, North, South America, and Europe facing each other on for elimination. It's only day 2. No one wants to go home, but there's got to be some hearts broken today. I'm here with an expert in winning, Harry Russell, who's taking on the racing sim right now. Harry, do you have any advice for our competitors? How would you keep winning in such an environment?
Well, here's the thing. It's always a challenge, right? It's like driving a car. You just got to know when to apply the brakes and when to not crash, right? And here's the thing, Hugo. It's all about confidence. For our teams today, for a team like Greyhound, for example, I'm really hoping that they can kind of rise to the occasion, see this one through, right? The region needs it. The boys need it.
Keep driving forward. That's the words of advice for today. And hopefully some teams will take it, but not everyone can survive till the end of IEM Katowice.
That's great. We do go to a break. There we go. Okay, cool. We go to a break. We come back. We talk everything that is Greyhound versus MIBR.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
Keeps pressing forward. He'll find another. On for the ace. His second of the map.
It's at the right time. Brokey's all trying to deliver, but they're not ready for it. Okay. A wolf in sheep's clothing. Caserato, this could be the round. Oh my God!
The wings of one. And Torsey very quick on the first, and very quick on the second. He did get dinged, but that doesn't stop him. He's not going to clear it. Torsey, can you believe it? An electronic advancing immediate exchanges. It's simple. Oh, he's had enough. He is going to get another for the fifth. A simple ace, folks, right into our fifth overtime first round.
If you play enough rounds, Simple's going to get one of those. That's going to happen eventually. So a massive round from him, and he's starting this one off.
Well, here we go on our first game of the day. I welcome you back to what is the play-ins of the Intel Extreme Masters. It's Katowice, the year is 2023. I'm here with Yanko and Kasad. Per usual, this is sort of our stomping grounds in a way. In the hand of the king.
It's right there.
And the maestro?
No, I'm the king. Oh. He's the hand of the king. And
you know how they say
Paisel.
the king shits and
or you
the
can
hand wipes.
No, actually you're not. You are the. He's Varys.
No.
Well, what?
I'm not that.
Oh, yeah, you're Varys. Okay, Spider.
Well, okay, whatever. Anyway, look, check it out. We got 4 elimination games. Guys, we're sending 4 teams home. Like, this is it. This is the end of the road for 4 teams.
Well, we're sending 2 teams, and they're sending 2 teams.
Well, okay, fair enough. You are correct. But ultimately, when we look at Greyhound and MIBR, where do you lie your hat, Kasad?
Towards Greyhound, definitely. But these 2 teams, they're coming from 2 different, very different regions. Yeah, very different regions. You know, the MIBR had suffered some changes in the past. Greyhound hasn't been performing. I watched both games yesterday of both teams they played, and I had to say MIBR showed a little bit more than Greyhound. Greyhound in the first game against Spirit, they showed absolutely nothing. They played like tier 3, tier 4 team. The Spirit exploited the door and the vent pressure all the time. Greyhound couldn't handle it. I talked to Liaz a little bit before the game, and he said they played just bad CS. That's what he said, play bad CS yesterday. Today we're going to play better. And I trust them, and I believe they're going to win this game.
So, Yanko, let's talk about performance, and let's look at the graphs that make that all very possible to help illustrate your point.
Yeah, well, you know, you look at these 2 teams, for both of them, they're sort of have been struggling, right? This is a game that Greyhound played. This was a game to get them into Pro League. So what didn't used to happen, like they didn't have trouble in the domestic matchups, right, and back in the Oceania region, but this game was very close. You can see Nuke as the 3rd map, it goes all the way into overtime, right? So they're starting to struggle back home as well, instead of sort of improving. It seems like they're stagnating, and for MIBR too, you know, look at some of the games that they've played before IEM, ATK and Nouns, right? They're struggling in that field too. So the level of opposition that you see it, like for MIBR, it's been both teams are struggling to find any sort of results, any sort of achievements. MIBR also being forced to make a roster change because Imperial just took one of their players, right? So I think all those things, when you take them into account, they're in a similar situation, right? In a similar position. They're just looking for anything, right? Anything positive to add to their board. And I think whichever team loses, they're going to have some long thinking ahead of them and potentially, you know, either rehauls of the roster or small changes in the future. Greyhound has Pro League going for them, so probably not before that, but a loss here would be detrimental.
Kasad, yeah. I think he touches on something there, which is something we kind of mentioned yesterday, which is MIBR somehow turning into like a academy team or a farm team almost for some of the different teams down there.
Yeah, definitely. The decision to go to allow the player to go to Imperial was pretty surprising for me. I thought that the MIBR as a brand, you know, the big brand, big org behind them, they should be able to retain those talented players, you know, not allow them to go to different teams. Especially Imperial as an org doesn't have more followers and fans than MIBR. So it was really surprising. Now they're struggling. Yesterday they played against NIP in the opener, and I think it was a relatively close game.
I mean, they had it.
Yeah, they had it, and it was in the ACM. I think you guys have done that game, and I just caught the last few rounds of it, and it looked really close.
I think the problem was that they had a good T side, and then they just couldn't win enough rounds on the CT side. Yeah, and that I think. But you look at NIP's second game against Spirit, also on the T side, NIP had a great Nuke yet again. So maybe it's just them being unpredictable and playing really well on the T side. But all things considered, I think we'll see Nuke again today.
I wish we don't.
Once we get to the map, Vito, I think the maps are pretty straightforward. I think it's going to be Nuke Inferno, Vertigo. I'm not sure which exact order, but the map pool overlaps a little bit for these teams.
No, this is Greyhound, not order.
That's the same thing.
I was just kidding.
It
was like it was a bad joke. It was an attempt. There was a shot.
You're out of order.
You miss every shot you don't take, Trace.
That's exactly right. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take, and that is why Michael Scott is someone I look up to. Nonetheless, MIBR gave us some words before we jumped into this matchup. So what did they have to say?
I got Bit with me here from MIBR. And Bit, I want to touch on the game you had yesterday against NIP. Very close, a lot of back and forth in it, but it was this young man's first ever event playing a Tier 1 team. What did you think of it?
Yeah, I actually didn't know what to expect from him because, yeah, it was not his first Tier 1 tournament. It was his first LAN ever. Like, he never played a LAN before, just a LAN tournament. So, yeah, it was a good surprise for us. Yeah, we kind of knew he was very good because, yeah, he had been doing very good in Prexy. So yeah, we just didn't know how he would perform in a tournament, you know. But yeah, I'm glad he could, you know, play his game and talk a lot. His cons was very good as well. So yeah, it went pretty good.
So a happy coach, but was he nervous at all?
No, I don't think so. I think he's been competing for like other kind of sports. Like I think he's been doing judo for like 10 years or something. He's kind of like a black belt or something. So yeah, when I asked him, "Are you nervous?" and stuff like this, he said, "Yeah, I was used to this because I played a lot of judo tournaments and stuff like this." So yeah, it was. I think he was not that nervous at least.
I like it. Now, in terms of going up against Greyhound next, right? This is a team where they don't have as many opportunities as you guys. They don't come over here too much. Do you feel like this is an easier matchup for you? You should get the win today?
I mean, it's going to be a little bit different than yesterday because, yeah, yesterday we know we are playing a very good, strong team. And, yeah, we had no pressure pretty much because, yeah, we are playing against an IPA and stuff like this. But I think today we are kind of playing a weaker team, and I think we kind of can have the mind of, okay, we have to win this. But I think they kind of feel the same. So yeah, so I think it's more mental game than it was before because yeah, against NIP, you know, we are getting killed by Brolan, and yeah, we know that he's like pretty good and stuff like this. But today maybe they can get into our minds, we can get into their minds. So yeah, I think we have to be stronger today. And yeah, I think it's for both sides, you know. I think we feel like we are the better team, and yeah, they probably feel they are the better team today. And yeah, it's going to be a lot about mental today.
Okay, a clash of the minds bit. Thank you very much, man.
Thank you very much.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, Kassad definitely said that the better team today was Greyhound. Did we already get that out of the bag?
For me, yes. I think they didn't have the lineup changes. They also didn't have too much practice, you know, with the stronger teams like MIBR did. And, you know, you can argue that NA, as bad as it is right now, they have the, you know, better teams right there to practice against. So preparation might be better for MIBR. Overall, the team composition and like the structure of the team and a little bit maybe even the experience in these players is going on the side of Greyhound. You're going to see the maps. Greyhound went for Inferno. Anubis is the second pick. Something surprising that I really didn't expect from MIBR. They decided to go for that new map, and let's see if we're going to get Nuke as a decider. No. And that's we're going to get Vertigo, something that you mentioned, Janko, that's going to in the terms of like maps overlapping, and probably going to get up to that Vertigo nonetheless. I think it's going to be 1-1 after 2 maps, and we're going to get a decider there.
Yeah, a bit of a curveball there from MIBR with Anubis potentially, you know, wanting to switch things up a little bit. I don't know, man. You look at both these teams in their previous games, like they haven't faced a European team in the last 6 months. Like for MIBR, you have to go back to Pro League. For Greyhound, it's, you know, around the major time, so it's a bit closer. But in the last 3 months, you know, up until this tournament, so that's a real reality check once you get into an official. So here they're going to both be a little bit more comfortable. They're not going to get as punished for the mistakes that we are going to see. But I'm not so sure why you're going for Greyhound. Like for me, MIBR has more firepower. Like
I'll tell you, I've watched.
They have Henny. Like I saw the kid in Sani yesterday was pretty good. Like, and it's even more so considering in the interview with Bit, he said this is his first LAN ever. You know, so I'm really like, and Bit as a coach is very experienced. He's been around CS for probably around 20 years at this point. You know, so I'm gonna lean towards MIBR side.
The thing is, like, you know, I've watched MIBR in the past month because I had nothing to do, and the CS is on
You need some hobbies, man.
And
get a life.
It's like I watched them, and I didn't see all that much. But then again, you know, I watched Greyhound yesterday, and it was even worse. So it should be an interesting game, exotic game. 2 different regions, you know, facing each other for the eliminations, avoiding elimination, and coming into the next stage, and take it over, Trace.
Go to game.
Nailed it, guys. Nailed it. MIBR taking on Greyhound. Elimination on the line. Let's get into this one, Hugo. It's going to be a bit of a potential banger, I think.
Oh, it's going to be potentially great, Harry.
Potentially great.
It's scary, though. Someone's going home. Who's it going to be? Today we find out. Greyhound fast up mid on this pistol round. They just go right through the short side smoke. Henny's tucked down in Graveyard right now, pokes his head up. They're trying to chase him down. He's got Julies to cover from above. The bomb can't get planted. They need these kills, and MIBR are out on islands right now, but submerge this turtle. Henny still somehow hiding out in the middle of the open, and they just can't chase him down. If he buys time here, his team can move right in, and there it is. Stuck in the bomb side of Greyhound. Vexite trying to leave Liaz alone. He will fight for one, but they're going to run him down. They've got the numbers, they've got the manpower, still kills coming in. Liaz changed position, they've got to find him.
These were the sorts of rounds he was meant to win you, but run down by Breno, and so Liaz falls. It's MIBR with a pistol round on the board to open this one up. This is now a chance for these guys to kind of hit the ground running here, right? Start to amass a nice little bank of rounds early and look to leap themselves ahead, Hugo.
Yeah, I really like what Bit was talking about with James coming into this game as well. It's like it's a battle of the mental. Like both the teams are, you know, some of the better teams in their region. MIBR certainly get more opportunity in Europe as well, or even just the fact that they can play in North America is more, you know, opportunity than Greyhound have stuck over on their big island over there. But you know, both these teams know this is a must-win game. They're both coming in confident. They're both coming in seeing themselves as the victors. It's not like you're up against an NIP where you kind of know you're going to get wrecked and you're happy no matter what you get. The pressure is on for both these squads if they want to enter the group stage. And even then, it's not a one-win road. They've got to fight their way through Fnatic as well. Certainly not an easy team to trifle with. Greyhound, they forced up with the bomb plant. They've got a pretty decent buy here. 3 Galils lining up a util, but MIBR are fighting for middle. Insani, latest addition to this MIBR squad, previously from the academy side for over 18 months. And at his first LAN tournament in his goddamn Katowice, what can he do? Bombs up mid, he's spraying away. Help from behind the smoke, they push through. Turtle fights from short side, and it's a bit of a massacre in middle. That would have been everything to find that USP kill, but he couldn't escape, and it's given Greyhound away.
Yeah, giving them a route in, certainly. There is still this library player, though, able to get involved. That flash, oh, it's good. It's going to get him off the angle. The molly to follow up, and suddenly they've got a route into the site. Chance at the bomb plant here for Inns and Sicko. Now, there is the apartments wrap on the cards. Exit moving in with this MP9, and with both players low, he could be the guy in this round to lay it all to rest. Is he accounted for? That's the big question. Creeping in from Moto in the meantime. They're trying to split this, and they're going to clear out Sicko. It falls to a 1v1. A similar looking round to how this game started. So out with the swing, and Inns. 3 kills found, the hat trick, as Greyhound steal away the force nice and early. MIBR going to be forcing back up into this one now, and the Force by Wars, they arrive from the get-go.
Greyhound were barely favored in any of that round, right? They're fighting 3-on-3 middle. They somehow trade out perfectly. They shouldn't have. Turtle, you know, I felt like that USP kill was his. But then even in a 2v2, yeah, they have post plants, it's Inferno, but they're both so low. And Inns clutches is out. That's sick. It's what we need for Greyhound. We need individuals to show up today. That was not the case yesterday, right? We had no one to really rely on except Alistair on Nuke against Spirit. He had some nice AWP rounds, but yeah, even Liaz, the big boy of this team, the experienced player, we need him performing. Vexite, dead to nades down Banana. Inns will respond. But X is going to get smoked down and can try and retreat out of this position, avoiding spam while he does it. CZ, don't see this very often. That's a dig from long side, my goodness. Must have been a quick shot for Insani. Liaz, Mac-10, not really the range game. But looking for a site pick nonetheless. They need it. They need anything they can get because the reforce back in for MIBR is causing a lot of problems. Nice catch from Liaz. He knows there's a player back at long side, but does he know about the man in the site? It might not matter. There's another site in question for Greyhound, and Inns is walking right into it.
Yeah, this is big. Bomb on his back and a chance to move into the empty side of the map here. Liaz still over in top middle, a little ways away from this play, right? So util comes out over towards this B side of the map. That's lobbed in. With exit spamming from CT, that might make Greyhound start to have some second thoughts on this one.
They're going B. They're just going to wait for Liaz to get this flank on. They've got time for this.
All the way up through long. But he won't commit. The bomb's actually coming back down Banana into the A-Wrap. They've started to read this one, with that spam through the smoke down towards CT, they know that these rotates, there wasn't anyone in the sight. Still the pit player, Henny, able to get involved. Liaz dead, and Inns, even though he makes it into the site, there isn't time to plant the bomb. MIBR with the response, and time gets the better of Greyhound there.
They just took way long to make up their mind there. I would have loved to see Liaz flank Sport. Even though they had the right read on numbers, they knew that they'd probably pulled 2 players over in that 3v3. You know, even just to call Liaz through CT would have been a lot safer, or speed up that decision. In sat in Banana for so long, it felt like, before he started running the rotate. They had no room for anything to go wrong there. And Henny, 1 kill at the right time, does it all. Greyhound get out with a gun, but I'm not going to be happy about that round. Robbed away.
Now that one hurts even more because, like, you know you kind of had the winning formula right there, right? And this was also your chance to really look to break ahead in this game early after winning the 4-spy round. So it's not just about what you gave up in a very winnable spot there. It's also kind of what you've lost in the long run, right? Now you've just got this hero AK over on Inns, who's boosted up in middle, given a lovely angle over this top smoke.
They've got to set him up for success, right? They've got to put him in for these entries because they don't even have upgraded pistols behind it. 1 deagle is not enough. He will silent drop, but it's really on this kill. The only armored player needs the long pick.
They're trying to set him up nicely, right? They're trying to kind of bait and switch around the AK. Having him play the trade game. Vexite makes a move, gets involved. The only downside is that was the bomb cut loose over towards long, and these pistols are getting churned up. That was the rifle removed. And even though Sicko's got it with no armor behind it, it's a nice easy one for Turtle. MIBR, they don't break a sweat there. 4 alive up against the pistols and that hero AK. And so Greyhound now just gonna have to stew in it, really. You know, they didn't invest around that hero gun, but they don't have the money to bring guns out once again. So MIBR, this is quite the gift. You know, this is a nice little birth into the lead to open up this game.
Yeah. Especially considering the 4-spy win for Greyhound. Could be a very different situation. Instead, 4 Glocks, and MIBR get to farm just that little bit more room. This round for MIBR is all about keeping the money cool, keeping as many alive as they can. And they shouldn't have too much of an issue, you'd like to think. Staying cognizant that Inns could be out behind the logs, think through the wood. And again, that's just the 1 deagle in the round. A safer position on B after the boost. There will be no smoke there, though, if Greyhound are to hit this site.
Yeah, it kind of, this is a bit of a weird way for a game to start. It kind of felt like in that last one, Greyhound really hinged on the idea that they were going to get the bomb plant, right? That's kind of what they lent into. Now, with just pistols running it into B, will they be able to get past this little crossfire that's established? It's not gone brilliantly, but luckily enough, the rotate of Insani is here to keep things under wraps. Couple of kills out of these pistols. It's a good bit of damage done for Greyhound in a round that they didn't really have a lot to go off of. MIBR will still secure it, but this is where the going gets tough.
Almost very ugly there, but they will hold on. And I'm very interested by this this addition for MIBR, this young Insani player, because this is the next generation of Brazilian talent, one of the many. We're seeing the rise in the last couple of years. Even Drop to Furia is a great example with their academy team, reaping rewards, getting them deep into major runs. And now we have MIBR trying to make the same change as well. So first LAN event, and it's a tier 1 LAN. It's a trial by fire. Alistair's got his orb. Turtle's up in the apartments. Liaz is alone here. Sicko's in second mid. He can set him up with utils. And Molly behind Turtle, and he's actually just going to take that chance to run away, knowing that Greyhound are after the apartments. Doesn't need to force the fight. Greyhound will creep in instead. They've got this real estate. They've got most of Banana, but this is a bait and switch ready at top B. So Vexite can't move on his own. Not yet. He needs supporting flashes. They won't trifle with the B site instead. setting up more long smokes, trying to take brackets. 2 players on the short side ready to receive for MIBR.
Yeah, the util cycling in top mid here from MIBR is nice, right? Just to kind of keep the pace out of Greyhound. Not able to live up to their namesake just yet as they get out into top mid. Quite soon they're going to look to hit the go button here. There's no one even contesting Banana. This is the all-in A approach. Util going over now. This full exec starting to take form, starting to come together, and that is a lovely way for it to have opened for Greyhound. But now they've got to go one step further. They've got to get into this site, and that is easier said than done. Alistair, we often say that AWPing on the T side, it's a very tricky business. He's got to show up now. A chance in the post plant with the AWP. Inns alleviates a lot of pressure by ridding the apartments of Turtle, and he takes it one step further. It's AWP v AWP. Goliath of Brazilian AWPing on one side in Henny, and Alistair, the Aussie AWP wonder child, on the other side.
He knows. Alistair's played this perfectly. He checked long deep. He sees that Henny's rapping. He knows he has to be coming from short side. He's still cognizant of long right now. Needs to wake up, and he's hit the dig. Both pistols, and forget the AWP. It's Alistair to find that round. For a second, I thought he was doubting himself, checking back long. But the timing works perfectly. And yeah, AWPing is not fun on Inferno, but as soon as you get into those post plants, that's where you want to be. Didn't need it. I gotta say, Inns has had his...
He's bringing out the 5K secondary,
yeah, exactly.
Right?
Inns has had his breakfast cereal today, man. He's had his eggs in the morning. This guy's hitting shots right now.
Yeah, you know, I know from speaking to Greyhound Day 1, a few of them were really feeling the jet lag, right?
Yeah,
and fair enough, it's like a 30-hour travel to find your way over here. But you know, that does kind of give them this ability to improve the longer they stick around, the longer the tournament goes on. That is what makes a potential day 2 elimination in the play-ins so threatening, right? And also this idea that maybe we never see them reach their potential. Still, if they're feeling it today, if they're a little more switched on, a little more in tune, this has got some legs on it.
Another nice round from Insani though, like on the A side. Anchor got away with 2 kills before they ran up short side. His teammate kind of hung him out to dry by letting them up. Oh, wins again. Smoke shots galore. 2 more up middle as MIBR, not on an eco, on a 4x no less, chase down mid. They pay the price, and the price is their life, and maybe even the round. If Sicko gets this, it's as good as done. He's seen that play go in the library, and at least he now knows that MIBR are making a gamble. He can just call the whole unit into A, get the plant round done, bish, bash, bosh. MIBR go for the gamble, stack on B, and now to save, although they don't know. If Greyhound really want to be weird here, they can late exec into B and try and chase down these guns. The question is, would they rather restore their own economy? Because they don't have much to work with in the future.
Yeah, dude, that's kind of the shame of it, right? I think that in a world where Greyhound even had like one more bout of money in their bank accounts, they would defo be hunting this. As you say, with all the util, they could literally exec into B to farm up these players. But I don't think the risk outweighs the reward right now. They will just, or wait, maybe it's that way around. Yeah. Don't think about it too hard. Greyhound up onto a 3rd, and they will just elect to build up their own money here, right? Kind of building a bit of a foundation for this T side to be built upon. For MIBR, back to the drawing board is that one, and the mid-aggression, trying to switch the pace up, trying to vary it a little bit in a round where they were slightly more limited. It doesn't pan out.
Already all the signs of a competitive series here, though, and that's kind of what we wanted, right? Like, we can expect those opening matchups to be pretty lopsided when you have some, you know, Tier 1, Tier 2 EU teams taking on other regions. That was very much the case on the B stream, at least, right? We had some stomps. IHC against Cloud9, Greyhound against Spirit. MIBR, actually one of the more surprising teams in putting up quite a good fight against NIP. Yes, with a stand-in. And Config did underperform yesterday, but at the same time, still a 12-round game for MIBR, something to be happy about. Wow, look at that boost. Kind of crazy middle. Maybe that's what they were trying to do last round as the smoke shots came through. And they still hit it again. Alistair, Inns asked for the AWP, but he goes, let me just fire one shot. Hits Breno through the smoke, and swaps out. You'll never know if you never try. And now Greyhound, they're just going to go straight into the A site.
Yeah, Henny from Graveyard. And the pistol, he was able to kind of overstay his welcome here. Gonna have to do all that and more with one of these hero guns, and it's already knocked out. No love for Henny in this round.
Ins needs to get away. I think hanging around in alt mid here is a scary premise, because you're going to give them the AWP, and that's exactly what's happened. No one even close to grab it. It might tempt Insani back into the site, try and give this a go. He's got a kit. Might be feeling a little rambunctious.
Surely not, right?
For kills.
Surely at your first land, you don't look at Katowice in the play, and you don't look to go for this sort of play. That would be incredibly bold.
He's locking down the area. He just wants his teammate to get the AWP. So
grab that AWP.
Ins had the chance to go apartments, and even though the bomb would have got him eventually, it just meant he could have exited with his team. So that's a bit of a shame to see that AWP given over, but it can be rebought from Greyhound. However, funding their opponents, never ideal. MIBR already showing tendencies to really want to start rounds with plans. And on CT side Inferno, we're seeing the danger of that, right? It's fine to take banana, it's fine to be aggressive in apartments, but doing these boosts in middle right now, they keep getting caught out. It's not working for them. And now that Greyhound have had 2 rounds where they've gotten mid picks through smokes, unlucky, they're not going to stop spamming that mid-smoke. So MIBR now need to change the game. And I will say their first gun round, where they ran really nice util defense on that A site, where they were trading nades nicely, that was clean. So I'd like to see them go back to that. Try and be less proactive in the early round. And this seems to be the case. Util coming in, AWP on the A side. And Greyhound, a change, battling for banana this time. Oh, that's more like it. Taste of your own medicine.
Yeah, that's a nice feeling, right? Having it go back the other way, finally.
Don't shoot your teammate. Question is, what do Greyhound do in a round like this? It's pretty standard to just want to exec B. And in fact, they've only got 2 opponents here right now. It's a perfect time. Keeping some pressure on that A site, so MIBR dump their util and maybe get a little bit panicky. But they've got the lineups, man. Throwing in a mid-smoke back from the site. This is a perfect time to just group B for Greyhound, and they know it. Bomb's coming back, but Liaz... Oh, sorry. Yeah, Liaz might be needed to join the squad eventually. They don't have the manpower for things to go wrong on B, but the smokes are about to come in.
Yeah. Here's this little exec ready to take form. Oh, and MIBR, they've just started to pull a 3rd player over, rather. Good timing on that flash as well into the pool to slow down this take. It's whittled that much more time off, but getting off the boost now, giving over sight. They're going to try and play it with the molly, disrupting the plant. They've done such a good job of delaying this play, delaying that bomb plant. It's finally looking to come through, but denied by Insani, and with Liaz left in this one, there isn't time. Out and dead to Henny back in spawn. That is a lovely B hold for MIBR. Just every step of the way, throwing in a little bit of trickery with their utility to slow that one down, and they manipulated the plant spot so that it was open to Insani. Everything there was kind of by design, right? That was a very, very put together B hold.
Yeah, and just it shows a few seconds can make all the difference at this level, right? Not just the fact that Greyhound throw that A util in, but then it maybe takes 15 seconds to get the B nade in, and by that point MIBR have already read it. It's too quiet off of this AXX. They're going to go B. My God, now they're getting aggressive, running right down banana in front of the molly. Exit eating spam damage. Henny with his AWP even gets tagged as well through that. So it doesn't come without a cost for MIBR, but they keep all 5 alive. Starting 3B, taking banana, and then leaving just the AWP. A very standard setup. Very Brazilian setup, even. It's going to allow MIBR to fight for middle if they want. Beck and Greyhound in. Flash. Doesn't blind Henny in the slightest. It's going to molly just to try and keep this site alive. But MIBR, with Insani looked into a wall, they really want to fight for this mid area. Greyhound have been consistently smoking long, so the choice is up to Breno. Does he come through, or does he just spam and set up his team?
Turning from the flash, this crossfire over in top mid, it's a very tricky one to get past, and you wanted your answer. Does he try and support, or does he just spam? He comes through that long smoke, fighting for this mid control. The top mid setup, it all culminates in something very ugly for Greyhound, but very beautiful for MIBR.
And even though we've seen the downside of it, with MIBR coming in with game plans to rounds, despite being on CT and going for those boosts in mid that did let them down in back-to-back rounds, like I'm loving that call out of the gate. They know they can win Banana. It's what Greyhound went for in the previous gun round, and it ended with the VXX. With them knocking Greyhound out of Banana instantly and leaving the AWP there, they can just go and fight for middle. They've got the manpower for it. That's a lovely call. Greyhound kind of playing into MIBR's hands. Hook, line, and sinker. That's a big trout. Or is it a turtle? I wouldn't know.
I'd like to think you could tell the difference. One's a fish, and the other is
Dinosaur.
not a fish. Yeah.
We got a good game, Harry. I think me and you are both excited for Anubis. It's map 2 of the series. It's the pick.
I always love watching it, man. It still is like that very early, oh, it's so new, it's so fresh.
It yet.
Not together, actually. That's a good point.
Say not together. Wait, have you casted it?
I've casted it, yeah.
My God, yeah, you did it, yeah. Well, thanks for the invite.
Well, get better. That's a James Banks quote, yeah. Oh. All right, it's just pistols here for Greyhound. A Deagle, a P250, and another Deagle. Actually, there's 2 of them.
And then a flash?
And then a flash, and then 2 Glocks, in case you're wondering. That's the kind of play-by-play of the exact buy that's on the cards right now from Greyhound. What that means is they don't have a lot of options here. It's just got to be a kind of like waterfall play, right, with this one flashbang. And currently, the flash is going over towards long. Going to try and take on Henny. Easier said than done. And so that one bit of util falls to the sidelines, never to be thrown out in the round. The rest of the pistols are going to get farmed up here. And it's a nice, clean one for MIBR. I like that flick from Henny. Nice and speedy on it, right? He is a very kind of speedy AWP player. Hot with the flicks.
I even just like the variety of setups we've seen from MIBR. They know they're against a very low buy. They don't fight for middle. They don't fight for apps. They don't give any ways for pistols to get picks. And they play double Archside, or rather double Library Moto, and then they play Pit. So they're just not giving any opening kills away unless Greyhound hits some miraculous pre-fired Deeg. They are left at the range game. Not armed for it, are they?
Yeah, funnily enough, I think where Greyhound sometimes fall down is in their ability to go out and seek that first engagement, right? And actually kind of have that first fight go their way. And that's why earlier on in this map, when we had MIBR trying their hand at a lot of these early fights, a lot of these early engagements, it felt like that was kind of giving Greyhound a way in, right? It meant that they could hold a nice established default, wait for the aggression to come through. And so that first fight was being dictated by MIBR. But now they've kind of taken a bit of a step back, right? They've said, no, Greyhound, you've got to be the ones to suss out how you want to take that first engagement. And so it's just, moved the kind of ball to another court in that sense. Is that the saying?
Your serve.
I don't know, dude. I don't know sayings.
Football, innit? Renault. He's playing bloody bowling. Sending those balls down range. Knocking over those pins in Banana. Bowling would be funnier if you had multiple, bowling balls, but Exit, he only needs one. Blows Vexside out of the round, and Inns even gets picked by Henny on short as well. That's the big hitter right now, running through the smoke.
Okay.
Getting crazy with it. They've dropped the bomb. They've got T-mid, and yeah, Greyhound, you can have the A site if you want, but you're not going to be able to do anything with it. Liaz needed that kill, and now there's no hope.
Just look at the positions in this round. It's so weird. Sicko's gone past them in long through the smoke, and they don't know. Now, he's still 1v5, right? So, that's one kill, sure. It's a nice little backstab onto Insani, but probably not going to take it any further than this. With bomb dropped all the way down at ramp, the one thing he's got going his way is that, MIBR kept a lot of players over towards A, and so they're all paranoid. Oh, but he's not going to spot the boiler, man. And so there's the close. MIBR, another clean round, and these have really started to rack up fast. You know, there was a point in time in this game, back when we were at 4-4, it kind of had a bit of a back and forth nature in it in terms of streaks of rounds back and forth. But now MIBR, having gone on a tear over these last couple, keeping a lot of them clean, they've established their money in a very, very keen way. And that's going to make it super hard for Greyhound to break through and have some sort of resurgence towards the end of this half. It's going to be very grindy for Greyhound. And even then, before we get to that point, oh, that nade damage.
There's no
Just
bomb.
a sea of red.
They don't even have the bomb. Even if they get these kills, Harry, they do not have the bomb. Greyhound have to go back, but they're still moving forward. They have the sight. Turtle gets a kill through the smoke, and Sani dies. He's just trying to help out his team. Henny's stuck on the top, dropping off. The Tech Knights chasing him down, and they may hit him, but Liaz is still standing, still dropping in. 2 kills, AK, and maybe an AWP to grab. The bomb's making its way through apartments, and Inns even has rotation cut off. He should die, but this should be a clutch too far for Exit. The captain has to step up now in the 1v3.
Does he want to attempt it?
He's got to.
A super wild round, and Exit's now expected to tame this beast. AWP set up, down towards pit on Liaz. Spamming through the smoke. This smoke spam is really what helped get Greyhound on the board. It could close this round, but Exit has dodged these shots. Up into the site now. They don't know about him yet. About to get spotted, and there's that swing from Vexite. A lovely kind of buddy play between the site and pit player. And even if Vexite faltered, Alistair was wrapping long at that exact moment. So they had a lot of contingency plans in place for if that one got out of hand.
Very well commed for Greyhound, right? It's awkward when you get in a site like that and you all stop in your positions. And you know that MIBR are also in the site with you. Like, I can hear them in the walls. They've got to come very cleanly to set Liaz up for that round, and he does. He does right by his team, and this is the guy, Harry. This is the guy that we know, we love, and we need today if Greyhound were gonna avoid elimination. I'll get to that later, because right now we have more banana aggression and double up for Breno. Costs him his teammate life, but wins the entire banana fight and locks Alistair out. Greyhound, they aren't going to wait for long. They know they've got a 2-2 set up against them, but Henny wide on the long side with no flash to affect him.
Yeah. Dude, I tell you what, like, Henny loves this. He loves that you keep giving him fights without flashing him off of these angles, right? It is an AWPer's paradise at times on the CT side, and Henny is one of these AWP players who can just take charge of a game. If you're not going to make life difficult for him, he's going to make life very difficult for you.
I mean, the only way back in is giving Alistair a chance here. And yes, MIBR, I've really liked the CT side. They've just made the right calls at the right times. And if they didn't go for those boost rounds on mid, I think this would be a very dominant game indeed. Greyhound have given themselves a way back in with an eco win, but now they've got to win 2 2-on-2s if they want to end this round the right way. Exit has cover. He'll swing on the contact of Breno on the boost. There is a molly, but they want a contact right now. There's a smoke CT. Liaz can fight this boost. He can't get the kill, though. There's the re-swing, and Alistair's already saving. It's a done deal. It relied on that one man. And let's talk about that man, right? Because on the HLTV highlighted players coming into this game, it was Liaz versus Henny. These are the two, mantelpiece players for the rosters. These are the two experienced players, both of them in their careers having played for 10 orgs across the last 6 years or so. Liaz was brought into this team as a firepower piece, the guy who remained inside of NA during the whole pandemic, who had a lot more experience, who had some high highs as well. But when he first joined this team under Renegades last year at Katowice play-in, he had a great BO1 opener and then just fell off in the BO3, and they got eliminated in 2 games to Entropic. So it's someone we can't afford to have go cold and quiet today for Greyhound. Not if they want to do their region right.
Yeah, you know, coming into this event, me and you even had a discussion about this exact same thing, right? About how we like Bill Liaz as this experience piece within the team, right? But how that experience is almost like individualistic for his nature, right? Like with how he kind of is as a player, when we reference it, it's like you hope that means he's going to have a very cool head in high pressure situations, right? And that his individual performance will always be there. It's not so much like a captain role, right? Where that's going to transfer across the rest of the team, but he'll be responsible for himself. And so you're dead on, right? You really can't afford to have him go quiet. Alistair creeping up in a top middle, going to face off against Henny. No flash, but Alistair don't care. Dead off to the first. There's that trade for Insani, and now they're going to look to fall back, having a reposition. Leave the short side. Re-aggression in the meantime over towards B, but this could uproot the round. MIBR, they might have just given Greyhound a way in.
Still a second player here behind the smoke, so Exit doesn't have to commit. He can multi-kill to win this round. Do Greyhound give Ins time, or is he just here to kill rotations? It doesn't seem like they want to wait on him. They want to try and take this fight into the site. A 3-on-1. Exit up, over, and down to Sicko's AWP. That's the kill that might win the round there for Greyhound. And Ins ready to catch these rotations if they come through the mid-choke point. He'll see, he'll hear, and he'll deal with them. Looking for a 6th-round half. It's not bad for Greyhound at the end of the day, but MIBR definitely look ready to compete in this series for elimination. Very much like watching Insani today. And we're only 15 rounds in. Now Turtle's got to come out of his shell with a clutch. But Greyhound have brought the hammers.
They're out with a swing, but there's the double peak, and Pinsard dealt with. It's a 6th-round half for Greyhound. MIBR do hold the lead. The Greyhound have got to step it up on the CT side of their map pick.
a catastrophic Katowice for one of these two squads as we face elimination on just day 2 of the play. And the group stage will be far away from either of these rosters, as even the winner has to go on and take down Fnatic later on tomorrow. Pressure is on, and on Greyhound's pick, MIBR are bringing a punch, but this time it's Greyhound sending it down mid for their pistol round. MIBR are ready.
Yeah. Quite a way to open, right? Trying to set a bit of a precedent here, but they end up feeding the beast. MIBR with 3 kills in an instant. That's going to tee them up here to run riot in the pistol. Really, you would struggle to set a foot wrong in this spot. Inns with a bit of aggro. That trade just a second too late. Inns might look to recommit to this fight. Vexite's now moved in. If you're MIBR, you've seen both players, but they're making this interesting.
See ya.
Vexite is the kind of young Aussie hero that's been talked about for a long time within their ranks. Everyone's had good things to say about this guy being the real deal. If there ever was a time to show it, it's now in what was a 2v5.
Yeah, they've chipped it down, but
oh, okay.
It don't matter.
It's happening.
No eyes needed, Harry. Straight through the smoke. He's got a smoke kit as well. They're scared of ruins. They have no reason to be, and this will buy time for MIBR. Seconds remaining. Henny has a Molotov. I think he's got a lineup, judging by his position. Might not even need it. Can just bounce off the wall. Exit, buying time. He now knows they must be ruins. Both of them together. Smoke on the bomb.
Oh, no.
He's now discounted. There's the tap. No one's sticking yet. Someone needs to get on this thing. And X is trying to get him off. Random shots through. Some connect, but not enough. And a 2v5 turnaround for Greyhound. They stick the defuse in the middle of the site. That one's got to feel good, especially with how the round began.
Dude, that is wild. They had no right to win that one. Inns, such a hero piece to that whole puzzle, right? Over in top mid, double dipping. That's the thing that makes it so crazy. You know, like a lot of guys would have fallen back there, would have looked to, you know, play it a little safer, knowing that the trades are looking to come in. Vexite even got the info that they were still in top mid, and I love how decisive that rotate away was from Vexite. His peak out from long, he knows the influence that that's going to have. He knows the reaction ahead of time to getting that info that MIBR are going to try go back B. And then the thing that was like the cherry on top of all of this was in MIBR's mind, it was fine. The round was safe because they had Henny with a Molotov and a lineup to try and deny that defuse. But the moment that smoke plumed, you know their hearts were full of dread, Hugo. What a way for this one to have started in the second half. We've got a force back in from MIBR.
Yeah. And hey, it worked for Greyhound for a moment. When they lost pistol, they won the second round on a similar triple Galil buy. But they still went on, MIBR still went on to string rounds together and break it after the fact. B-Smoke is ready to go. Vexite has info. He's not looking into the wall. He has a little pixel in his right. He's trying to manipulate his hitbox so you can't get headshot. Molly's out as well. They're already up and through it. Sicko trying to stop the storm, and not a pretty day as the smoke spam comes in as well. 2 kills into this B site. Greyhound, they've come back from harder tasks. However, this one might be out.
Yeah, they're going to try their hand at a bit of smoke spam, right? Hanging around, seeing if anything presents itself. But if they don't get given a reason to go, then they never will attempt it. There's the reason. Alistair gives them that foot in the door. A 2v2. Nearly half the time ticked off this bomb. Exit, holding up close, wants to fight for CT, but now they know where he is. Controls the Galil, wrestles with it. Exit steps up. And MIBR onto double digits. They steal it away with the force, and they put a stop to that 3v5 attempt out of Greyhound. Exit, huge stuff in the 1v2, and we saw timeout called through, right?
Captain's been killing today. They've been putting their teams on their shoulders. Inns is the top performer in the server, the in-game leader for Greyhound, and on the flip side, Exit with a huge clutch to allow that force buy to come through for MIBR. Similar scenario to the first half for Greyhound, and that's a very, very speedy flick back. Nice round out of the guy, and to take down Liaz as well. Someone who we've been talking up. Required attendance to this elimination game. Going cold and quiet right now, but MIBR, joyful finish to that second round, and now it's put Greyhound really on the back foot in terms of money.
Yeah, I do love, you know, that even really before the round had ended, he was like quick at calling in, you know, we're gonna take a timeout here, we're gonna try and like just, you know, have ourselves like mentally reset. This is a very important conversion to find now after winning the force buy. I mean, hell, just ask Greyhound in the first half. You know, they were the ones in MIBR's position right now, and then they fell short. MIBR don't want to let that happen.
And this is so nice as well, just like contacting to B, a couple of smokes maybe. All right, sure, they get smoked off. They don't have to go through though. They've got so much more util and time. They're getting almost all of the grenades at a Greyhound immediately. There's still 2 smokes left up as one gets retrieved from spawn. Or rather, it's next to Vex site. He has both available to him. He'll use one, he'll grab the other. But right now, MIBR are in no hurry. They leave the bomb back at B, keep the pressure on A, and make Greyhound doubt themselves in this round. Liaz may hear these steps, but that's exactly what MIBR want. They run up top mid, and then they sneak back, hoping that Greyhound make the wrong move. They do not. Not now. Maybe not ever. 3 strong at B, but only a USP for the AWPer.
That re-smoke's problematic.
Yeah, running out of...
That is not what you wanted at all if you're MIBR. And I like this. Alistair.
Why not?
Playing in the smoke.
You could block them.
Gonna try and just slow him down. Gonna try and get this hello. MIBR going back. MIBR don't want to commit to B anymore. They've changed their minds on the fly, so the 3-man setup's gonna get bypassed. Turtle moving in towards B while the rest of the team are hitting this A side of the map. There's very little time left. They're running out with the bomb in their hands. Oh no, it's all gone so wrong. It's gone so badly for MIBR. That is a disaster. They're pushing up the short side with 10 seconds left. The panic, they pull the bomb, they run into that site, and Greyhound cannot believe the round that was just handed to them on a silver platter.
We're seeing so many similarities. It was almost the same round in the first half, right? Remember when in the 1v1 where Henny was hiding pit, and he just gets that kill on the apps climbing player and wins the round to time. Right there, Greyhound do the same, dropping the bomb, as MIBR did not expect that much resistance in A. My oh my. Very uncertain future in this first map. Boost up, but the Deagle ready to go. Doesn't see him over the top. How does he not see him? Firing deep, but they don't know. Right below sits Breno. With that kill, he's got a gun now. Nade has put him down low at least, and more mollies to follow will at least lock MIBR out of this position, but they've got their loot, and they are running elsewhere. 2 AKs in this round. There's always a chance.
Greyhound have tried to stay ahead of the curve on this one. They've moved away from that double B setup very, very quickly. And as a result, they've kind of supplemented this A side of the map that much more. All their resources in the right place. We need a hero to step up, and Exit's gonna have to be the guy. They're all here, they're all facing him, they're all fighting him, and he can't find success. Greyhound onto a 9th. They win out the Force by Wars, and MIBR, now that reality setting in, they've got to take an eco. I mean, hell, I was crediting them at the end of that force in the second. I said, I love that Bits called in the pause, right? He's trying to keep everyone calm, knowing the ramifications of, you know, streaking these early rounds together. I think if MIBR had, you know, had kind of won versus the force in the first place, we would be looking at them as like surefire favorites to complete the series, to complete the map rather.
Even if they close that 5v2 on the pistol, they should have been running away with this game. That would have been likely 12-6.
Now, you've had 2 huge opportunities to kind of take ownership of this one, and Greyhound have stolen it away both times.
That's when the pressure hits in as well. Like, you don't want to get in your own head at this point. You're wasting opportunities. You're getting rushed on anti-eco. Greyhound are pumped. They're thick. They're confident right now. And MIBR are full of lead. 10-10. The score equalized. And at one point, this was a pretty dominant game in favor of MIBR on the CT side. No longer.
And I mean, hell, dude, like, Inns has been such a huge part of it. We've kind of missed that firepower component, right? Day one of the tournament was a very dark day for Greyhound. They didn't really have an identifiable star. It felt like a lot of problem pieces, if anything. Right now, Inns bringing his A game.
Ooh. Good grenades onto Vexite. He's going to throw a few more back and then leave Banana for good. Try and anchor the bomb site and just cycle those smokes like we've been seeing. They've got loads of util. Greyhound have not wasted nades out of the gate, and so as MIBR throw executes, Greyhound can go 1-for-1 on them. They can trade every smoke, trade every molly, and still have more left over for later in the round. So this is going to be a big problem. If Greyhound play their cards right, if they don't overcommit to kills here in middle, they can win it on nades and time alone. And look at the damage. They are lighting MIBR up with HE grenades. Alistair tucked in the cubby, might get cleared, but as long as his teammate can either flash or bait for him, this could still be fine. They're going to throw a deep, long smoke. Inns needs to assist here, but he's got his eyes on the prize back at apartments. He goes through, they don't know, they don't check, and Alistair holds a shot for as long as he can. Ooh. Still goes in for more, and that will cost him. 45 seconds, MIBR have been given options. That resmoke of B is perfect timing to call guys, walk back to B, we can exec. Little do they know though, there's another molly and another smoke. Sorry, 2 mollies and a smoke on this site still. Timing will be a problem here for MIBR, and they don't have a single flash.
You're running through a molly and a smoke at this point.
They're going to use their smoke for CT, but they might need it for the molly.
This is brutal. There shouldn't be a way back in. Molly goes down. Another one to follow. They're all getting churned up by the fire, but Breno's gone over the top, found Sicko, found a route into this one for MIBR. However, that bomb crossing in, just getting the kill in time. Henny has got the plant. A split second, 1 kill in the right place would have made all the difference there. And Henny at 1 HP was able to make it across with that bomb intact. Suddenly it's Greyhound feeling the pressure. This felt written that it was going to belong to them. With Inns dead, that hero figure for Greyhound gone. Liaz is saving, he is out of there. And MIBR, against all odds, are the ones to find victory in this round.
One more bullet would have done it. Henny got put down to a single point of health crossing in. He even had exit in the middle of the bomb site behind that fountain. And whoever it was coming out from the coffin side, I think it was Vexite, couldn't finish the job. One more bullet. And that's just a guaranteed round for Greyhound. What an entry as well for Breno, right? We talked about the impact of that Molotov coming in. 6 seconds as Henny takes down Vexite there. But Breno is the guy to open it up. He climbs on top of Oranges and takes down the quad player. That was the kill to win the round, as much as Henny's was as well. Both of them necessary the second they came through. And if Greyhound won either of those fights, they're in the lead right now. We've got Inns highlights here from the game so far. He's had an excellent game, at least for Greyhound. All the smoke spams you could have wanted. And we've had, you know, highlights from other players as well. Clutch from Alistair in the first half. A few bits and bobs. And I'm just very glad that this game is as competitive as we're getting it right now. Right down the middle, Greyhound's map pick. Anubis up next. And even that's a map Greyhound had only fielded once. Ooh, nades are still good for Greyhound, but the flash is better.
That's just such a ballsy play. Flash through, fighting in a Molotov and trying to take control of B, but Sicko refuses to let them in. A helping hand from Inns back in spawn, and Greyhound, they come together to repel this B offensive. Starts with a bit of legwork done from Sicko. Helped out by Inns, and so now for Henny and Turtle, their backs are against the wall in this one. They really don't have a lot to go off of. They don't know what's happening over to the other side of the map. The only control they've had is Banana. And so if they do want to go back, if they do want to explore other options, they've got to leave themselves with time.
Oh, bit of self-doubt here, but for good reason. Long's been open for a while, so Inns has to go check that out to assure they're not being flanked. It leaves Sicko alone. However, the benefit of Sicko here, with 2 smokes for MIBR, I expect to see them throw an execute. If they do, Sicko can just wait behind the smoke. He can keep pressure on, he can keep spam on, keep the threat looming, but he doesn't have to play in till the post-plant.
He wants to try and fight ahead of this smoke. Spam either which way, and Sicko will just opt out. Now they set up for this retake, as you say. But
damage.
And he found that little safer spot, right? Reduces the spam damage, and so he lives, but only for a moment. Now it all falls to Turtle. Low HP at the back of the site, and it's Sicko and In to do it all for Greyhound there.
It's crazy how similar some of these rounds have been in both halves, right? Greyhound just did the exact thing that MIBR trumped them with in the first half, right? They get that molly in at the perfect time on Coffins, forcing, if MIBR want to plant with the smokes up, they have to plant oranges or back fountain. They plant oranges, and then the call is made. Yo, swing Coffin. As soon as his smoke goes down, you've got him trapped. He can't leave this position, forces a player into 1v3 and dead immediately. So, yeah, just a very similar second half, but a great call for Greyhound to get that molly in at the right time and not using it for the choke point.
Gotta say, if that last round's anything to go by, feels like Renault's got a bit of confidence coursing through his veins, though. I'll say that much.
I like the pace change, you know, calling it off of the back of a pause, going for a fast banana play. Screams MIBR are confident. This round tricks up their sleeve, and this round is no exception.
Yeah, he's going to keep the pace high again, right, with the MAC-10. He's going to look to get involved right at the front.
But Greyhound have banana. They know what's going on. They just can't send it too early.
This is a good spot for Liaz. He is open as short, which runs a bit of a risk with only one man holding it from long, but he's already dropped down and now can play a type of crossfire here with Ins over in Graveyard. Here's that banana flank that comes through at the perfect time. Sicko has disrupted the flow of this round by dropping the bomb. Cut loose in top mid, and now you're trapped. Everything you're doing is kind of second-guessing yourself here if you're MIBR. You're very paranoid about this mid flank that's on the cards. Exit is trying to uproot it. And now it's left onto Insani, the new kid on the block. 1v2. Alistair facing him with the AWP, takes the fight straight up. He had Liaz there to play trade. Greyhound wanted to try and put a stop to that before it had any legs on it.
Oh, scary to see Vexite go and check out T-Spawn in that round, right? They knew MIBR were going for an apps pop, and while Sicko has the bomb in middle, I don't know if he's calling for help or not, but Vexite goes all the way through T-Rap. He changes his mind and even dies to exit, but he could have just kept Sicko standing in that entire round. Almost is a problem. But Insani can't find the clutch today. Alistair keeps the pressure on with the AWP, and now MIBR digging deep. Looking through the couch cushions, picking at their pockets. It's pistols. Gives them the freedom to keep running these hyper-aggressive rounds at least, and they will be welcomed into it. Quick long take, Molly behind the smoke, lets them wrap Arch into CT. Exits dead a banana, and now with this Arch side getting taken, they have to go back up.
Oh no!
Easy spray for Ins, 2 kills. Third with a final bullet before Turtle takes him out. And that round is as good as done, you'd like to think. They've surrounded him.
Yeah, he's so boxed in, there's no way out of it. No way out of that for Turtle. And so Greyhound, it feels like they're onto something here, right? Starting to break ahead now, starting to rise above MIBR. Feels like they've started to, really flex this banana control as well over these last couple of rounds, right? That one again, they fully take it. They fully push all the way down. I think if you're MIBR, you've kept a very keen eye on that, right? So I assume they're going to have something to say about it in this one. Util getting lined up for an early banana fight. They want to try and deny this control, but this is where the mind games begin, right? Alistair flexing with a bit of a mid-peak. Sight feeds them at banana. And they weren't feeling like too dismayed about having him fight early, right? They had a triple B set up from the get-go, so they tried to take a bit of a risk. But it has left MIBR a man up.
Yeah, he got a bink in though, didn't he? Not enough, however. Greyhound just have to commit with their 2-2 setup, hoping they'll hear a long take if it comes through, more likely than not. And they're going to send it back down banana with another flash. There's nobody fighting here in the open. Breno, that was a chance. The nade could still be an opportunity, but he lives with 6. Steps back just far enough Two different guns firing. Oh dear. Again, the smoke spans this game have just been the deciding factor, and Greyhound now have to be forced to make a gamble. Inns doubts it though. Back to B. And if he committed, it might have been the right call, because it seems like MIBR are walking into this double setup. Alistair with the AWP gets a shot in, drops a molly. Suddenly, he can hold on to this site.
Liaz is leaving, though.
Oh,
Greyhound, they've misread this one. They've started to up and leave this A side of the map, leaving it all on Alistair down in the pit. Now, this guy's got a cool head on his shoulders, but he's about to have a lot of pressure applied. One man seen over towards shore, but there's a lot more where that came from. He's about to get flooded. Every shot counts, and these first two sail past MIBR. Greyhound is saving.
I don't know if that's counter-calling or what, because Inns is rotating out, then he goes back to B, then Alistair falls back before he makes contact on shore, and then Liaz rotates. Like, they're way too active. They need to make it cool and stick with it. We've seen already some of these rounds where it seems like they can't make their decision quick enough, specifically that T-side round where they're in a 2v3 or 2v2, and they go back into A with 5 seconds remaining. Sometimes the calls don't come in quick enough for Greyhound. Something that was mentioned on the desk yesterday, the belief in a wrong call is better sometimes than no confidence in the right call. As long as you're on the same page, as long as you're playing as a unit, that can be enough. I would have loved the three-man setup anywhere, though, in that 3-on-5, just because of the fact that you can save 3 guns if you're wrong, and you can win it if you're right. But that's an awkward one to lose for Greyhound. MIBR finally break back into this half after a 3-round drought of rounds. Now only 1 behind, and they win this one. They break the money. That basically puts them in the lead. Final timeout used. Bit's been very proactive with the calls.
Yeah, he has. I mean, he's just really trying to get involved at what he considers these like critical junctions in the game, right? And this is very much one of those rounds. This kind of gets to decide, just how far does this miniature resurgence go, right? At 12-13, Greyhound is still a ways away from winning, and MIBR kind of have that hope coursing through their veins that they're going to get control of this one before it becomes a problem. And they're right at that tipping point now. If they win this, not only do they tie up the game, but they break Greyhound's money. And that sets them up to go on a streak, to start to take this lead, right, and surge towards map point.
Oh, meaty HE grenades. Greyhound save them just for a few seconds later. Beckon MIBR into Banana only to brutalize them. And I love this triple B setup as well. We saw this a lot at Rio. So many teams running this this AWP contact with a flash for re-aggression after the first shot, or just off a feeling. Molly traded with a smoke. And there's that flash even prior to the AWP getting contact. Greyhound hold Banana for 1 more second. But MIBR, they shouldn't be expecting an AWP on this angle. Sicko's going to rotate out after using his utility. No flashes left on the B side to play with. And MIBR now own top Banana, but 50 seconds on the clock. Do they want to execute?
And Sunny's trying to sell a bit of an A fake right now. Making some noise over here, and it doesn't even look like it's the fake. Instead, just, establishing this top mid control. MIBR knew they had Banana, so they know they've really cut off the flow of information in this round. Right now, it's like a full reactive setup out of Greyhound. That's kind of even further reinforced with Sicko still floating around in CT spawn. Well, here's the exec. It's telegraphed as the flashes go over. Liaz from the balcony needed anything to hold on to the site there with him falling short. And In's dead inside of it. MIBR looking like they're going to run away with the 13th, tying this game up. And as mentioned, coming into this round, perhaps all importantly, breaking those Greyhound bank accounts. I do want to say as well, while we're on the topic of money, MIBR have won both these last rounds super cleanly, right? They are sat real pretty right now on this T side, and so this is where the kind of nature of the game has changed now, and it's MIBR very much in pole position.
Yeah, they threw such good flashbangs in that round. Greyhound could not get a clean fight, and their third player on long side was actually locked out, playing passive, allowing a long wrap. So the whole time Greyhound are not only paranoid of their moto flank, but they don't even have the info, and then as soon as MIBR commit, not even through long, but with great short flashes. Liaz is blind on balcony. Inns couldn't hit that instant headshot. Even if he did, he had an A4. Wouldn't have been the kill. And then he's just chased down around the boxes. Both players missed their shots, and MIBR capitalized to, as you said, another flawless round. 13-13.
And dude, this is where we've got to address the elephant in the room. Insani sat top of the board right now.
Yeah. Had a quiet last few, though. But still, very impactful CT side, really.
I mean, it was crazy. It was him and Henny, like, vying for that control. The rookie and the kind of grizzled veteran.
Oh, talking to rookies, Vexite, dead immediately, and that's a gun lost. No man's land. Stuck in the trenches are Greyhound. And the AWP, not even here either. They pick a pistol. There's still a second Sicko stuck in the site. AWP forces a shot, but that's just a means to an end. That end being saving for Alistair. He doesn't know it yet, but they're about to clear the site out. Easy kill for Insani, and another round locked in for MIBR. Alistair better get out of there, because Liaz certainly is as well. 14-13, MIBR, another 4 alive round. Another, well, not expensive, but profitable round, rather, for MIBR.
It's crazy, dude. Like, just how dominant this streak has been.
They've not been close rounds, certainly.
14 out of a possible 15 surviving players.
Especially
over the last
considering
3.
throughout the rest of the game, we had clutches, we had these 2v2s in pre and post plants. We had lots of very, very close rounds, and that's why CT sides had a bit of trouble in the last few. But MIBR, now they've got the banks to hunt. And one kill here is just deafening for Greyhound. There it is. That's literally the kill they needed. Liaz could buy an AWP and drop it over, but it means he doesn't have nades. Unless he gets to drop them back. I still think it's worth it. Oh, he doesn't. He has no armor. No, there's no AWP. There's no AWP in this round unless Alistair glasses.
Something that is... it's like MIBR, ever since they kind of had that timeout with Bit, and you had him weighing in, you really got this idea that they identified the round they had to win that could get them to this position many, many rounds ago, right? And so they're kind of coming at this from the angle of, the belief in the resurgence. This game is still well within their hands. For Greyhound, it kind of feels like over the last few rounds, it's turned to like fear, like you're playing to not lose. You're playing to, without that kind of initiative that they had early on. Think about even some of the gambles that we've seen, the fact that now they're playing a player in CT spawn to have like a slightly faster rotate. These are all good ideas, but with how MIBR are playing in this very grouped 5-man nature, it's leaving the sites a little weak, and they never have that info to react, to play off of, because they are playing it passive. That's where I would normally look to Alistair. Normally I kind of look to him to get involved on this AWP. He's on the CT side. He can try and dictate the pace a little more.
You saw the stress on the player cams just there after he died at the end of the round. He knew the impact that was going to have. He now has an AWP with nothing else. Even more pressure on his person. Inns nearing 30 kills. And on the losing side, Alistair's smoked, flashed, pushed back. The bomb is forgotten. MIBR making a mistake here. They've got to go back for it. It will slow down the commit. Nice molly. Inns peeks right behind it to catch Breno. Do MIBR want to gung-ho into this bomb site? They're still lacking exit. Who is going back for that package? And Alistair's going back for more. Into Insani. The young gun hits the shot, and you could see that face of pain on Alistair. Giving up the kill in the 5-on-4. Further pressure to Greyhound. I love the break pull for MIBR. Yanking that handbrake. Not moving a muscle. Waiting for Greyhound to stew in it before they commit to this A hit.
the rookie, the new kid of MIBR, just got such an influential kill. If that ends up being the one that tips the scales, that is going to hype them up as they approach the finish line here. A 4v4, but only 2 players in the site to worry about. Liaz, his aim's got to be true, tried and tested. There's the first, back towards long, but Exit gets the better of him. Ins at 30 kills deep is cut down, and MIBR looking like 15 is as good as done. Greyhound, they are saving. They're holding on to these guns. They're giving the round away. Map point on their map pick goes to MIBR.
Honestly, this might be one of the most painful map losses Greyhound have ever experienced. Like this, the way that this has unraveled in the final 4 or 5 rounds of this map has been painful to watch. And MIBR have played every card right, from hunting AWPs to running fast rounds, 5 grouped, and just trading their way into bomb sites. This has been a phenomenal T-side recovery for MIBR. When it felt like it was slipping through their fingers, and not repetition. Not another kill in the post, no. It won't find Vexite hiding in apartments, but Greyhound will not have a lot going into this last round of reg. Or sorry, last chance to keep it going. They need 2 in a row to make it overtime. Had that reaction 2 rounds in a row. Greyhound need to keep their head on their shoulders. Wow. And again, captains. Ins, 30 kills. Even got that 5v4 as well for Greyhound. But Exit on the other side leads him through with a double long kill.
And I mean, you know, when you just look at the numbers on this one for MIBR early on, as mentioned, it was Henny, it was Insanity, like really kind of setting themselves apart from everyone else on the team. But as this has gone on, everyone's come alive. You know, there isn't really a weak player right now when you look down the list. You've had guys like Breno getting super involved in these openers, just constantly being a nuisance and finding 5v4s. You've had Exit delivering in the mid rounds. It's all starting to come together for Greyhound. It started to feel very one note. Does Ins multi-kill? Yes, then you have a chance. If he doesn't, it's falling on deaf ears, and now it sailed you all the way into round 29 at a 13-15 2-round deficit. Sicko trying to get involved down Banana.
Oh, gets out of time.
Comes through, and there's the openers we talk about. Vexite gets deleted on the flick, and the nade follows up. It's all coming together. MIBR, all that's left to do is finish what they started on this map, a 5v3. And they grind to a complete halt.
What a great call as well to not jump the gun, not waste this opportunity. There's almost no way Greyhound, you know, you can't even play the gamble where you save if you're on the wrong site. You've got to put so much faith in your individuals. Inz has left the other 2 on the A side of things. Alistair has had some harrowing rounds, but he can recover right here, right now. Can't go too wide, because then he can't escape after a shot. There's 2 players coming through. They're not in a hurry. 40 seconds. Make up their mind. Smoke short side. And they're going up long.
Ooh, okay, that one's for free. Sometimes the feeling of being up against 15 can be liberating. It gives you nothing to lose.
And right behind you.
Here we are, the wrap through spawn, and they fire off too soon. They've given Greyhound a warning shot. These 2 players have got to hold on. A crossfire set up. That could have been the moment, but Inz is gone. Liaz trying to get away, but Henny gets rid of him. The B site belongs to MIBR. Alistair, a long ways away, all the way up through Banana for the retake, but he's got Henny and Exit left to go up against. It's been a rough one for the Aussie AWPer. Can he deliver when they really need him to in the clutch? Exit holding for this, spots him, and it goes both ways. Alistair nails the shot. Just Henny, clash of the AWPers to close. And Henny looking to win this one at time. Looking to get in his head and live there rent-free. Tap on it, Alistair sees him on the jiggle, holds for it, holds the defuse, but Henny peeks out with a second to spare, and just like that, Inferno goes the way of MIBR.
That one has to hurt, man. So many mistakes made in those final few rounds for Greyhound, and Alistair did all he could in the clutch, not enough. Liaz jumping away, everything. That's going to be a painful loss for Greyhound. They've got to turn it around, though. We're going to Anubis next, MIBR's pick.
Future Pros. Retaking the B site on Inferno can be pretty tough. However, the Molly or Incendiary I'll show you all today will help clear out one of the little hidey holes a T could be in. To throw this Molly, secure runes first. Then get into the corner next to the sandbags. Aim up and place your crosshair in the midsection of the ruined roof between these 2 points. Get your crosshair in line with this kink in the scaffolding, then simply running jump throw the Molly. As you can see here, this T did smoke the Molly, but from this angle you can see that the Molly does in fact completely coat the area in flames. Good luck and happy retaking.
Inferno comes down to the wire, and by that I mean MIBR grab it. We do have to take a look at this map in detail and kind of understand where these two teams who just fight to stay alive in the play-ins for Katowice 2023, well, where they fall. And at this point, it ain't MIBR, I'll tell you that. Greyhound really close, but couldn't get the job done. And Inferno goes the way of MIBR. Anubis up next, Vertigo, should we need it? And Kasad and Yenko here with me on the desk.
Looks like we won't need it, because the way they have been playing on this map, it doesn't really give me confidence coming into the second, and let alone the third when it comes to the Greyhound. I know I favored them at the beginning, but they didn't show much. They didn't show much better performance since yesterday against Team Spirit. A lot of mistakes, a lot of like different basic things that should have been done properly better in the preparation of this match. Still it's the same thing, and I don't see a way out for them.
I agree, but in the end, it was a 16-13 game with MIBR winning 5 rounds in a row towards the very end to close it out, right? So it's still a close game. I think that's the benefit for Greyhound, that MIBR has been a little bit shaky themselves, right? They're not one of the cleanest teams out there, but as you like to say, it's still better than what Greyhound had. And the most worrying thing is that it happened on Inferno, which wasn't only Greyhound's pick, but even if we go back, throughout last year, that was the map where they put up the biggest fight against some of the European teams, even taking a win or two on that map. So the fact that it happened on Inferno is what worries you more than just the result in itself.
So at what point, though, were Greyhound kind of facing adversity when it came to finding an answer for Henny on the CT side?
I don't think it was Henny per se that was like a
AWP,
problem.
let's put it that way.
Yeah, I mean, the problem on T side of, you can stop the T side up relatively easily with your utility early on. It's not a big issue if you know what you're doing. Like if you don't have a prepared strategies and prepared processes and steps to stop that in both sides, doesn't matter if it's CT or T, you're gonna feel pain. Right? You're going to feel pain on that map because Henny is a very mobile op, very aggressive op. If you give him the space to do some things like he did, he will just do it and there's nothing you can do anymore.
I mean, you just also look at the scoreboard for Greyhound. Ince is way up there with 31 kills, and the next player has, 15 or 16, right? Like, it's just such a massive gap. They weren't helping him out. You look at Liaz and Vaxide, the two of the young guns, they were supposed to be the more skilled ones and carry more of the load really at the bottom. So you're hoping that, it was just a slow first map and that they can wake up from it a little bit.
One thing that I didn't really like, and I want them to change coming into the Pro League, for example, let's say they fell short today and they are out of the tournament. Coming to Pro League, I want to see Liaz in more action. He's playing anchor on CT side. On pit, he's playing holes on the T side. He's not having any impact. We saw he had 13 kills in the whole map. I want him to be in the action more because he's not a defensive player like people think because he played like that in our team. He can be aggressive. He likes to fight. He likes to, go into the battle. So maybe a swap.
He reminds me a little bit of Grim in that regard, right? Going from Liquid to Complexity, he turned out much better. You and me, we're going to come over here now to talk about some of the stuff that's not just related to the individual play style, but also to movement on the map, right? So let's kick it off. This is round in the middle of the first half, round number 10. MIBR starting to string some round together. I've sped this up. You can see the opening. 3 guys B, pretty standard stuff. At the beginning, they want to leave Henny alone there with the op. You can also tell both Henny and Exit, right? This circle that you have around them is half full. That means they've taken a lot of damage. So this is pretty standard stuff. On the other side of things, here you have the players from Greyhound. They're pretty satisfied with just sort of leaving Banana at the end. They don't want to go for that fight. They're more focused on taking control here of the apps area. You're going to see Liaz being the one who is the point man in that sort of a situation. And for MIBR, this is a freeze time call to start 3B and then move players over here towards the A bombs and have a 4A setup. Now, you can go back to 2016 or 17 and look at Astralis, and this would be device here and 4 players in a setup. And, people didn't even realize how they need to sort of combat this. And here is an important thing from the T's. There's that flash. They know they don't have banana control. They want to see what's happening. Flash is going to pop. Henny's going to fire off a shot. But this is maybe, and throw an incendiary, this is maybe a little bit too weak from Greyhound in this sort of a situation.
Now what happens here, you can see like 2 key things that are happening in this round that people, not just the fans, but the coaches as well of this team, they need to pay attention. Once you throw a flash on the banana side, right here, you can just flash somebody there. You can need to make a step. You need to do something. You need to throw a molly right here so you can just push off and call the rotation. So you can call the rotation on the B side. If you don't do that, he's going to probably stay alone. The second thing that was a key in this round, you can see it like they're moving up on the middle. They're trying to get
slow.
Yeah, it's super slow. And once they start doing it, we're going to see a couple of nades and a couple of flashes flying in. Now, right here, if you look at the middle part of the map, you will see the distance between these two people are too far. So when he goes in, there is no possibility of it. But the bigger mistake right here for the coaches, for the people who are going to review this demo, is absolutely this guy. So number 3 or number 4, there is no value for him to actually do anything. If he's somewhere around the boiler, he would be able to trade. If he's somewhere around the middle, he would be able to trade. But he's just wandering around the holes after they took it, and he ends up being nowhere in the back.
But look, Ince is the second guy. I'll tell you why he's late. He's late because he's throwing this molly. So if this is your setup, why not move Siko here? He can throw the molly. You move ins closer to Vexite. Also, the flashes are too close to each other. So Vexite's flash, it's what you call a fake flash. It's there just for these players to turn when they see it. And then as soon as that pops, the flash from Alistair is supposed to pop. But they pop almost at the same time. And the MIB players aren't blind. They see everything. They have time to extinguish the molly. I want to praise Breno as well, because he pushes through the smoke to help his players. He understands it's a mid-take. He pushes to help. They understand we're fighting here. We either win or lose the round right here.
Just imagine the situation where you have, like, let's say we have Vexite here, INS there, so he can be a little bit closer to Vexite, so he can actually contribute with the trade, and Liaz or Siko are in boiler, and then we can have, just imagine the trade there that can happen, and the round can be in favor of the T side. There was some basic mistakes, and it cost them the round.
Yeah, basic mistakes, and it all kind of adds up at that point. Guys, come on back if you'd like. Just walk over here with me. We can basically walk around, do whatever we want over here.
This is what this set allows. We can't do exactly what we want, but close to it.
Ah, close. Well, what that does lead us to is Anubis. Okay, so we go into the second map of the series. It did get pretty close there. Probably a little bit of sweat formed around here, and not on me.
Curveball, like Yanko said in the veto, nobody expected that. I think that's going to be a trouble for Greyhound. Obviously, MIBR, because they picked it, they came prepared. I wonder if Greyhound is going to start on the T side of this map, or they're going to choose the CT side. If I'm the coach of Greyhound, I go for a T side. I dictate the pace. I try to go for the win.
Well, they had to do it beforehand, so when the veto happened. So I would imagine they want to start on the CT side. But yeah, for MIBR, it's always the case. You open up by winning your opponent's map pick. They're a little bit more loose now, so that's not good news for Greyhound. And I still think this game can be close. I wouldn't count Greyhound all the way out of it, but I'm going to stick with my initial prediction with MIBR.
Yeah, it's pretty fair. And you did, just so you did pick
Sticking
Greyhound.
with my initial prediction as well.
Well, that's you and not us. We go to a break so that we can come back. Anubis in front of us, Vertigo thereafter should we need it, and then what would be a decider. So Greyhound MIBR when we return.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Anubis was added to the active duty map pool in November 2022, and thus we've seen it creeping into top tier competitive play. Everyone's starting fresh, but throughout the handful of matches so far, there have been a couple of key tendencies and other takeaways that we should look at. So let's jump into the basics with spawn timings. Earliest contact towards B ruins will see the CTs meet the attack head on at 147. Fighting mid from top left or right will see fights commencing at roughly 148. Playing for info at B with a canals peak will glean info at 145, but the best spawns may have already crossed and or be set up waiting for the pick. And lastly, a quick A rush would see contact exchanged in main at 143. On top of these spawn timings and common fights, the meta starts to form. Layering your choice of supplemental utility to make fights easier or zoning out areas, we start to see trends emerge. Mid-door smoke molly combos deny vision and force back the defense from house and doors. Controlling mid is huge real estate. If you can push back the CTs into a passive stance, rotations to help the other side become constricted, and you must take the long way round through beach, unless you want to take the fight and risk unfavorable duels in the mid corridor. If the mid defense isn't kept in check and is allowed to posture forward, they could become a nuisance, taking timing fights top mid as well as through the window into canals. It also acts as a quick rotation point, which enables flanks on either side. Spawn smoke to deny vision and allow scaling for B splits through Canal are very popular, with some variations even allowing one-ways. The CTs are looking to mess up these early timings with crowd control utility to either chip away at health or set up for an aggressive push. As like any site execute, there are plenty of variations, but over at the A site, the repeat offenders can include a Heaven Smoke, a Bricks Molly, and some well-placed flashes. B, it's more of the same, with even more choice of utility combinations. However, the Temple Smoke is very powerful, as it denies the fastest rotation for players coming to support the site. 2-2-1 or 3-1-1 CT setups seem to be the standard deviation of labor, but there are plenty of different variations throughout a single match. The meta on Anubis will continue to chop and change from match to match, so make sure you're paying attention to the details. It'll get your pheromones flowing. Get it? Pheromones?
So I was just able to catch up with Bit, and luckily he was saying going into this one, obviously there's a lot of back and forth when it comes to Inferno, but they're very happy with how they managed to pull that over the line. But now going into Anubis, they're saying they saw a little bit of data when it comes to what Greyhound have to offer. Obviously, I only played it once, but he's quite confident of what he's seen. He's confident his young guns getting the job done, and Sani continues to impress as well. So he feels like this will be a comfortable 2-0, but you never know what will happen. Anubis is still up in the air for a lot of teams.
A new map, Who Bis? I nailed that, Harry. I can't wait to cast.
So
I'm so excited.
A big nap.
Thank you. Big map, new map, Anubis. It's here, and it's nice and orange, as are many maps in Counter-Strike Global Offensive. We're getting into it. MIBR, early adopters, in fact, the first team to play an official HLTV map on Anubis against ATK in the Cash Cup. So, early adopters against Greyhound, who've only fielded one game and one loss as a result back domestically. We'll talk all about the context later on, though, as we get into what could be Greyhound's last game here in Katowice. MIBR looking to eliminate them 2-0. It's their pick. They come in prepped, and they've got a T side to start on this A site.
Yeah, from early adopters to fostering the people, who will outrun the guns in this opening round right now? Alistair. He had a bit of a rough go at it over on Inferno, but he's kickstarted Anubis with the opening kill. Turtle on the receiving end. Now a lot of fights happening for this Heaven control. Not as sneaky as Sicko wanted. Exit climbing up into the heavens, looking like he wants to try and fight for some of this control. Keep them at bay, keep them at arm's reach, and he lights them up. That is the retake shut down. It was trying to take shape, it was trying to take form, but one man has just cut right through it. Ins knocked out, finished off by Henny, and it is a great start from MIBR. A nice look to open up their Anubis.
Yeah, I love that climb into heaven as well. If you can get that much room in A in the post plant, it's so difficult to get a player off those jiggles on pillar as well. So I'm excited to see how things have developed for MIBR coming into this map. Obviously, their first game was kind of lacking a lot of executes and utility, but the longer this has been in, the more nades we've been seeing. I think Big have been a team that have been adopting this very quickly and showing a lot of nice util and cool sets. I've seen from Tabson on his stream as well. So there's definitely the data there to see on T-sides. And a map, of course, is starting pretty T-sided, as most maps do when they enter the pool. CT's yet to fully figure it out. That being said, we've seen 12-3 T-sides. We've also seen 12-3 CT sides as well on this map. So it is very much matchup dependent, preparation dependent. But that makes it all the more exciting. The Eagles out for Greyhound. Gonna get locked out with a Molotov from Dark. Vexite still hits his Deeg spam, taking down Breno rather. Bomb's heading towards B, but without Dark, this is a bit of a problem. However, Vexite, a risky move, and it's gonna force some spam as well. He can actually re-smoke this or the B long side. Try and buy more time, make this split more constricted. It won't be committed yet, as Exit has to go all the way back. They were hoping for an A reaction, but no one's aggressed for Greyhound with a man up. And right now the setup's looking solid, only gap being Dark. Ins can get picked from it if Vexite doesn't watch his back. Rotation to A for Sicko, but it's the wrong call. He's being faked out by Util right now as they contact him to B. The bomb gets dropped. They don't know about Ins. AK grabbed. If he needs to go, he's going to get caught from Dark, and this is not the gun for that range.
Yeah, if he goes and fights for this, that kill would have mattered so much, but Henny just catches him on that Dark rotate. Turtle goes back, checks out long, and this one starts to change its tune. They could have called the bomb crossing, but that sails past Greyhound, and now it all starts to unravel. Turtle with the close, a big 3K from this guy, and for Greyhound, that one's going to hurt. There were a lot of ways that you could have looked to win it, but they couldn't find any of them.
Yeah, it was nice to see, Chad and Rushley doing those prep, breakdowns of Anubis coming into this little content piece. I know Rush is a bit of an expert on this map, aren't you, Rush? I know you're with us today, long-time listener, first-time caller. How are you doing?
Hello, am I loud?
You are loud?
Okay.
No, but like
you're fine.
No,
Okay,
you're good loud.
You're good loud.
Like fun loud.
Oh, really? That's good. Check out this mode down. I think it's gonna be huge, and it was huge. There you go. Hugo, that was number. What was it? 3 and 2.
Nice.
Thank you, Rush.
Hugo loves it when I do the numbers.
Yeah, the numbers are great. Yeah, Rush. There's two things I love from my short tenure as a career, Rush. It was that everyone is a number, no one is a name, and you never know what the scoreline is.
No, never. Sometimes I'm like, wait, the game's over?
And you're still just in the swing of it.
Yeah, exactly. How you boys doing? Quickly, you all right?
Yeah, we're great, Rush. I was wondering, what's the B timing to throw the nade in main as a team?
147. You come here and you throw it at... Oh, they didn't throw it. 147.
Now, okay. All right, good to know. We'll keep an eye on that for later. Thank you, Rushley. Over and out.
Peace.
That's our observer. Good old Rushley Rushlington is his full name.
I'm glad he's gone. I'm just kidding, by the way. I'm actually a good friend of his. I can call him by his first name, which is... No, I'm kidding. It's Alex. Here we are. Alistair in middle with that AW. Gets involved in Sani out of the round.
That Molly seemed a bit deep, right? He's able to play in front of it, in front of doors, but still not be touched and be able to force his fight as they walked up. He's rotated back to the A side. Triple B, pretty standard in many of these rounds. Greyhound have adopted that so far. Liaz is watching the mid cross from A. More playing for info. But he'll be needed to assist on this A attack as MIBR look to line up Util. Turtle's not going to late lurk mid after seeing the AWP. He wants to go back down, drop, and group up with his team. But Greyhound are getting curious. They've shuffled the man over. Inz is going to be very quick to help out in mid, allowing Liaz to focus on main after this AWP makes contact.
Yeah, smoke's going to fall, blocking off Alistair, so the sight hold falls to these two con men. They've got to try and switch this one up a little bit, and while fighting over the top of the smoke, it's a nice way to start. Alistair's AWP finally removed after a troublesome spray. Helped out by Henny, but that's the end of the line. The rotates all arrive. Greyhound start to pull everyone over as soon as that smoke, as soon as the kind of contact comes in.
You might not even believe it, but that smoke on the close stairs was MIBR's, right? But Greyhound played that perfectly. Two players just above it, almost one-wayed into the site, and MIBR couldn't find the spray through because it was so focused on that AWP. Look at the angle Liaz is afforded in this position. It's really powerful. It's that close left position can be so hard to clear as a team coming out of main, and that's why that's why we see the smoke there. But many teams just been opting to smoke and molly con instead. Without that, Greyhound get all the room in the world to fight for A, and that little early rotation for Ins is at the perfect time to put Greyhound on the board. I mentioned Greyhound's recent run domestically in Australia. They've won the last 7 matches they've played, BO3s and 1 BO5. In those games, they've only lost 2 maps, Harry. One of them was their only logged Anubis game against Rooster, losing it in overtime. So, well, obviously coming out of the gate for MIBR, they lost their opener on this as well. Greyhound don't even have the tenure or experience to fall back on.
And that can be a big issue, right? Like MIBR are going to have lots of ideas, what with being early adopters here, and they've got that experience in officials. Good opener for Exit. And now with Dark Control, this B-side gets so terrifying to play in when you've lost that lower dark area, right? You know the B-split can look to come through whenever. Oh. Big bit of smoke spam to try and help them, but Henny catches this push over towards A, and that causes problems in and of itself, right? You try to get aggressive, but you've ended up leaving this A side of the map barren. It's empty, so Liaz has got to go back, fill in that gap, and this leaves the B site that much weaker.
That molly actually bloomed on top of the box. If it didn't, it should have pushed Breno back. But instead blooms early, only cuts out the choke point, so he re-smokes it instead. MIBR can still just re-hit B whenever they want, and Inns is committed right now. Not playing Temple yet. Means he's dying with the site, going down with the ship. And MIBR, 40 seconds with no other map control, are destined to hit this position. Inns taking Dark would be the right time, but he sneaks into the angle and Breno just took it. It works out for MIBR. Little exec in, the jump mollies to clear plat, the smoke in Temple. Everything is locked out. Okay, they've missed a smoke. It's never ideal, but teething issues luckily won't bite back. As Greyhound are left saving on the other side of the map. MIBR already off to a rip-roaring start. That being said, in such an early, early times in a new map, I'm not going to judge dominant T sides or CT sides. I think everyone has the potential to be prepared on either. And even if it's 10-5T, I wouldn't say that MIBR are by any means safe in taking this game.
Yeah, I want to talk, about an early conundrum that Greyhound are going to start to face now, though, right? That round there, they sent Alistair to get a little bit aggressive on that A push, right? And if you've ever played in an Anubis game, then you'll know this as well. It's very, very dependent on your opponent kind of dropping the ball there, right? And taking their eye off of it. And if you end up falling, like what happened to Alistair in this round, then it really does start to screw with your CT side setup. You lose all that side of the map, and with the rotate so kind of concise through the canals back to that A site, it always leaves that option open. So you can't afford to have your solo A player die on a push like that, right? And so what that's going to kind of start to do now for Greyhound is it might force them to look for these aggro points elsewhere. And so you can end up in a spot where, like, really you're left either with B or mid as the points that you try to apply pressure on, or you have to commit more resources to that A play, to that A push. It's not something that's going to save you in 4v5 moments if Henny keeps up this precedent of kind of leaning over to that side of the map to keep an eye on it.
We saw that 147 rush nade in A main at least, or B main rather. Greyhound lackadaisical on mid in these rounds. They've left the AWP there though, at least. It can hold down from A-Con. Meanwhile, MIBR take A main a little more proactive, but only a fake out. Breno won't be committing here. He's just holding for re-aggro later. They can always come back to him. This is that doors molly. It looks good. Last time it let them down. Deep smoke, but Insani's already through it, and Exit is provided room as a result. Ooh, the lineup. Alistair, he's found his comfort spot at least. Back in mid, looking for a second, and he knows a player's wide, but that double doors is corrupted, and he will fall in the open. Ins with 2 low players in middle. That molly could be a real hot problem. 40 seconds, they can go back and drop if they want. The bomb is in main alone. Oh!
Here are these other pressure points starting to get explored, right? The push through dark, the fights occurring over in middle, and all of it with Henny still floating outside of main. He was able to uproot the last round from this position, but can he do it again in the clutch? They face him up close and they face him together. Greyhound in with a second finally. You know, it starts to kind of come together with the CT side set up there. Good rotations as well to plug that hole in mid, right? To kind of help Alistair out after his death, to keep that area contained, because suddenly you could have had an A split on the cards, right?
Yeah.
You would have had a lot of pressure applied over here with very little to actually stop that A site from falling into the hands of MIBR. So they do well to get ahead of it.
One of the dangers is the temptation of playing very deep mid angles as a CT. Alistair is not fighting through the mid house, mainly because of util that's coming in off spawn from MIBR. But this time he actually will go for a bit of a peek. Meanwhile, MIBR laying up an entire B execute into 3 CTs, a second AWP here as well. Sicko's got to drop everything he can, including the Brazilians, but Turtle through the smoke and Sicko just escapes with his life. They haven't cleared Plat. Inz is still here, back at Glyph, and he can stop them crossing in. They now know he's on him. They're going to try and chase him down, but that nade provides a bit of smoke dust cover. He's only good for the first. Out of util now are MIBR, but they have got the site to plant.
Ooh, Henny going all the way around.
And's got the bomb.
Yeah, I wonder if...
Is he going to reroute dark because he had to cross and he didn't want to? No, he's going to A. This is a full fake out. Greyhound eventually are going to turn around. They're going to grow wise to this.
I tell you what, man, the route through dark is still open as well. Like, these players in B don't have to stay committed. There's a way to get them out of here. Instead, they're going to take fights. They're going to look to shut out these players. And man, the round's already won, or at least it should be. The one danger, the one, and I don't want to say it, and I don't want to say what we're all thinking, but the one danger was that Liaz went to go save and runs into Henny. He's also going to have a lot of 1v1s, but he won't win them.
That's insane. From Insani, specifically, 3 kills, just sat in the site. They wait so long. Greyhound checked their flank. They're scared they're getting lurked out mid. They look back at B, and MIBR are still there, too strong. In fact, Greyhound never actually knew that bomb was already on the A site, because, Liaz dies before it even gets planted. So that's a very scary rotation if there were a flank in play. But MIBR make the right read and the right move, albeit dangerous. Like that spawn nade as well. Good early damage, and the Deagle does it for Liaz. An opening kill, short irretrievable gun. They're going to just hit the go button, send that pace into the site, but there's a full stack here.
Yeah, gotta watch out. Oh, just barely converting these trades, but they will find their way into the 2v1. Sicko, look at the journey this guy's embarking on all the way around the world. And now looking to come in on this flank, but Henny keeps a watchful eye over it.
No rush. Wait for it to come to you, and it will. Oh, but the timing. Pulls nades. He goes back, but there's the free kill. Sicko ready for a second, and he shuts it down on the eco. That's ridiculous. MIBR held for so long, but not long enough. Robbery of a round. That's one of those rounds where as they enter A, they just don't realize how many players are there. They're throwing themselves in, crouch spraying, thinking, I just need to win one fight and I've got A. No, you have 3 CTs in position. You're overcommitting to one duel really wide, and then there's a second player there that trades you. And if you're getting trades with USPs in a round like that, Greyhound are very happy. It sets Sicko up for the clutch, and it returns us from the madness.
One minor detail there, I think it was Vexite sat next to Sicko. He went to fist bump him, and then he realized, like, he's still trying to save the AWP. He's still got things to do in the round.
Yeah, you gotta wait.
And so the awareness on that is nice, because we've seen fist bumps get in the way of things.
Yeah, we've seen diffuses missed. Not gonna let that happen. Greyhound leaning again into the double AWP whenever they can. I'm liking that. Going to make retaking a lot harder, but currently MIBR aren't really getting plants. They're going quick this time, a little more pace into middle with pistols.
Yeah, looking like they want to try and get past A connector.
Wow.
But a triple layered setup inside of this A site. Oh, it's perfect for Greyhound. This was the exact call they wanted ran against them. Just Henny left standing. Bit of damage from the P2, but nothing else. Greyhound with a 4th and Liaz with a great round on his shoulder.
Yeah, Carry Potter finally comes in. We didn't have him at all last map. Not once, really, with a round like that. But a big 4K spray down, blinded, and as Alistair's wiggling his barrel to the A main player, Liaz comes in to assist. So very nice round on the rush. A map that does very much allow for pace changes, especially if CTs are playing passive middle, and Greyhound have been in the majority of rounds. This time a deep smoke gives Greyhound that mid fight, or mid control rather. Another double A main. Reno might have spotted Liaz on the death cam. He peeked right after his kill. But as you mentioned, these A pushes earlier, as long as they're assisted by a flashbang, they can be super effective.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, I mean,
you can throw through windows.
As we kind of spoke about when it was happening, right? It's like it gives you an interesting problem to try and solve. And Greyhound have gone down that route of just dedicating an extra man there, dedicating a bit of util to actually assist with it, and it served them well. Now, you know what this can do in the long run is leave you maybe a little more limited over towards B and mid, right? Make you a little more vulnerable to something like a faster play, an up-tempo play over towards that B side of the map. So it's going to be interesting to see if that's something MIBR look to bring into field as this battle rages on. Right now, the pistols are just getting shut down.
And this should be no exception either. Oh, player far away. Vexside doesn't need to overcommit. But the nade is there, and so is in. So, after a pretty stonking lead for MIBR, the gap has closed nicely thanks to the clutch for Sicko, and Greyhound have leveled the playing field. Staying alive in the series for now. And still continuing a double AWP where we've not really seen MIBR's come into too much impact at all. Henny's had it. Had a pick with it on B. But no money for it now for MIBR. They need bomb plants on top of the loss bonus that is building quickly. Inns again fighting mid with a deep smoke. Spam is common. And in fact, it goes both ways. We often see boosts over this smoke as well that you've got to be aware of, especially with an AWP. On the left side. Nice damage from Insani. Trades well onto Inns, although he doesn't know it. Here's a bait and switch in main. What's Exit got for us here? Pop into dark? Alright, why not? Little flash through the smoke. Breno gets in. And for a change, there's only 2 on B, but Int is moving around with his util. Vexite out on an island, but with all this util, he needs to get it in before they commit. Buying a few more seconds, but notice that bomb is still outside of A main. MIBR are trying to pull the wool over Greyhound's eyes.
Inz is getting aggressive over in mid.
What a timing.
Okay, he's missed the timing on them going over towards A, but he is going to get the info that B is clear. At least there's this one man here. That's a freebie. That's picked up at no charge. But now they know the nature of the round. It's the big picture here. It's the info that's gained. Liaz in this smoke, side by side with the enemy. Henny might trade him, but he's still done his part in the round. And now the AWP's here to lay down the pain. Alistair with the double. And Greyhound take the lead. MIBR, they try to get tricky with it. They try their hand at that late A-site rotation again, but Greyhound have learnt their lessons from rounds gone by. This is starting to come together nicely for the Aussies as they're making something of this CT side.
Damn, yeah, very nice rounds out of Liaz right now in this game, and it must be said because that was not the case back on Inferno, so the perfect time to activate.
Look at the read. Yeah. Look at the read. They've been playing a double A setup throughout this whole thing, but now they lean 3B, and look at where MIBR are poised. This is only a B take. That is all they can do on the back of the positions here. So right into the stack, right into Greyhound. The pistols won't accomplish anything for MIBR.
Yeah, those B rushes are really hard.
I just want to say, like, it's kind of crazy to me because coming into this, we were saying, like, yeah, this is one that MIBR, they got like the kind of real game experience. They've been practicing this. I know.
They only played 2 matches against ATK. They lost them both. You know, the implication from what I was saying was they were early adopters.
Yeah.
They wanted it from day one.
The other thing, though, is like the comparative kind of inexperience for a team like Greyhound here. Yeah, I'll say that their CT side rotates have looked the cleanest of any map I've seen them play right now. This is a little awkward for Alistair, but the hop lands and he will get out. Going back into the danger zone. It's a bold choice, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him. It doesn't. Falls a little short, and that AWP is cut loose over in mid.
Oh dear. Everything from his routing to his movement to the fights he chose to take were great. Everything except the shots.
I know, look at this. Look at this.
Ooh.
Yeah, when you see Alistair and Liaz both dead early, you know that they're the 2 guys that have been causing you a lot of issues over here in A. And so I like that MIBR just kind of go, oh, look at who's dead. We should have all this room. And they just walk it in to an empty A side of the map. Oh, bloody hell. Insani has one hell of a round there.
He's insane. Clues in the name and clues in the game, Harry. He popped off back on Inferno.
That's a great return to form from MIBR, right? After quite the streak out of Greyhound, 5 in a row.
Yeah.
That's one hell of a way to turn it around and pick up your first.
Very messy for Alistair, but not the end of the world. Yeah, frustrating for sure. He's been giving us all the reactions today. Oh, what a turn. All right, some more aggression towards mid for MIBR, though, in these past few rounds. Alistair's fighting down below. Through mid window. There's no one here. Oh, Sicko's second AWP, which has been solid on the B site, is dead to Turtle's rifle, a play we haven't really had to talk about all too much in this series. And MIBR need to make the most of this 5-on-4. Clearly a tendency to lean into these A executors. They've done in many rounds to differing success, but they're still so spread. Molly in main to make sure there's no aggressive AWP. Bounces off the roof. It lands to perfection, it appears. Yep, so a bit of room for MIBR, but it's so announced. Greyhound are once again leaning on this double setup, the gruesome twosome of Liaz and Alistair. MIBR have the manpower to send Insani on a late mid-lurk if they'd like. He can try and backstab Akon if things go wrong in main. Still, Turtle holds the B push. And eventually they're going to run out of time, so they're just going to have to shuffle those 2 players over. Insani gets the bomb for A. Turtle can be the lurk if he wants now. And MIBR walking into this very aggressive AWP. He doesn't know, although he seems aware, there could be a player close. Oh, but doesn't clear the corner, and that's just rolled out the red carpet with 20 seconds to go.
Yeah, Liaz, you're going to be hard-pressed to hold this one back. They find him right away, and that's the round. The push in through main, just one step too far for Alistair. And so it's given MIBR a route to tie this game up. They're still starting to shuffle players in, like they're interested in giving this one a go, but cut down every single turn they take. It's not gone well for them. Just Vexite left in at the end, and he has found a little gap here. There's only one man in the site. Insani's close by and can help out. It shouldn't get weird, and Henny won't let it get weird.
If he had a smoke, there's weirdness on the menu, but not today. AWP ends it. And Henny, definitely someone who's, shown his value again today. Always the guy we talk about in this team, being the most experienced member, being the hardest hitter, making the deepest runs in Main just gone by. And, even yesterday in that game against NIP, where, probably the most competitive game from, one of these non-European teams up against a Tier 1 EU team, he beat Hedrick in that head-to-head 6-1, 4-1 with AWPs. He was playing great. So nice to see him showing up again today.
Also, the kind of reputation that Henny has is that of aggro AWPer, someone who, oh my God, look at this.
They're so aggressive.
In a moment. They've taken canals. They've run over it. They're fighting for this. This is not where you often see the map getting kind of divided, right? Cut in 2. Oh, the one danger is this mid-lurk, and Insani has applied the pressure. He's dealt with the canals play. Now as he roots through mid, will he add another trophy to the cabinet? Yes, taking heads off. A third in the round. Just Liaz left. They know where he is. They know he's A-ward bound. But they're still coming his way with the bomb in tow.
Yeah, Molly on bricks though, so he's just got to jump right into the bomb site. They've seen him fall in, and Henny's so quick on that orb. It is an Orpus Paradise coming out of A main, and MIBR recover the half well with 80 rounds on Anubis. Greyhound, elimination if they don't come back here and now in the second half.
Knocking on the door. Considering his options, knows that smoke is up, wants to try and profit and pose and posture.
Good info as well. Got 2 players here.
Oh, info. That's info. Crap. Oh, and fragged. Nice. Skulls. Eliminated. Bartak provides. He is at the top of the scoreboard and driving right now.
It's gone down to Zevi in the meantime, so an AK is loose to try and scoop one up, but Score here to make sure that isn't possible. Zevi wants to find another, and Score transitions back. He gets the info and gets away. Down towards the lower deck with the bomb.
Okay, Annihilation does get the info. God, he's getting some dud hands for sure and timing.
AK scooped up here, but... Oh,
hello?
I'll eat my words. Nice shot from Big Zero, but I think they have to save this. This force, it meant an awful lot, and now that it hasn't been converted, they need to hold on to whatever goodies they have. I'm sure that Zevi would love to see if he can get this Galil as well. That's going to be at least 4 pieces of weaponry carried through into the next round. There it is, scooped up, but the Hunt is aware, and Pikizera does get another one. So, continuing to make this costly. Another opportunity for Pain. I think they will have to force again in the next round if they want any shot at contesting this map. So, with these weapons, you can consider these Deagles drop to other teammates, and there's at least 4 players with something.
Is the fact that Zevi was a bit more financially conscious, I guess in pursuit of a potential AWP, does that mean that this could be a bit more threatening? What does he get left with? 3,800, no armor, blah.
So he could drop an M4 here, right? So there are some options as far as the buy department goes, but right now we're not seeing a heavy investment. I thought they might just want to shove all in again. So here's essentially what's going to happen. They have a decent looking round. Right? They're going to have these AK the Galil and some upgraded pistols. They're not going to fully invest behind it, which means next round will be a buy round regardless. So this round is quite heavily, round 18, in the favor of IHC to secure 13, put themselves 3 rounds away. And then that means Pain are going to have to bring it back from 13-5, and that's not the way you want to open up the account. One of the rifles already down, Big Zero removed.
Does just feel like it's, yeah, reminiscent of that second half of Inferno where things just started to really just evaporate.
MIBR set up in the lead right now in this elimination matchup. A big part of that is this rookie on your screen right now. Insani, top of the board at the end of that first half. Continuing the performance he gave us on Inferno in the opener. It's been a very good day in the office for this guy as he tries to keep MIBR in the play-in with a chance to make it to the group stage at Katowice.
Yeah, and he's even taking that first fight on CT as well, forefront of this team, but he's dead immediately, and he takes one with him. But this is going to be a sped-fast split into a site. I say split, it's everyone grouped together for Greyhound, running wild. This bus training into A, exit from afar with Julies, not the gun for the job, is going to have to give them the respect and the plant, and I love that they just go for it. They don't try and force this kill with a Heaven Post plant. Greyhound are poised and ready for the round. There's no kit currently, maybe one dropped in middle, but they are on the clock.
Yeah, something's got to give here for MIBR. Someone's got to get them the kill to send them in for this retake. Exit with one, but the trade's immediate. Greyhound do not want to give up this advantage in the post plant. They've even wrapped in through middle, so a second man, connector bound. These double Berettas eliminated, and Turtle followed up onto as well. Greyhound want this second half to be competitive from the get-go. They've tied this up at 8-8 for a team, you know, representing the Aussie Region 1 that we often say they just need the experience, they need the exposure, they need to play as many games as they can. They do not want their journey at the Katowice play-ins to come to an end in 3 maps.
Yeah, it'd be devastating. I mean, it'd be the same as last year, and maybe even in a worse affair, because the team that they at least got eliminated in the BO3 was way higher ranked than MIBR are now. Had just come off of a you know, major top 8 performance. It would not be a good look. It would draw a lot of questions as to the progress Greyhound have made, because there's only so much you can destroy in your own region if you can't do it against, I would say, the best in the world, but MIBR aren't even in that category. That smoke is nice. It means that no one can even, you know, spam through it. You'll see their legs. It's not favored for CTs. Trading util and dark. But Greyhound want this B site. They're going to have to wait this smoke out. This jump is nice. You're silent while you do it. I've seen players picked over it, though. So it doesn't come without risks. Resmoke it long as well. Oof. Greyhound on the clock. Mid-kill might come to them. They're patient. And it does. Insani wanted that info so bad, he paid the true price. Fake drop for ends. Especially good considering there's water there. Could very much be convinced if you heard it. They're leaving B. They're just going to group back in middle or A here for the split. They have so much house control thanks to Inz's kill. He can either cut rotates, he can force his way back into this A site. Exit is a lone close main, and Henny's already being pulled back.
Yeah, that spot, it forces them to pick up the pace. It forces them to go, right? They know that MIBR at this point now know it's the A play, but Inz over in middle, cutting down these rotates, is making life very miserable for MIBR. Henny inside of the site has plucked one out of it, and suddenly we find ourselves in the 2v2. This scout gonna hit like an AWP up against these softened up Greyhound players. Now just one man, Sicko, back in main. He was able to clutch 1v2 here in the CT half. He's got to do it again, this time on the T side, up against this force buy. Smoke goes down. Sicko tries to play ahead of it, but Henny gets rid of him. The scout steps up, and MIBR steal the force away.
That's a hungry post-part as well for Alistair to chase that kill in heaven when he knew they were rotating through middle as well. Fully open, wasn't even checking the connector. MIBR, that's a round they should never be winning, but Greyhound realized that we are just being resmoked after resmoked both at dark and long. We've got to change our mind, and the mid-kill gave them the reason to do so. But all the players that needed to go 1-for-1 for MIBR did exactly that. And then they close out the clutch. First time out down for MIBR. They seemingly felt very comfortable on this map, right? And with an 8-round T-side, you're not going to turn your nose up at it. Force wars begin early, and I want to see in low-stakes rounds like these for Greyhound, if they do want to buy, if they continue to run those fast pistols out through middle like MIBR did on their ecos, like Greyhound did on their pistol round. You can nuke mid-house with HEs off of spawn. They do have a lot of util though. Screams and execute. And the execution begins in mid.
Yeah, that deep smoke's down, but Greyhound went straight through it. They want to come at you with some pace here. And out on an island in middle, Insani falls right away. There's no chance at a trade here. Oh. They leap, they bound, they get past exit, but Henny's the one to show them the door. Vexite loses that bomb over in mid, and Turtles come through this smoke, fighting them every step of the way. MIBR, they reply to that pace and that aggression with pace and aggression of their own. Yeah. Smokes were not walls in this round, as at every turn, MIBR were pouring through them.
I thought that was a bit much for Insani, just to stand in the middle of mid when he knows he's being run down. Like, you can go back to your bomb site and commit and, you know, just play for info at middle, but then MIBR, just like you said, swing multiple players through the temple side smoke. They do not give Greyhound the room to grab that gun and go with it. And now a round where Greyhound have nothing. Zilch 0, a 1P250. So MIBR taking a 3-round lead, more likely than not. And again, I want to talk about this guy because he has been, he was definitely the focal point of MIBR's CT side on Inferno. This kid, Insani, 18 years old, not just his first Tier 1 event, but his first LAN. He's only played online matches before yesterday, and he is looking like he's a professional. Coming from the academy side of MIBR, and making it look easy here in the play-in for Katowice. Of course, it's only going to get harder here. Fnatic wait in the wings for the winner of this matchup. Qualify 4 groups. And meanwhile, IHC looked at 2-0 Pain, which would be an impressive result to stay alive in the same place that we are in the bracket today. First gun round, AUG, AWP, and none for Greyhound. Full rifles.
Yeah, that at least gives them this ability to keep it very, very pacey. And, you know, I think even someone like Henny in that first half showed that sometimes, you know, as the AWP, you do just kind of get stuck holding, right? And waiting for pushes to come your way. So, 5 rifles, they can still hope to get something done with this. Far slower round to open up, right? Going to respect all this mid-util. No craziness coming through the smokes today. Kind of a similar vibe to this early, you know, T-side defaulting we were seeing out of MIBR. Greyhound have Liaz responsible for holding for that main push. You kind of have to dedicate resources there. MIBR don't look like they want to get involved at that side of the map, though. Instead, they've kept 3 strong over here towards B. They've got Insani kind of giving Mid these little jiggles, and even then, he's starting to take real estate.
Oh,
Util pulled for ins, and he realizes just a second too late that this gap in mid could have been exploited. It's cost Vexite his life, and the trade did not come through. An early advantage seized by a ballsy play out of Insani.
It's a B-side smoke there from middle, but the bomb is going A. It's a fake out. They're just trying to keep players here. That AWP from afar could tear them apart. Alistair gets a trade, and he's got a 1v1 against a low HP player. This is his best bet to win the round. Inz is trying to help out through middle, but he gets headshot from the Galil. Nice turnaround for Alistair. 2 kills on the docket and a plant. He's got a chance.
Gonna try and make a play for Heaven.
Beautiful.
Looking to take real estate, right? A lot of these post plants have felt more passive out of Greyhound thus far, while Alistair's looking to change the nature of this one. MIBR are looking for him, trying to seek him out, but he really needed that first fight to go his way. Now they know, and Henny in the head-to-head bests him. The experience shines through. Henny has been delivering on this map all damn day.
Yeah.
Often providing these kind of critical swing kills, right? All throughout that T side, he was the one opening up the A plays, making them happen. And now in the CT half, when we have the rifles out for Greyhound, when we have them trying to build into this, he puts a stop to Alistair's clutch attempt.
He played it perfectly, really. He just didn't commit to the fight on Henny. If he did, and he got that kill, boom, he knows that last player has already crossed into the site, and he's got the perfect post plant for it. So it was, again, it was well played, but not hitting the shots. And we've had a couple of those rounds today for Alistair. I don't know how Insani not just pushes mid, gets that lower kill, survives getting out, but then even domes Inz coming in through middle with a Galil. He's had just some unbelievable rounds for the rookie.
Ooh, this B-Stream game is starting to close up a bit, isn't it, at all? IHC trying their damnedest to keep the Katowice dream alive. I kind of like that we're going to watch this whole round.
Yeah.
Damn, it's a good one. Yo, 1 sec, Greyhound.
Hey, wait, pause the game. Pause the game. I want to finish that. Does he win it? Someone let me know.
Does he win the 1v2? This is sick.
Forget the game we're casting. I don't think we have time for this, though. There's already an AWP in middle.
All right, go on. We'll suspend the disbelief.
Should we cast? You cast the left, I'll cast the right.
All right, go on. Oh,
Nice
Score,
mid-pick
he's
for
up
the
on the A side,
He's
but
got the smoke
down,
ready to drop down the main. Greyhound, they're about to push into this site.
1v2 on the cards.
Bombs outside A, they've got mid,
this guy
though.
does his best
Sicko's
work.
making
Molly
his
goes
move
in,
through.
and Now looking for a way, but just falling short. The comeback still on the cards for Pain as they go up onto 11.
He dives up heaven. Who won the round? Who won the round?
Pain did.
Okay.
And here on our stream, it's Liaz all alone as this little partial investment falls on deaf ears.
Is that a sitcom, Liaz all alone? You know, his story of
living out
in Anubis.
Living out the COVID life, maybe back in NA.
Yeah, true. All of 100 Thieves went back to Australia, and he's just chilling. That was a lot of fun. But yeah, one game at a time, I think, is the better.
I know. That's one for the folks to decide at home. Is that how you want to watch them all from now on, maybe? All right, let's screw our serious heads back on.
Yeah, because this is it.
This really is it. MIBR are running towards the victory, not just on this map, but in the series, and that would bring Greyhound's time in Europe to a close. No closer to the Katowice group stage than last year.
Yeah, that's the worst part as well. It's like they have got Pro League coming up, but I'm pretty sure they've got to go back to Oz first. So it's just, yeah, leaving with your head in your hands. And MIBR bringing in a new gen of Brazilian talent. Oh, it was close, but no, wait, Insani, I don't know how he does it. He is like 10 for 0 in mid kills in both halves. Feels like he never falters. Henny doesn't see.
That's an uncharacteristic miss.
Yeah, that's an opening kill. That's a chance for Greyhound to take A.
Exit Molly down to heaven, needs to pick his next fight very, very carefully. Inns is manipulating these rotates, although they won't commit to it.
They can go back to B. They've heard him rotate out. I think that's the right call right now. They're walking into this attack. Vexi needs to leave now. He can grab the bomb. Inns has crept through, hearing Turtle escape, and he is so much deeper, but he's also so much lower. It doesn't matter. Hit the headshot, first shot, and now Vexi needs to run the gun and the bomb into B.
Still, Enz has done real well to find them a way back in, securing this side of the map. They feel very, very safe in this 2v1 right now. Exit creeping up through CT. It is a ballsy move for Greyhound to go and take this CT control away, and it will give Exit a chance at the 1v1. You don't want to give this guy the opportunity. In's falling back, just looking to play around the bomb. Doesn't want to make this any more stressful than it has to be, but Exit, after getting gifted that first, that was the invitation to attempt this clutch. It's not the kill. They don't commit to the fight, and so Exit still in with an opportunity here, but the time's gotten away from him, and Inns will lock it in. Greyhound keep themselves in this one, keep the dream of Katowice alive. Up onto 9, and it's Inns, that hero player from Inferno, the one who was trying his damnedest to keep them in it. He'll deliver those same heroics here.
Just a terrifying 1v1 though, like being real. The fact that they start by double pushing CT and then they realize like the bomb's not even for this. We can't do this. We can get stuck right now by a kit player. So one of them has to go back. They split. They give a free 1v1 over, leaving Inns, the low player in the site. Thank goodness he wins that round, or that just would have been another just a ridiculous loss for Greyhound that should have never happened. They've certainly had a couple of those rounds back on Inferno, but they kept their head above water for now. 9 rounds. MIBR's money still bulging. Is that a wad of hundreds in your pocket? Damn right it is. MIBR have another AWP and another AUG, which I like how much we've seen it already in the play-ins of Katowice on many maps. Nuke, Mirage, and now Anubis. Back to the slow default for Greyhound. And the big change for MIBR is Insani's moved over. He's playing rotation, allowing Henny to AWP middle. Alistair got a lot of impact off his mid AWP on the CT side, and so Henny's looking to do the same. He's rarely been missing. Just a slight adaptation that will keep Greyhound guessing. And we've really not seen successful B executes from either team, mainly because of the util from CTs, right? Just constantly re-smoking dark or long at different timings, meaning you can only hit one at you know, you can only hit one at one time. You can't go through and split together. It's forced both teams to late A commit. Molly in mid, Henny up in front of it, looking to fight. Double set up his shot on the jiggle as well.
Oh,
He's still
man.
got mid. That molly's faded. He can just sit there now.
That is brutal. Super quick shot that really could make all the difference. A 4v5 going to force your hand into this B commitment, but to say MIBR are ready is an understatement. There's a helpful kill out of Excite, a chance bit of spam from Dark, and suddenly they're in with a chance. It's Insani, the rookie, to get past, and he won't let them in. Henny with this rotate. It's the perfect culmination of new meets old for MIBR. Liaz in the clutch. And we so often say he's the experienced player. Well, now he's got to show it. These are the rounds he's here to deliver in. Both players moving up through CT. He's aware of it. Liaz playing this one with a late swing, but can't control the Galil. And so Exit gets rid of him. 14 for MIBR, inching ever closer.
And while one Brazilian team has just been eliminated, the other side is still in the picture, Harry. That's Pain Gaming out of IEM Katowice play-ins, but MIBR might just survive one more matchup. 2 rounds away now. Henny at the forefront of so many of these openers on CT. Comparatively, in the T side, only took one opening fight, won it. That was Alistair pushing main on CT, and now he's 4-0. Not just the openers, but the closers as well for Henny. The guy we needed to step up. The highlighted players, as I said, coming into Inferno were Liaz v Henny, both featuring over 10 organizations in the last 10 years, less than 6 years for Liaz in their history of competitive play. And right now, it's only Henny that remains, 14-9. Orp for Alistair. That's a nice change. Haven't had one T-side yet. The Greyhound are running out of opportunity. Oh, he's trapped. Get a molly in there. You've only got one. It's on Liaz. It's too far out.
Yeah, he's all the way over at Ruggs outside of Ace. They've got no way to punish this.
Oh, that worked.
Oh, well, thankfully. You just get given the fight. You'll take that all day long. All right, Greyhound suddenly in a very, very good spot. 5v3, they've got all this control down at Canals. All that's left to do is pick an end destination, and they've settled on this B site.
Yeah, very dry round, right? Alistair just goes for a pick in dark, and then they find that long cross, and yeah, it's the round 1 as a result. 2 kills at the right place, the right time. That's a very nice opening kill onto the Jail player, because it's so risky to go close B main that quickly, because CTs love doing a one-way smoke through main, jumping up on the ledge behind, flash peeking main off of spawn. We've not really seen that in this game already, but it's always an option. The Greyhound, both those kills are a means to an end. And double digits for the boys.
You're not going to get rounds like this one every day, right? And this needs to be the start of something for Greyhound. Because the fashion in which they win this one is not something that you can easily replicate, right? It very much hinged on MIBR giving them some of these early fights, finding themselves in bad positions, in bad spots. Now Greyhound have got to replicate, and that's going to be easier said than done. There's still an opportunity to invest here for MIBR. They'll have guns on almost everybody. Reason why that's kind of interesting to look at, though. And I'll tease the comeback a little. I'll tease how it happens. MIBR are up against the wall in terms of their money, right? They are 1 round away from being broke and back down to pistols. And as Greyhound learn over on Inferno, these leads can close up very, very quickly into an altogether different game. Considering you're fighting for your life here in Katowice, Greyhound are going to be giving it all they've got.
Nothing to lose, everything to gain. Creeping up in A main, but a re-smoke at the right time. And the AWP, even floating around, can assist. Insani giving all his nades over so Exit can anchor. And Henny's even moving close as well. He fired off that AWP in mid to begin the round. Now he's playing the smoke. That flash is merely for info, trying to force a reaction out of Greyhound. Molly's going to push him into the AWP. Henny hits the shot. They're trapped. They can't trade. Vexite had no option there. He had to go, and Henny will as well. Pushed in front of the flash. They think they faked him out. He knows it's a fake. He's cleared main. That can free up this rotation. Greyhound are walking to B, and MIBR are not confused by it.
That's the kind of ballsy pushes that Henny's known for, and the info he's collected from it is massive. Now, there isn't much of an adjustment for MIBR yet. Exit, though, is that third man that's going to go supplement the B hold. So Greyhound, their task of getting in here has just got that much harder. They've got to trade favorably. They cannot be left in another one of these clutches. It's let them down time and time again. Out through dark they go. Starting to pressure the site now. Starting to get involved. It's Sicko and Liaz with a kill apiece. They spot that third man in rotation. But Exit heads for the hills. As mentioned, the money just isn't there for MIBR.
Careful.
Do not give a kill to Henny. That might re-entice them.
They're too far away. They'd already thrown in the towel and moved out. But yeah, for a second, that's scary, certainly. Luckily, Greyhound's util into Temple has kept MIBR saving their guns. And you already talked about coming into this round, the implications of the money. It's the sole reason MIBR aren't giving this a try. They want to maximize buy rounds, and this save allows for that. Ins, 1 kill here. Could mean the world. He can risk dying, but he won't commit. So 11 rounds to Greyhound. Smooth entries out B. When they've had Dark, these B hits have looked really nice, and that's the difference. MIBR's T side, they couldn't even get that goddamn Dark control. They were just getting locked out by smoke molly trades. So they're having, Greyhound are having it whenever they want it, leaving A main late, even though MIBR knew it was a B hit. They couldn't put a stop to it.
MIBR are in an almost mirrored situation of what Greyhound were in that first half. Oh my god, they actually managed to win that out. The flash wrecked the first guy in, but Turtle had his back.
I think they also know that Greyhound have been dropping quick. Remember when they got that pick on Turtle or Breno trying to cross towards jail? They know what Greyhound are doing. There's that aggressive flash play we've been waiting for. A little execute on A, bricks Molly, smoke heaven, Exit's got to move.
I'm nervous here, right? If they can get into this site, that's all well and good, but the bomb's still got to rotate in super late. It's all the way through spawn, so could get cut down in rotation. All the kills for Vexite, all the glory. He's been very, very quiet in this series, but that is one hell of a time to have him deliver. That double kill. And alleviated a lot of pressure. The fact that they come in so quickly in the A take meant that no one tried rotating through canals. MIBR felt that pressure to rotate immediately and safely. And so the bomb makes it into the site. Henny and Turtle, 2 versus 3.
Yeah, it's too risky. And this is the fear of being right up against winning, right up against closing this series. You know that if you make the wrong call, you go for a retake, that you're not favored in, you lose your guns, you are digging your own grave. MIBR's hearts are pounding through their chest right now as they realize that this one is not as easy as they would have liked it. 3 rounds in a row now for the Greyhound. MIBR, it's not even a save like the last round where they kept 3 and they can buy around it. They certainly could justify the buy around it, but it would be weak. It might just be keep 2K, play some pistols and try and put the rifles either in the firing line to win the round or to save yet again. And sometimes that's not even your choice. But while they still have the option to, MIBR sneak out with their tails between their legs and Greyhound run off to the races.
Yeah, don't underestimate a round like this one, though, for MIBR, right? When it's Henny and Turtle with these hero guns, you know they're going to be feeling a pressure to get involved and be influential in how the round plays out. And I think it's in moments like this that this is normally where you get the most out of a guy like Henny.
Oh, that's a flash pop. Wow. Great trade for Vexite. Should not have really been allowed that kill. But Exit was trying to get the gun after the frag. I love that play for MIBR, just popping through that smoke of all. Not even out into A water. Got this jump spot on B, but just put it down. Going to go back for more, and almost picked, but at least info the Greyhound were approaching the site. That's going to now allow Henny to take the next fight. 4-on-4. Greyhound have loved these contact A attacks, haven't they? A main has been the way in this T side. And this round seems to be no exception, with the Orb tunneled in on Dark, hoping for a rifle to face him. And frankly, Harry, Greyhound should just walk into A, kill the Deagle, and end it. MIBR will be forced to save in this position.
Or predicament.
It is a predicament, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, essentially we're looking at the new boy on the block has been nothing but impressive today.
Yeah, but this is out of his hands.
So to have to deliver 1v4 with a Deagle from heaven, there's the first. And a follow-up tag. He's already done a hell of a lot in this moment. That's enough for MIBR to want to give this round a go. The 4v3 with a dink done. Insani's teed them up to try it. Spamming the smoke again. Alistair gets rid of him. Gives way to a 3v3, but the flash has wrecked him over in main. Insani kickstarted this, and now the rest of MIBR are trying to finish what he started.
Orb's trained in on this position. They're going to swing. And now the pistol's left out alone. It can't do anything. It's got to save. Armor USP, hoping for a gun to come his way, but separated from his squad, and Greyhound do convert it. He's going for the guns, and in fact, he's even got one. But that's still a robbery of a round back for Greyhound. I can't believe they even peaked before the smoke blooms. It almost cost them their entire tournament. Fight for the Orb. Worth the risk, and Breno will get it. He's had a pretty poor game here, but that's high impact late in the game. It's not going to do anything to the money. What it is going to do is grab an Orb. I like that. Watching over Trace and Yanko. Hanging
They
out.
do that every game. It's very distracting.
It's usually over our shoulders. I feel a lot of pressure. Dude, these A-main flashes on both sides.
Yeah. This is MIBR having to show us that they've got that resilience, right? Because over on Inferno, if you remember, Greyhound, they were the ones up in the lead. They were feeling good. And then we had that huge turnaround with MIBR streaking the final 5 rounds together to find victory.
Well, that's exactly what Greyhound have done now, Harry. 4 at least in a row. A 5th would net us even pegging. And they can feel it. Double Orb. Greyhound bought it every time they could. This is the first time now for MIBR.
And he's posted middle. He wants to get involved. He's not normally here, so there's a clear intent behind having this Orb posted, holding for this mid-fight. Insani's lending a helping hand with flashes, trying to set up his kind of co-star in this 2-man tag team that have done so much for MIBR.
And what do Greyhound know best? It's this A site. In fact, they're not even wasting time trying to fake out B. Because MIBR have played triple B every time, right? It's Greyhound made the adaptation of playing double A main and playing this Orb bait and switch and doing stuff like that. MIBR haven't made that adaptation. And they've won some retakes, but more often than not, they have lost out in these positions, and Greyhound know it. If MIBR aren't going to adapt, Greyhound will teach them a lesson. They say you can't teach old dogs new tricks, but here they are.
Exit has to extinguish that molly. There's a trade of util over in main to slow this push, to stop it coming through. But now it's starting to take shape. First kill found, Henny dead. The the A players crumble under the weight of Greyhound. Insani rotating up into the heavens, trying to deliver some heroics again. Burning, not quite. Keeps himself alive. The nade sails past him, but still a man down in this position. In a round that decides so much, and if you attempt it and you come up short, it would be Greyhound running away with this. They've got to play for the save on the side of MIBR, and so this matchup, this map, ties up at 14 all.
Again and again and again, they don't play deep enough in A, and Greyhound force a save in a 3-on-4. It's just repetition, because why would Greyhound stop? They've yet to see an actual solid A defense. And the funny part is, Henny's moved away from AWPing A. I want him back there right now. I feel like that's the only way someone's going to multi-kill on the A site. because Insani's playing mid with Henny. Oh dear, even exit kill. Oh dear! You don't go for the round, and you don't even save your guns. 2 lost at the end. It's Breno to save it. Give that up to Henny. I mean, he can buy his own. But this is going to be a kerfuffle. This is going to be a mess of money for MIBR. You could even justify eco here, but there's no way they're going to.
They've gone for an interesting partial buy. Henny is all in this for his second AWP, and everyone else plays Deagle. You know, we've said in rounds gone by where Henny's kind of had the hero gun, that he's going to feel this responsibility. But with him investing in this AWP, like, this is the round where he's like, okay, I will be taking the first fight. I will be locking down this A side of the map.
How deep do you want to go? And yeah, finally, for the first round in maybe 5, MIBR haven't started Triple B. And that would be the round for Greyhound to creep up dark when there's no one here to stop them. Who will be the first to lie down, other than Trace, and bow out? Now, at least MIBR bought a bit of util in this round. They can still cycle smokes at B. That was the reason Greyhound weren't enticed by this site. They won't stop them this time.
Yeah, they're going back. You've never seen it before. A Greyhound B site play.
Poor Henny, man. Breno has to hit these shots.
Yeah.
Or this is probably GG.
This is the opportunity. This is the chance from a guy having a very quiet game. Breno has got to be their savior. Turtle dead immediately. This AWP is firing off shots, but nothing's connecting yet. There's one. There's that first kill that hopes to turn the tides. And with Insani coming in on this wrap round, it's starting to come together for MIBR.
Don't count him out.
Vexite in the site and Alistair trying to keep a watchful eye, but he's got to worry about this wrap round. Got to worry about the man in the back line. Decides to try and leave it. Vexite in this clutch now. 1v2. It's new and old for MIBR. Insani and Henny doing all they can to stop him in his tracks, but he will get the plant. Can he get out of this? This is not a good position for Vexite. It is a very rough spot, but he deals with the first man. Out with the swing, and Henny's caught crossing into the site. Vexite stands and delivers with 4 to keep Greyhound's hopes and dreams of Katowice alive.
How the hell do they win that round? We've been hyping up the youngie on the other side of Insani, and it's Vexite, rookie in his own right, to come out with a 1v2 clutch in round 29 after Breno comes out with 3 huge AWP kills. That is a despicable round.
Dude, that's crazy. You know, this is like the guy where whenever you would go and speak to Aussie players, Vexite would be one of those names of someone that we had to keep an eye on. His debut back at Rio, it didn't really live up to the hype. We didn't really have him looking incredible, right? But I was always willing to write that off to nerves. Here in Katowice, it's been kind of cold from him for the most part. But there in the 1v4, in the 1v2 with a big 4K, he stands, he delivers, and he's put Greyhound, a little plucky Aussie team that could, up onto 15 on their opponent's map pick. A crazy feeling. MIBR, if they weren't trembling before, if their hearts weren't beating out their chest when this comeback first started, it certainly is now.
Unbelievable resilience for Greyhound to still be in this game. What a flash as well from outside of Rugs. Insani's going to get picked. There's still a trade. Breno with the late activation again keeps this round close. 4v4. Back to the old reliable A site. But Henny is here, begging for overtime and begging for mercy of Greyhound. That's Vexite out of the round first. They throw in the nades. The smoke's got a gap, and that might be temptation in and of itself.
Dude, Henny's been waiting for this the whole damn time. Constantly, he's been getting dodged on this AWP, but finally he has a chance to fight, a chance to influence how this round plays out. First kill goes his way, but a double swing displaces him, and they follow up with another. It all falls onto Turtle, 1v2 to put a stop to Greyhound, and he can't do it. They long it out. They complete the comeback, the full 30 rounds. My word, spearheaded by guys like Vexite in that clutch. That is phenomenal from the rookie of Greyhound.
7 rounds in a row on the comeback. James, what do you make of that?
Well, that was one hell of a fight, and only your second Anubis game in there. That must have took a lot to come back in though, because MIBR, they had you on the ropes, mate.
It was fucking not looking good for a bit there. But in that second half, the boys showed a lot of fortitude, I think. And we really got a good group defaulting against them. And the work we put in after that last match we played this year, I think started paying off.
Now I'm speaking to Liaz when it came to that pre-match interview as well. It seemed like the mood was definitely down. You didn't feel too good coming into this one. And Inferno was very shaky at the start as well. What did you say to the guys?
After Inferno, I mean, all you can do is move on after a map like that, you know. We feel like we can beat MIBR. We feel like it should be possible. Like they're a strong team, but yeah, we don't feel like it's an insurmountable challenge. So it's important to just mentally reset after every loss, and the boys did that, especially after the first half just then as well. And we were able to come on top.
Let's see if you can bring that fire into the next game, mate. Good luck. Well played so far.
Cheers, mate.
Meio, filtrando meio. E um B. E um B filtrou meio, ó.
Pizza. Morreu meio.
Vai lá, A1.
Ah, último. Vem comigo.
Ele plantou no peixe. Ele vai estar céu escondido, acho. Tem marcando direito.
Tem kit aí, pegou kit.
Tá, tem marcando direito, vamos ver se tem céu. Dá o clear céu.
Céu.
Pode
fusar se quiser, pode fusar.
Nice!
Lindo round, cara.
Well, it appears, though, Greyhound took the walk to Poland, and they don't plan on leaving anytime soon. So, welcome back, everybody. The Intel Extreme Masters play-ins for Katowice 2023. We see Greyhound stay alive 16-14 all the way down to the wire on Anubis. Leaves us up to Vertigo, which I was told we weren't going to need, but obviously one of you guys is lying.
Yeah, I think it's a game where, you know, it seemed like it was over. It seemed like MIBR had all the momentum and they just needed to close the game out. And to be honest, Greyhound, you know, we came in a bit early back in the studio.
Who is this guy?
This guy loves being right more than anyone else in the world. I'm sure cheering his boy Liaison. But, you know, Greyhound also seemed defeated a little bit, you know, like they went a little bit quiet and, you know, maybe they felt like the game was getting away from them. But, you know, they just needed a couple of rounds to get the faith back. Some individuals stepping up, Vexite, you know, in that 1v2, really, that it was. I think that was crucial. That even though MIBR just had 2 saved guns and some pistols, right, like they felt like they had that round. They had the good read, they had the advantage. He just individually sort of shut them down. And yeah, Greyhound takes it to Vertigo.
Yeah,
they set me up twice so far with video clips, so I'm counting.
Well, they just got one of me laying on the ground over there while I was, you know, listening to the game.
Did they get you?
Yeah, you were standing there and then you flipped me off. Anyway, none of that is important. What is important, I think, is for the Greyhound side, if you start thinking about winning just one map right here, what does that do to a team's mentality?
Yeah, psychological momentum is on the Greyhound side definitely right now. After they lost their own pick, they're 13-10 up and they lose and they are 14-8, 14-10 down on the second map. They managed to climb back with all these contact plays and like a couple of clutches and a good plays from. I even saw like a couple of good flashes from Lias that kind of provided some kills, important kills for the Greyhound coming into the third map Vertigo, which we expected from the beginning. They have that momentum, psychological advantage going into this one. They just need to keep up with the pressure and this like type of style.
And also props to the coach. I mean, MIBR takes a timeout when the score was 14-13, and it was Greyhound's coach who basically called around, take A main and we'll just execute A. Behind it, worked perfectly. They needed every single round to mount that comeback. But, I wish we had Ursula from Ants here right now to talk about how do you really mentally reset after being up 14-9, you're 1-0 up in maps, and it feels like the game is so close for the taking, the series so close for the taking, and then your opponents win 7 rounds in a row, and all of a sudden you have potentially another 30 rounds to go, right? And I'm sure there are probably mechanisms, and that's something that has to come in way before and in practice and all of that stuff. But at the end of the day, these are humans that are, sitting at these PCs and playing. They're not robots, so it's like it's very difficult to make that sort of mental reset. Of course, everyone's going to say the same. We heard it from the Greyhound coach. What do you do after Inferno? You have to mentally reset. I mean, of course you do, but sometimes it's easier said than done.
What bothered me the most from MIBR side is the fact that they didn't do anything to try to win the game. They were just held back into the side. I know the map is like it is right now, but you still have the opportunity to play a little bit more deeper into the side, maybe get the earlier fights rather than the late ones. They didn't decide to do anything like that. They were just sitting back hoping that they would just get the kills.
Right.
Which didn't happen, and it was a deserved win for Greyhound.
Which is, there are teams that do find that 14, 15. Then next thing you know, boom, we're in overtime, or no, we're going to a third map.
Well, it's a map that benefits slow-paced T side, right? Because there's not too many moves for the CTs, so they have to basically, kind of wait it out. And if they go for those moves, they're relatively easily punished by the T. So you kind of wait it out. There's no moves. You take sectors, sector by sector, and then you just, based on the information that you were getting, or maybe some entry kills that you could get, you just make a call how to end the round, and we saw Greyhound manage to execute that well at the later part of the game.
Yanko, you pointed something out there, which was just how insane he is. Like, very mechanically, very well put together.
I mean, very, very sharp, obviously, as an individual, and also you look to the fact what Bit said, that this is his first LAN ever.
Crazy.
Not his first tier 1 LAN, his first LAN ever. But we also got a little bit of information that he is practicing judo for 10 years.
Yeah.
So he's not a rookie in terms of competing and being under pressure, literally physically under pressure of another guy on top of him. You want to know something about that, Trace?
No comment.
Big judo fan. I know you and Karma had conversations about it.
Yeah, just all the time, just always talking about it. No, actually, I have no idea about any of that. But I can say where we stand right now with one map left, Assad, say something of brilliance.
Brilliance. Well, I already said it in the pre-game. Greyhound is going to win this. They're the best Australian team. Now they're going to be winning this. That's it.
Considering he's in the Australian camp, I have a word of brilliance coming out of Chad Sponge Birchall's mouth yesterday. Better 1 in the hand than 2 in the bush.
That's deep, man. I don't know if I was ready for that. I mean, were you guys ready for that at home? I don't know if you were, but now that you've heard it, you can't unhear it. And that's pretty much true. Are you okay?
Yeah.
You about to have a seizure?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I'm fine.
Yeah, I'm okay. Well, guys, I don't know that there's much more to take from this one other than the fact that, yes, it's cool to see Henny come alive with an op there on a map like Anubis, but then you look at a map like Vertigo, is he going to have an impact?
I was thinking about something else. Can you repeat the question?
The bushes. You were thinking about the bushes. Fair enough. Tell you what, screw that. Let's go to a break. I think that this is the time where we recollect ourselves, recompose ourselves, and you go into the bushes and find what you're looking for. We'll be right back with the conclusion of this series after this. I'm out.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
Oh, hey, didn't see you there. We've got a little bit of communication analysis with Greyhound. So we're going to take a look at some clips here. We're going to listen into the comms, and they're going to give their opinion. So let's roll this first one. Let's go.
Huh? You want me to flash it? Speak loud or flash?
One mid. Be careful pushing mid. They're doing it.
No, deep. They smoked. Okay, flashing.
Push mid, I think.
I flash you guys when you walk up.
First. I can't really go up.
One guy's rotating from. We can cancel, just cancel.
Yeah. Be careful push mid.
Watch out T-spawn. Watch out T-spawn.
Just reclip. Yeah, just reclip T-spawn together. I believe you will.
Yeah, right. Hold on. Unit there. Hold on to nades and we can be exec delayed. Do we have any mollies left?
Nah.
No. Okay. We'll just have to do double axe.
Be careful ladder after.
Yeah, I'm holding if they come down ladder. Can we come like 2 or 3 towards A? And we'll flash peek this. I'm gonna fake drop the bomb here. There's close middle, flashed. Smoked. Do the flash on. Yeah, they just smoked that, whatever that was from B. No, it's me. No, they threw a smoke. Oh, this was on. Let's go back now. Okay, stacked B. I mean, they have no info A now, so yeah, do double axe. Can it be middle? Can it be wood? Yeah, it can be. Okay. We smoke ladder. Nothing ladder. He's rotating off A. Oh, he's rotating. We got 2 smokes, right? Do exec, and I'll come behind. Do double. I'm smoking second. Yeah, first. Ready? Smoking now. Second.
Stay out to flash after.
I can do 1 flash, you guys. Then default. I'm gonna cut. I have got flash.
We're close. They're smoked. I'm jumping up wood.
Flash. Flashing now.
Wood. I'm white as fuck. It's in close smoke.
We need to 20 seconds. We can wait. Let's go first. Let's go first.
One drop D-leg, I think, right side, or bind D-leg.
Nice. Like that. On 1. I'm planting now. Yes, smoke. E-leg. Nice. Big round. Beautiful communication.
Right, so we actually had a little opinion there. You know, beautiful communication, great composure. How do you feel about it, Alistair?
I don't know. To me, it felt like it was pretty chaotic at times.
Yeah?
It felt like a lot of the time nobody would speak and then 3 of them would start speaking at once.
Yeah?
Yeah, I don't know. It was quite interesting. Like, it felt like just a lot of voices all at once or nobody was talking. But yeah, Smooya was definitely like trying to keep it kind of calm.
So like by contrast, how's this different to like, you know, the vibe in the Greyhound camp in like in a round like that where you're playing like the feature length Vertigo round, you know, it's like the full 90-minute round, right? Yeah. You're sat there and you're really like squeaking the timer out. How are things sounding for you guys?
We definitely get a bit chaotic as well, but I think we'd be trying to default a bit more and like work some things out. There's definitely times where people were coming things that like overcoming other people who were like trying to offer utility and stuff, like being scared of the flank and stuff. Like a couple of people kept saying that while other people were trying to like talk about utility and stuff.
You know, not like the best like kind of prioritization of like who's getting the airtime.
It definitely felt like if they were to look back at it, they'd probably think that there was a lot of talking and a lot of words that didn't need to be there.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Well, in a series that's really had it all, its ups and downs, we end on a 3rd, and for one of these teams, their time in Katowice will come to an admittedly exciting and explosive end, but an end nonetheless. We've kind of seen it all throughout this one, Hugo. We've had comebacks on both maps. We've had a back and forth like no other. Greyhound showing some insane resilience to even get to this point. But have they now woke the sleeping beast of MIBR for map number 3.
Or MIBR asleep is a question. I really got to agree with what Kassad said on the desk, and I want to add to it. It did feel like MIBR were playing not to lose. They weren't taking any initiative on the CT side of Anubis. They were 14-9 up. They were ready to knock Greyhound out and send them back on a long-ass flight, and they were just playing reactive. They saved 4 or 5 rounds in a row. They let Greyhound walk all over them with AXEC into AXEC, and that's got to really hurt, especially you have to question where the head of someone like Insani's at, who played unbelievably well across both maps so far, but to lose that in that fashion when he was playing a mid-rotator and constantly saving and not really being able to impact any rounds on CT side, it's going to hurt MIBR.
Yeah.
They've really got to pull themselves together here. On the flip side, as also said by the desk, Greyhound had that mental edge. They just pulled an unbelievable comeback to send us into a third map. They're going to be on cloud 9 right now, and they need to make do by their opportunity and take out MIBR here while they have them wounded. We're getting into it though, folks. Vertigo, map 3, a safety pick for MIBR. They like it. They frequent it. It's not one we've seen recently for Greyhound, but in the past they have had great success on Vertigo before. So I don't think we could have a better third map to close out this series. Let's get right into it.
Yeah, Double Doolies making a return appearance here for MIBR. They seem to like having this up their sleeve on CT pistols. They're going to need it with some of the pace coming out of Greyhound here in this mid-crunch, trying to take CT through the smoke. Vexite has moved in. They didn't see him take this control, but he won't commit to it. Instead, Alistair's wrapped through CT, found quite the gap, and secured control at this A site. Meanwhile, over in middle, Vexite falls, and Henny still making a ruckus with his dual Berettas on the ramp side. Greyhound are not out of the woods just yet. They've got to try and play around this bomb. It's a CT plant, so they've got to fight forward. They've got to try and take Elevator or CT away. This kill on exit is weighted very heavily in this round. He's dodged them for now. Ring around the roses. No one can find him. No one can get rid of him. And it's just a great job staying alive for exit, rather. Run out of breath there.
Deep breath. No, that was beautiful.
Wasn't room to make mistake on the player name in that one, I'll tell you.
That was beautiful for exit, though. Just staying alive, right? Sometimes the value is not the fights you take, but the fights you don't take. And Insani comes in with 2 big kills and CT spawn as well. Greyhound seemed like they get stuck between 2 sites there. Couldn't make up their mind. But they get the bomb plant at least. That will allow for the force in the second, and MIBR take the pistol for now. 4 rifles though. They know Greyhound are going to buy. They want their best attempt at repelling it, because 2 AKs ain't bad in round 2, plus a Galil. Inns is going to have all that util to set up his team, and already fighting deep down ramp is MIBR with Henny pushed in. Rano baiting for him. And Greyhound aware of this chance to push all the way down ramp. But when you see a player jumping sandbags, it is really going to sell Henny's position well. But getting out with more than 1 kill here isn't going to be easy. Good flash. Henny still dodges it. Reno gets spotted, goes back. You're all on your own, bud. Using a one-way, even further selling this position. Henny's getting impatient.
Ooh, he wants to go fight for this. Now, there will be an immediate reaction here. They will try to get this trade. And Henny, he's going to do well if he could get out with 2, but 1 is all it is for Henny. That's an M4 now dropped. Can be retrieved. In's going to pick it up. Rano behind the sandbags, but that Molly's going to displace him. Wow. He fights forward, and with a bit of help from his friends, all the trades come through for MIBR. That ramp play shut down, and a conversion found. MIBR 2-0 up, and now just pistols to play against. They're going to get that 3-0 berth to open up their CT side.
Sani still looks very confident, right? Not just the pistol round, but even here, swings back into ramp with his friends, gets 3 kills. Beautiful rifle out of him, and stops Greyhound, who were actually better armed than MIBR after that 1-for-1 trade, from getting out of control.
Yeah, I think, you know, one of the exciting things here is that Henny had a bit of a I don't want to say a rough time because it wasn't his fault on Anubis. It was like he was just constantly on the wrong end of the map, it felt like, right? And in the few rounds where they did come his way, they would oftentimes just deal with him because he's left like solo anchoring over towards the A site with the AWP. So here, the reason why I say it's exciting is that some of my favorite Henny performances I've seen have been on Vertigo, right? I'm thinking back to like peak Furia days for this guy. He was a real force to be reckoned with.
They are looking very confident just in general. The amount, I know it's early in the game and the money's not really there yet, but the amount they're just fighting down ramp already and re-aggressing. Brenno smokes behind himself and then pushes forward. They're feeling it. They're bringing the fight. And if Greyhound can't stop this aggression, they're not even going to get to run a T side. That's the first step. Alistair with the AWP is a big change, though, in the right direction. As soon as he can afford it, it's out. He can go for those A-ramp picks. Liazan in starting B. Henny again sending it down ramp. The AWP is looking at the top, and it's actually hit it. They might have heard that tag as well. Oh, almost a second. One more chance, but he's out of ammo. Either way, the damage has been done. It makes Henny very vulnerable in this position. And as that smoke fades, they've got to move out of there. Brenno won't hang around forever, and ramp is now conceded.
MIBR still no closer to figuring out the true intention behind this round, right? It's been kept very close, the cards kept very close to Greyhound's chest in terms of where this one's hoping to end up. They're now lobbing in a bit of util over here towards B, but they are starting to leave, starting to go back. 5v5 like this means that MIBR, they can afford to like rotate a third player over while still keeping numbers over towards A. Brenno's actually starting to re-aggress into the top of ramp, and perfect timing on that push, not just getting away with the kill, but spotting the bomb as well. MIBR now know what's up. Re-aggro, they just faced him at top ramp, and here he is rearing his head over on the short side. Brenno's having a round, and everyone else steps up alongside him. MIBR 4 alive at the end of that one.
Not sure what Bit said to him after that previous map, because he was a bottom performer for a long time. He had a couple of rounds towards the end. He definitely woke up, but didn't actually change the outcome of the game. Right now, he is flying on the CT side. The ramp pick back to short, re-aggro, stops him crossing into the site. He's just taking every fight, very heads up. And bringing the hype here is the young gun as well. Oh my god, more ramp rushes now. I like the pace change for Greyhound, not much to lose with a pistol like this. Insanni's still fighting for it though, good flashes. He's just hiding, cowering in the smoke as they get closer and closer. He's trying to cut them down. Help from the sandbags, but caught with nades out. They are all over the place, and Insanni's hitting every shot, every face. 2 more. And shouldn't be too much of a task for MIBR, who've even shuffled a third player over, winning every fight through smokes, through walls, through thin air. Greyhound evaporates.
Dude, Insanni's just looking so good. Like, he's in positions a lot of the time where I'm looking at it and I'm like, okay, to get 2 here in this like chaotic environment would be good enough. Great, in fact. And I don't know, he always does such a good job of just kind of defying the expectations, right? The kind of debut matchup might not have had you that excited, but this one certainly should.
We've played 5 rounds. He's had 5 multi-kills. Think about that. Sure, they've come A every time, but even so, getting it done.
I mean, now you have a whole new problem introduced, right? Henny donning the AWP does at least give Alistair someone to try and fight on the other side. But Greyhound needs something sooner rather than later. They cannot afford a slow start here, and we're really just a matter of rounds away from this qualifying as exactly that. Tag onto Alistair early. And he comes out looking better off in that first clash of the AWPers.
Sorry, that's 4 multi-kills, not 5, but even so.
Oh, so you lied.
Yeah, well, sometimes. At least I admitted it. Alistair, 10 health already, not ideal. And still bottom A, but MIBR, when they have beat down ramp, other than, you know, pushing down yellow and playing short, like this, for example, it's been behind smokes. Oh, and this round, no exception. Breno looking for 2, almost did him in, but Vexite will hold on, and that's a huge kill. Hamper smoke comes down again, though, so Greyhound will just walk up on the left side in the ramp. They don't know what lurks behind yellow, and really, the danger is you can never truly take your eyes off it.
And he might be about to teach him that lesson. Oh, a nade stack. Deletes Alistair, and there's Henny's AWP chiming in from the short side, flicking back over towards ramp. Insani lending a helping hand. CSGO left up in this one. All alone. 1v3, bomb conceded, dropped down at ramp. There's no real way for him to win this. And so Exit will show him the door. MIBR still flawless on this CT side to open up the third map.
Yeah, it's super scary because MIBR have just got the reps in on this map, right? Like, obviously Greyhound haven't played a huge amount of games in recent times. You know, being in Australia, we even heard that interview earlier, they barely play Australian events. There aren't as many, right? But for MIBR, constantly playing out in North America specifically, getting in so many maps on Vertigo as well. This is their second most played map right now, and a very high win percentage as well. So even though the level of opposition hasn't been great that MIBR have been playing, they've still been getting the reps, and it's showing right now. So many different one-way smokes used on A, so many different ways of aggressing down ramp, and we haven't even really seen anything other than A attacks from Greyhound. Henny deep in mid, they're jumping through with Tech 9s. They make it past his AWP. Vexite gets that entry kill, and Exit's going to stop him, but Turtle's trapped alone at the site and drops the bomb with 2. Nice tap from CSGO, but that might be all this round is, as now everyone floods mid for MIBR and the bomb is lost.
Yeah, Liaz with a deagle and a dream in the 1v3, but MIBR, they're the dream catchers. They're even giving him room to go and get the bomb. That is a lovely shot from Liaz. One hell of a way to get the ball rolling. It looks like MIBR want to group and face him together here. Liaz, 1 out of 3. Can he get any more? Creeping up, they're not facing him. Now they do, in together, they count that down, and it's Insani to best him in the head-to-head. MIBR 7-0.
Couple of nice taps on the tech, but not even a plant for Greyhound. And yeah, sure, they pulled that 14-9 comeback. They won it out with 70 rounds in a row on Anubis. But this is going to be an even more difficult comeback if they don't start soon.
What a statement this is from MIBR, right?
You lose the way you lose when they come out like this.
To kind of keep that, that your mental in check, really. It's nothing short of super impressive out of MIBR here. Turtle with aggression down towards B. Not something that Greyhound have really had to contest with just yet, but they are ready for it. They do best him in that head-to-head. Vexite, the man to get the opener. And so finally we have one of these like untraded 5v4s. What are Greyhound going to do with it?
Oh, this is nice for Henny, but how long does he remain on this angle is a question, because CSGO is in no hurry with his team about to execute B with a bunch of smokes, 2 smokes on the site. CSGO, he can lurk as late as he wants, and Henny is not patient enough to wait for a kill he doesn't even know is coming. They're going to jump through the smoke. Insani blind, sprays, and gets that kill, and he hides inside of it, looking for more. Liaz will stop it. Over the top, a flank denied. They could go back if they want, or why not just wait? A few more seconds is enough for CSGO to slip the knife in the back, and he gets them both. First round for Greyhound on this T side. It was about time.
Yeah, it comes together beautifully, right? Vexite with the opener, and they do good. They deliver on that 5v4 promise. So this is where they need to start streaking some together. This is where, thankfully, you know, your last kind of outing on the partial buy did a lot of damage, so you're in a position where you can look to get in charge of the economy game. MIBR don't want to let that happen. They've got Henny posted behind the sandbags. I've seen this guy do things here, but Inns will not let it happen. Locks that AWP out. The Firewalker. How on earth has he managed this? Through the fire, through the flames, and lives to tell the tale. Gets out with a double and completely changes the nature of this round now.
Trapped between two Molotovs. He couldn't even move. And now this boost is up as well, as if things weren't already bad. They're going to get worse for Greyhound. Easy kill. Labored spray, but the result is all that matters. And they're even re-aggressing back on that short smoke as well. Breno, a completely different game to the one he just gave us on Anubis. Leading the fray. Almost out-fragging himself in what was a 30-round game. Oh, Leah, did he get seen? Doesn't look like it. Turtle's aware that he could be up and in, but Liaz might have the drop. Timing is everything, and he's going to go over the top here. Turtle, he's ready for this one. Shadow advantage, and he'll take his kill. Sicko can get that molly in. That should be a trade as he's forced to swing, and the molly just about burns him, but it's going to have to be a big clutch for Sicko here in the site with 20 seconds.
Yeah, time's his biggest enemy here, and that's before you even take into account the three enemies. They swing him wide, and I do like MIBR. When we get into these clutch moments, they don't give you room, they don't give you respect. They just look to group and fight you. Right, they don't want to give you an easy routing into a post plant. They don't try and, you know, toy with having Sicko fake the bomb and give him a 1v1. They go and face him as 3 on the back of a flash.
And MIBR, not just that, but they've had a lot of ideas on A, right? The amount of smokes we've seen them use, different smokes. They're throwing in boosts now. They haven't even done the most standard boost. Now Henny's jumping down. Some say the Furia is still in him. That's an art move right there, but the result isn't great. That being said, it's not going to tame MIBR. It's only going to make them more hungry for blood. Breno pushed down, double mid-aggress, nice shot from Insani. Shouldn't win that fight, really, ever.
It's not a good fight for the CT. It's just not.
Of course he wins it. And they've got room in B to go as well.
Oh, they're coming fast. They're moving in quick here, but that's a big pickup from Exit. He saves his teammate's life, but only for a moment. Can he hold on much longer? Looked like he was going to get overwhelmed there, but Exit keeps the fire in MIBR. Wrap round on the cards as well. Breno and Turtle both committed to it, and it's not even really needed as Exit melts everyone that comes his way.
And even though they had no one there for a second, they only just dived into B in time. A lot of that rotate comes because, even though Henny dies, Breno keeps pushing, doesn't he? He keeps going down short. He immediately flanks B, and while Greyhound have stopped it in the past, they didn't even have the manpower to consider the flank there. Exit gets away with 2 kills that he should never. And it's just such a clean game. And that's the thing, Greyhound had tried a lot of different things, a lot of different paces. It was a very, you know, they were on A for the first 6 or 7 rounds, but now they've done the B split, they won it, sure, that's their 1 round. They've gone for B executes after an A pick. They've actually pushed MIBR off ramp, and they still re-aggress on just random timings. And that's why I was saying earlier, you've got to be watching yellow. You can't take your eyes off short when you're up against a team this confident, because MIBR will just push on feeling and find you with your back turned. 9-1. After what felt like the most painful loss Greyhound could have ever had on Inferno, to the same story for MIBR on Anubis, to just domination.
Yeah, you know, I mean, it's a statement out of MIBR, it really is. And it's one that's going to hurt so much for Greyhound. If this keeps going in this fashion, the idea that you pulled back Anubis, right? You turned it all around, embarking on what felt like an impossible comeback, only to get steamrolled on the 3rd.
Oh, these flashes.
Flashes might be brutal, but someone's got to deal with the site player, and even once you've uprooted him, there's just so many more here to kind of fill that void, to take up arms. Sicko whittled down, can't do a thing.
Ironically, the best flash was MIBR's team flash there. They Greyhound threw 2 or 3 to just get up the stairs. They weren't even trying to fight default. They were just trying to get to Tetris. And by the time they get there, okay, exit team flash turtle, but then everyone's there from MIBR. And again, what did Breno do in this round? He rushed through his short smoke, not his own, their short smoke, and he gets 2 kills. And MIBR immediately know it's B. The info hasn't really been a question. We've just seen so many quick rounds for Greyhound. I'd love to see a pause, you know? Where's Kingfisher? Where's the break? It can feel so hard to know what to do when you're just getting disrespected like this. That's a massive opening kill, and he's got 2 as well. This cannot be a wasted opportunity for Greyhound.
I mean, this was exactly how, you know, they were able to convert on that last round, the only round that they have, right? They get that early man advantage and it goes untraded. And they were able to run away with it. Well, it's not Vexite this time. It's Alistair to provide the openers. Greyhound have got to see it through. They slow this one right down in the mid-round. They do not want to let an opportunity like this sail on past them.
And he's just happy he got that 1 kill. He's now set up to actually play denial on the plant. He can molly the bomb if they go A. But Greyhound fall back into a very slow default. And this is a lovely call. See if MIBR want to get fancy, want to get hungry for info. And they don't. They're fine playing this molly. Greyhound have 3 smokes. Sicko is still a long way out, though. So likely we're going to see double. This is a problem. They're going to see double site smokes. If they don't plant with room for error, this molly could be an issue, but it goes in very early before the smokes even really bloom on the bomb site. They're going back to B. Sicko's taking the space.
Oh.
If he dies here, Greyhound will lose the round.
No.
They have neither site, and the bomb is in tandem. 10 seconds, no chance. MIBR win it. And that one hurts more than any round we've seen so far. They don't panic on their rotate. Why would they?
That is an incredibly, you know, sad round to have to watch. It's one that's gonna hurt even more if you're Greyhound. If you're MIBR, you're laughing. You know, you're riding this high out, feeling like you just can't set a foot wrong in this game.
And Alistair opened that round
with a double kill, yeah.
Picked. It's like that opener against Spirit on Nuke. Like, he'd grab a 5v4, he'd leave, and then his team would lose a site and he'd save. Like, what more can you do?
And I mean, that, you know, for my money is almost, you know, like almost an overcalled round, almost an overcalled moment. And that only comes at like a 110 scoreline. You're overthinking everything. You try to make this play into the B site and it just gets uprooted. That was the one way that one could have very plainly fallen apart, and it does.
And sadly, MIBR were actually playing retake on A, so Greyhound could have just gotten the plant after. Like, Henny used his molly too early, in my opinion. Like, there weren't smokes down. Greyhound hadn't swung short yet. Like, he's just trying to get it in before it's too late, but there was a chance.
Dude, I mean, this is where, like, you touched upon the pauses. You know. Yeah. We kind of need like these breaks in the action, right? Because you're just going through the motions now if you're Greyhound. Gonna try and fight around. What? Breno and Insani taking the fights. And dude, it's this guy's ability in these moments where he's got 3, 4 players up on his screen. He's so quick with the flicks, the target acquisition. It all feels perfect. These are like split-second, millisecond decisions he's having to make. And he rides that one out to a double that's then supported by Henny facing from the top of Crane. Everything's got so much intent behind it. The individuals are stepping up. It's a beautiful symphony of Counter-Strike that MIBR are playing. Yeah. And Greyhound, it's just one guy kind of bashing drums. It's awful.
Ooh, if he goes now. Wait, they've... Oh. Sad day here for Greyhound. And dude, yeah, again, like and also we're seeing on these player cams, this guy, second to the left, he's shouting, he's screaming the house down. He's in Greyhound's head. He's bringing the firepower, he's bringing the energy, a new look. And 18 years old at his first LAN event. And he's freaking out Greyhound. I've not seen A1S transfers like this, and yeah, that's the face of someone who knows. He just won the round for his team. Yeah. 12-1. Do Greyhound have anything left in the cooker? Or is it burnt?
It burnt a long time ago. It's flat out on fire now. And, you know, you can sit there in the midst of fire and say, this is fine. But it isn't.
It's just sad after what we just saw from Greyhound, the incredible resilience.
Yeah, I mean, dude, it's like, you know, I know we're really centering the conversation around Greyhound, but they're the team staring the elimination in the face, and it doesn't take a genius to look at this and go, yeah, MIBR are playing great. For the Greyhound squad, they're hoping for a 3-round half.
Don't know what that was.
Grabbed themselves the early advantage, but Turtles immediately equalized. Exit rather helping out. Double kill from this rotate player, and Exit is just destroying them on this push-up. He's on for the ace right now, and it's not going to come through, but he will deliver in a huge way. 13-1. And man, like, you know, when we were on Anubis, when it felt like MIBR were running away with it there, before we got to the comeback, we were saying this is going to be sad for Greyhound because it mirrors the performance of last year, it mirrors the results. And on top of that, you know, it's this idea of you need all the exposure you can. You don't want to have just played 3 maps. It would have been a really sour way to go out. And then they won it. Then they had the comeback, and we were all hyped up. You know, it's like, oh, okay, this is getting exciting. Well, losing like this, getting eliminated like this is going to hurt a damn sight more. This is wild.
And it's hard to have hope left. 2 rounds at max. Breno, who was almost a non-factor in Anubis, much like Insanity, much like Exit, has been a pivotal piece of the puzzle here on CT side. And he has been unrelenting on A short. Now they do have mid control. This is nice for Greyhound. They've got a lot more room than they've ever seen this early in a round. Sicko, that's his shot. Insani and Turtle quickly respond. There's no trades. They split up. One Ellie, one Con. They can't make up their mind. Touching tips in the smoke. Breno wins that fight, and he can get out in a 4v2 as well, or he can go back for more. And with the way MIBR are playing, I don't doubt them going for these fights. Inns will spams him out, and the AWP connects as well. Greyhound, nothing to do but try in this 2v2. But the fights are here.
Insani, the guy who's been uprooting their game plan all damn day. The young gun, the rookie of MIBR, still alive in at the top of ramp. And now they've seen Turtles here as well. Inns will get the drop on him. And so it's going to be Insani left up in this clutch. The bomb going all the way back to B. And this time, there's no way to get betrayed by that. Insani needs to piece this one together quickly if he wants to attempt winning this 1v2.
I like how Inns isn't jumping the gun here as well. Sure, the gap is ramped, but he should hear it. And Inns realizes, I actually have an escape route. I'm going to take it. Why give this guy 1v1s when I can just lock it down from a safer position? Still fights for it. Insani given another chance. And this is last round of the half, so nothing to do but give it a go. Late in mid is Inns. He's here to end the round. Greyhound clutching at straws, but they at least find a second. That being said, 3 rounds away from a flight home back to Australia. If they don't show up, MIBR have come to play on Vertigo.
in a series that's been full of comebacks at every turn with elimination on the line, Greyhound now stand at the bottom of a mountain, and this one, it might be unscalable, unsalvageable. Dead at the summit is MIBR, 13-2 up, a mid-crunch, and right now this one hits the ground running a 3v3 out of the gate.
Oh, but look who's still here. Insani with a quick dink, takes down Sicko, all the nades gone. MIBR have a boatload. I've got to say, Insani at his first LAN ever at 18, this is the brightest LAN debut for a youngster that I can think of since Bit or Monacy. At Cologne, at Kato. I can't think of anything comparable. Sure, the level isn't proven yet against the best, but you can see it from the way he aims, from the way he looks on player cams.
Yeah.
And for his relative inexperience, that's not common. How often do we see rookies crumble when they come to places like Katowice? We often say give them time. He hasn't needed much.
Yeah, just one map. That util over towards B, that's enough to send Greyhound away. They've up and left this A side of the map, so MIBR haven't had to work hard to manipulate the rotates in this 3v2. Alistair does come back in, but dinked immediately on his first attempt at giving this A site a look in. Insani found the head, brings him down low. And so now Liaz really feeling the pressure to be the solution. 1 versus 3, his teammate's gone. Out with a swing, but Insani's looking to punish, and he will. He overwhelms him in the head-to-head with a pistol round locked in for MIBR. This game, or at least the rest of it, is just starting to feel like a formality. And what a third map it is.
Yeah, it's a statement.
You've certainly made teams sit up and take note that MIBR's vertigo is no joke.
What a statement. I mean, yeah. Everything coming up MIBR right now. Pain may have just been eliminated by IHC, but MIBR, they want to fight for the groups. Fnatic are waiting with maybe a little bit of worry as to what's in store. And I certainly can't wait to see that game. A crawl up the ramp, Greyhound with pistols aplenty. Stacked on A, sure. 4 players here, sure. Next I see some feet, but they are right below him. Breno ready to jump on that headshot angle. Vexai considers it, but will get out of dodge. They could go for a boost, but MIBR are way further up ramp. And I think Greyhound are ready for right now. There's the spot. They find out the hard way. Vexai out of the round. And they are ready to execute.
Sicko has won a fight over here at short, but not long for this world. It's Insani with the trade. Plant coming in, and MIBR. It's set in stone, really, isn't it? It's written in the scriptures. It's prophesized that they are going to be knocking out Greyhound, and they want to try and do it real squeaky clean on the third map. Nade kill's nice, but shouldn't go much further than this. Ins will falter at the hands of Insani, and dude, I mean, it is just crazy how good he's been in all 3 maps today. I really want to keep singing his praises. And like you said, you know, like even, you know, we watch a lot of people play this game. That's kind of our whole thing. So, you know, oftentimes you can tell from like a bit of an eye test whether or not someone has that X factor. And dude, this guy's like triple X factor. This is wild. It's just straight dirty, the things he's getting away with. A very, very good case to keep an eye on the development of this youngster. Last round of this game, Henny with the opener. Liaz gone. Greyhound, they gave up a long time ago, it feels like.
That kill feed is true representation of the game we had. Full blind, headshot, through a wall, through a smoke. Alistair does get flashed back in, but it's not going to stop them.
Dude,
They're ready. 3 players here. Anti. Scout won't connect. And Greyhound, reality seeping in now as they know exactly what's happening. MIBR, okay, there's a kill, but it's a 2v3. He can't even get the gun because he's got to run. They're chasing him down.
With Insani deep in CT, he can keep open a path to win this.
Yeah.
Oh, how do they want to use him? How does he want to play this?
Just come B.
Looking for the Gen player. Vexite doesn't even know a man's made it into CT, so that comes as a nasty surprise.
Finish it.
It would only be poetic, wouldn't it? The guy who really has done all he can in all 3 maps today is also the one to help take it over the line. Exit, the man at the helm, will finish the job. MIBR, they keep battling to make it to the groups of Katowice. For Greyhound, the journey comes to an end on Vertigo. Their time in Europe is over. It ends with a whimper.
Yeah, it's a sad story for Greyhound. They'll still be in Pro League later in the year, but they've got a bit of a trip back home before that fact. MIBR fight on, look to take out Fnatic in the final game of their play-in to try and qualify for the groups of IEM Katowice. It's not going to be an easy road for the Brazilian squad or for the youngster that we've been hyping up all day. But in terms of debuts to land, what a display made by Insani. What a game out of Henny on Anubis. Even though they falter and fall in map 2, they held on to Inferno despite Greyhound's comeback, and you got to wonder, you got to worry about what Greyhound's future has in store, because that's back-to-back Katowices with barely a dent made. The Aussies and New Zealanders sending out fist bumps, but not much to hold your head high about.
No, not by a long margin. It was a complete and utter, capitulation on that 3rd map. It was never really seen a team fall down quite like that before. And well, let's go to something a little more positive. James has got MIBR on standby. I'd love to hear how these guys are feeling after that.
Oh yes, and I want to know as well. We've got Insani with us here, and your rookie year, your first game of the Tier 1 event, your first LAN as well. You just survived elimination, and you played incredible, man. How did it feel?
Thank you. It feels amazing, man. It's like my first LAN in my life, and I am performing, I'm happy with me, with my individual, and with my team. We are playing so well too, and that's it. We keep going.
You do keep going, and that's the main thing. Now, what is it like for your first LAN to be here in a venue like this, right, and going up against some of the best teams in the world?
Oh, it's amazing. Like, it's a place that I've never seen before. I've never been before. So being part of this is so good, man. It's crazy.
Now, Bit told me, he said you didn't really get nervous because you have some experience in judo. Can you explain it to me? What's that helped you with?
It's like the experience with competition, I guess, like the feeling to be in a competition, to be under pressure, But that's good, that's it. I think that's what helps me.
There's a lot of top players that struggle with pressure, and you definitely handled it. Especially, I want to touch on that Anubis, right? You guys were up 14-9, you had a huge lead, then they come back, you lose 16-14, but you guys came into Vertigo and you were fired up, you were ready. You just said, okay, that was terrible, we'd make it better.
Yes, we went out of the stages to saying we need to reset, then reset. We came here another team, a new team to a better of one, to the Vertigo last map, and then we got it.
You did get it. Now, I also want to look at a thing here, because obviously you're a young player that's come in, but you only joined at the start of the year, right? You came from the academy team. So how much time have you had to practice with the main team?
It's we have not much time, It was we trained a week in Brazil, and then we went to Mexico to play the qualify for the SL, and then it was just like that. We had this time, 1 or 2 weeks before Katowice.
Okay. So just a couple of weeks and you're already playing this well. Now, for you, and looking at MIBR and as a Brazilian, a young Brazilian man, how did you feel when you got to join the academy team and now come to the main roster? Is it like a dream?
Yeah, it was like a dream, to play in an organization with the, the big that the MIBR is. So it was accomplished to me. I liked it very much, and then I'm here.
You are here, and you're going to stay here for a little bit longer. Insani, thank you very much, man. Congratulations.
Well, a tough day in the office for Greyhound. Of course, this isn't the exit that they wanted, but we are going to have that opportunity to talk to Liaz. It's a rough one, dude. It's a rough day. I'm sorry. Commiserations. Anything you want to say?
Just happy to be doing an interview.
I bought into it. I believe that.
Jay, commiserations. Listen, yesterday wasn't so good. Today was better, but it wasn't enough. What went wrong? Tell us.
I don't think much
in your own signature words.
I don't think much was better today. It was just dog shit. There isn't like a way to say it better. There's no way to sugarcoat it. Like, we're just playing like trash right now. A few things to work on, obviously. Didn't have a boot camp coming into this event. I think we have like a little bit of early season jitters. People are nervous. We're coming too much. We're coming too little. You know, fucking up strats left and right. I think like a boot camp would be pretty good for us, and we have one coming up before Pro League. But I mean, I hate giving excuses for tournaments, and this is just shit.
Second thing, before I let you to Yanko, is just I wanted you to play more of aggressive roles, more different positions. I saw you playing backfit like you did with us, you know, and playing like on holes on the T side. I really want you to see more in action because you are by nature not super defensive player like you are with us. You know, you like to fight. Like, is there something that you would be open to in the future in the team to get more aggressive, impactful roles?
Yeah, I'm open to it. It's we have like a weird mix of roles in the team right now, like a weird mix of passive and aggressive players. So I'm just sort of filling the gaps as it is. Maybe there's like a better way to, you know, get the most out of everyone in the team. But I think it's something we'll look at, yeah.
Well, I appreciate your honesty. I don't want to keep you around for too long. My question, and I don't think it's an excuse, you know, to say that you didn't have a boot camp. I think it's very difficult for any team to come into the season without doing a boot camp, whether they're from Australia or from Europe or from wherever. Is the reason for that? You know, you said you're going to have one for Pro League. Was it like pick and choose? You can't do both. You had to pick when you were going to do it. You know, the org can't really help out that much because it's obviously very expensive for you guys to fly over, stay for extended periods of time.
I mean, it's really expensive, but I think we just got screwed last second. Like, we had a booking with someone and then they pulled out last second, so we just left with nothing. How it is.
Well,
yeah. Rough. And look, Liaz, you've been to Katowice before. You know, at this point in time, you know, anything you want to tell the fans, I get you out of here? You want to make them a believer?
Believer for what? We're fucking out,
you guys
mate.
are going to come back stronger. You're going to hit your shots. You're going to be in there getting it done.
Yeah, we'll be back next tournament. Next one will be way better.
All right. Well, thanks a lot, Liaz. Commiserations. Yeah.
Cheers, boys.
Thank you.
Yeah. It's a rough way to go out for that side, Kassad. I'm glad you got the most out of him, though.
That's the most he's been talking to me for the past 2 years.
No, but it's great. I mean, I feel bad for the guy, obviously, and he feels like shit. They just got stomped 16-2 on the third map against the team that they probably fear they're better than, or they feel like they shouldn't be losing at this point in time with how long they've been together, right? And I'd take an honest interview like that 100 times over some guy who's going to come here and say, whatever, we made some mistakes and they were better today and we'll come back stronger, right?
We didn't play our game.
So, yeah, and I want to reiterate this once again, like not having a boot camp before even if it were in Australia, like, you know, players are rusty individually, as he said, people are screwing up strats and so on, right? That's something that is going to happen if you don't, you know, get proper preparation coming into the season. And we've seen, you know, larger teams and larger organizations mess that up in the past, G2 being one of them a couple of years ago as well, and sort of ruined the momentum they had coming into the second half of the year. So hopefully this is a sobering sort of experience, and they can kind of make sure that something like this doesn't really, well, actually it wasn't even their fault, they got screwed last minute. So at that point you just kind of have to take the L and move on, embrace the suck.
Yeah, I think you said it so poetically there. Embrace the suck. And I don't think we say that enough on this broadcast, actually. Check this out, though. Our Air Force aim high, head-to-head. I'm sure, yeah, Ins and Insani. Insani, quite the performance here, over 180 yard. But for this team, you know, they look forward now to Fnatic, Kassad.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. I mean, it's not going to be impossible, too. They managed to get a close game against NIP, who is no worse than Fnatic if you look at the results and, you know, the accomplishments.
They racked Spirit.
Exactly. So, yeah, I mean, it's not going to be impossible for them to win if they play, you know, aggressive like this. There's been a lot of comments. Even Sani is like doing his things again as a rookie, as he did today.
He's impressed.
Yeah,
He's
definitely.
Really impressed.
He's like one of those like flashes where we see like from time to time for certain players that are gonna, you know, burst into this like potential stars in the future. And it's good for MIBR to actually get somebody who is actually valuable to the team after they lost their players.
Well, it's also, I mean, I don't know, he almost fell into their lap in a sense, right? You would think that he might be, imagine him instead of, I don't know, dropping Furia. Imagine him like in a team that's actually already in a competitive...
kind of establishment.
Yeah, that's already established. But hey, he might be the catalyst for this MIBR lineup to actually be competitive and do some damage moving on.
Yeah, well, the competition does continue. Gentlemen, thank you very much. That does it for me. I pass the reins over to Freya, and we look onward into Sprout versus the Evil Geniuses, and surely Kassad's got an earful for you all.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
Can he do it? He's got one. Gonna go back for more. Second on the JKS and a third from Buster. What a beast. Poison goes down.
Already a question of life and death here at the Intel Extreme Masters. Two squads already sliced and diced. Now it's Evil Geniuses and Sprout, both with their necks on the chopping block. Of course, it was best of ones faltering yesterday. Now moving on into the best of threes here in Katowice. Myself, Maui Snake, we're going to jump right into it because we've got Sheikh Zula joining us here on the desk. Obviously not the start you guys were hoping for. That's pretty obvious. What have you been doing in the past 24 hours to kind of breathe some new life into the boys?
I mean, we just reviewed the game and talked about the ways that Fnatic beat us. They were very aggressive in terms of early plays. They did a lot of things where they played around sandbags, played around mid, and I think that caught us off guard. And so we just reviewed that game, talked about different ways that we can approach our CT and our T side coming into today, and I think we made some good changes.
Cool. I wanted to know about a guy that we keep putting the magnifying glass on in Breeze, because we all want to see this guy, at least we being North American people, want to see this guy become a top 20 player again. How's that going to happen?
I think in his old teams, he didn't have as much of a role in terms of, like, things were more straightforward in terms of how his previous callers were. And in this team, there's a lot more freedom, and he has to be able to figure out a lot more things in the round. So we're going to help him just develop his macro game. And I think that if we can help him develop his macro game and talk more and be a leader, you know, especially when we have people like Hex and Wiz, then that'll help, you know, bring it back, and hopefully we can have like 2019 for him Breeze.
I think that's what's like the most curious thing about EG at the moment, as well as you've got some, you know, the veteran players and the likes of Breeze, the likes of Automatic, but then you've got some new blood being injected too. Obviously, Wiz, the newest, coming from the EG Black squad. Can you tell me kind of what you see in this young AWPer coming into the team? Why exactly did you pick him to join the squad?
He's a very multiple player. You know, throughout practice, anytime we come through and we tell him he needs to change something or work at something, he's working tirelessly to do it. Like I said, the work ethic is really good as well. Every day he's coming in before practice, watching demos, and so he's just somebody that you can look to the future to grow and become a better player, especially given a chance to come over here, get boot camps, tier 1 opportunities. I think that, you know, in a year or so, we can definitely see him develop and become special.
So you talk about the fact that he's moldable, and you as the assistant coach are definitely having a hand in shaping him for the future. What is your day-to-day like, and how's your feedback received on the team?
My day-to-day can be pretty dynamic. You know, I'm doing I can do anti-strats, I can just bring, you know, pistols for the day. I can anti-strat our team as well and see what are other teams likely to do against us, but mostly it's just about being an extra resource, especially after practice, doing 1v1s with players, you know, saying, hey, these are the notes I had during practice, this is, you know, things I think we can improve on, and so it's just being an extra resource and yeah, bringing what I know about the game and helping them improve.
I think something that we were kind of curious about, obviously watching you guys at the Blast groups to kick off 2023 as well, we saw some really great mid-round calling from Neelan coming through in some of the maps. Obviously that series you managed to take away from Heroic as well, but sometimes, you know, that was kind of falling off, and then when you had that rematch versus the Danes, unfortunately you couldn't pull it through. So can you give me some insight into how Neelan kind of gets into that comfort zone when he's feeling his best in the game?
Mostly when things are flowing natural. Like I said, we play a little bit more loose, and so players have to be making good decisions in the middle of the round, and so if players are making the correct reads, then it's easy for him to sit there and make the next call. But I think he kind of changed the way that he called coming over from like K23 compared to now with the team, and so he's just getting used to that, and then I'm also taking extra steps with him and talking about specifically how we need to communicate in the middle of the rounds. You know, if he makes a call about, hey, let's regroup to B, that might be a general call, but we need more specifics. How are we going to hit B? In the downtime when we're rotating over, what are the things that we should be talking about? And so just talking about that and making sure that those things are things that he identifies in the game and starts doing that will help everybody else out.
Well, Sheikh Zula, thank you so much for taking the time. Best of luck going forward in your potential elimination game here at Katowice. But I do want to check in with Banks, because I do believe he has a few words courtesy of Evil Genius's opponents in this one.
Well, I did try to get some words from these guys, but they're deep in it at the moment. Now, I can see that Ancient is going to be played out. It's what's in front of us. And Barry right now, he didn't want me to disturb him anymore. He's going through the notes on the paper that they have all on their desk in front of them. They're going over exactly what they want to do on the pistol round. And it does sound like it's going to get interesting. They're just going through, I guess, some last smokes, some flashes and things that they're planning. Because I was watching Refresh throw a few. They're making sure that warm-up is on point and make sure they're ready for EG here. And, well, EG are right opposite them. And I think they might have to be a bit careful that we know how loud EG get. but it's really who's going to hit harder. And Sprout, they had a tough time yesterday, but it's all about what they can turn around today. And, well, you know what? Europe should potentially be better. Let's see if EG can do it again, though. We'll have to wait and see. Janko, what do you got for us at the telestrator, mate?
Well, James, I really hope they're working on their smokes and flashes because they had trouble with that in OG versus OG. I'm going to show you around number 30. So a couple of things here. Nexa, he's going to put pressure on B with some nades. He's going to get dropped a second molly. So you saw one molly for car, flash, smoke. This all signals to Sprout that OG wants to fight for banana. You can see that they started 3B themselves, right? Sort of a slow take. They're not sure whether they want to extinguish this molly or not. A little bit of indecision. And this is all buying time for OG and for what they actually want to do in this round. You're going to see longs here, right? He's waiting maybe for his teammate to call. You want the smoke, you don't want to smoke. He's throwing the nades, and now he's going back to A, but probably someone calls him, hey, we actually want to fight for B, come back again. So some indecision here for Sprout, and you can see in the meantime, Fiku, he's just pushing towards apps quickly. And even here, if you notice, this is Refresh, right, who's going to be throwing some utility of his own. I don't know if he heard them because he's falling back after this. You can see this is the opening of the round that he did. So 3B star for Sprout. They're still trying to take banana control, but here is where they're going to make a bit of a mistake. Now you see that there are players here towards the B bomb site. Stair, he's in a flash position. Op has first contact, and they're waiting for the smoke to clear to get control of top banana. Meanwhile, look how close the OG players are. They want to do apps pop, and this is what Nexa called already before. They're just double calling, trying to repeat it. This is iPhone and Refresh, right? But here's the important part. Look at the utility on these two players. There's two smokes and an incendiary on Zyphon as well. So Zyphon can, from this position, probably at this time, you look at how much time is left. 1:26, there's not a lot of noise. This is where you use, molly you may or may not use, but this is where you smoke apps. Why? So you buy time for this play to happen. You buy time for them to get information, fall back two players, and leave probably just Zello to have banana control. Instead of that, they're just kind of sticking to their guns. They're just holding here, which I think is a crucial mistake because you'll see what happens. OG is sneaking closer and closer. There's no smoke. This is an easy molly for Pit. Instead, they want to smoke the molly. By the time that happens, players are already out of apps. This is an easy 2 entry kills for Fiku. 4v3. They have all the positions that they want in the world. They're completely set up. They're going to win this round and then clean it up in overtime pretty easily. So hoping that next time around they're going to do a better job. Now, I have a really cool thing about EG's game that I want to point out that they did yesterday. So just keep with me.
Listen, this is ridiculous.
What
I
are you
was
doing?
scheduled to do this game, and
No,
I'm
you're
not
not.
doing it. EG's in shambles. They won't qualify. They don't have the team. They have a bunch of players. This is ridiculous. People, they need to know the truth.
Can you
I will
relax?
won't be silenced about this. It's enough. I'm done. You need to know this as well. People are just ridiculous about these things. So I'm not going to do it anymore. Yeah. See. Yeah.
See ya. Thanks, Holly.
Well, I'm going to let security handle that one. And I guess in the meantime, once we clear up this mess, production, just roll the VT.
High expectations and higher performances are needed from our Colex players to watch. The pressure is high for Wiz, with the North American AWPA being a key element of EG's blueprint for success. Rising from EG Black, Wiz has faced tough battles in his introduction to Tier 1 and has struggled to give EG what they envisioned. In this matchup, Wiz faces off against another AWPA beginning their Tier 1 journey, and Wiz must show what he can do in this duel. Lurking in Tier 2 CS was Zello, who has finally been given the opportunity to prove himself with Sprout. The knock on his door came as the team saw their results take a turn for the worse in the latter half of 2023. Zello held his own in a tight game versus OG, but now he must answer a higher call and thrive against his NA opposition and show us why he was the signing Sprout needed. Will our players to watch live up to expectations or fail at the second hurdle here at IEM?
Certainly going to have our eyes set on the AWPAs coming into this one. But first of all, Janko, is your boy okay?
I don't know. I think he's going through some things, right? I mean, I love you, Freya, but, you know, I wish I had Trace as my host for this one. On his watch, he would probably come from somewhere and tackle him as we get the vetoes in.
I mean, Ollie did a stellar job. Yeah, vetoes. Anyway, Ancient coming out of Sprout, EG, Pick and Mirage, Inferno left over. Any surprises, Maui?
I wouldn't say that there's any surprises here, but Janko, do you think there's any surprises?
Not necessarily, and I think this is a game where, you know, these are two good teams. I think it's going to be a better quality game than the rest of the games we had here today. And what I showed with Sprout, there were a couple of like small mistakes like that. Like that's an easy thing for their coach to look at and point out. And the main talking point about that round is you have to think about what you're doing as a team in that round, right? If you're Zyphon and Refresh, don't think about your area of the map and the A is quiet and maybe they didn't throw much utility and you don't want to throw it in return. The main play is you need to buy time for the B info play to happen so you can get people back and, you know, have a strong defense and make it difficult for the T's, right? And if they can play better, and I think they can, then it's going to be difficult for EG to win this game.
I think it's going to be incredibly difficult for EG because I think that the guy we highlighted in the Colex players to watch, Zello, did a great job actually as an individual. I look back at his POV, I look back at some of the other games.
So many flashes.
Yeah, he's kind of what Wiz wants to be, but better, and he's actually making a lot of great individual decisions, great rotations, always looking for new ways to get in rounds. And when you bring up that example, Yanko, of the team defense failing right there, that's why I think in some ways Zello is almost some ways to me better than this team. So I want him to actually keep doing what he's doing, but I want the team to rise up with him.
Well, I think undoubtedly the pressure is going to be on the squad of the NA shoulders. It's Evil Geniuses versus Sprout in this best of 3 series. Elimination on the line, and it's Sprout's pick of Ancients coming up first. We've got Scrawny and Lauders to guide you through all the action.
Yes, that's right. Freya, thank you so much for the handoff to the EG Sprout best of 3. Sprout looking to extend this life here in Katowice. And honestly, Mo, when we go back to that OG game, you know, I saw a couple of pit setups that nearly looked like OG were going to falter 14-16. And if Sprout had picked up a BO1 win over top of the likes of OG, who is able to start last week with a good amount of games versus top-tier European competition, then that would be the upset, right? This is an underdog in the European region, looking to just dismantle EG, who get more chances than them. And I think we could be queuing up for exactly that. So let's get into it. It's Ancient to begin. We've already got Sprout deep inside of top middle. They're going to be trying to wrap this back line over towards the B site, and Lau picks up a couple kills. Hex, though, still inside of the caves. Good position to be, at least able to maintain that. Hope for the rotates to come through, but Sprout plants and a deep angle down towards spawn.
Yeah, it's very threatening the way that they just ran through window, and this slows down the CT rotation. So it gives time for Zello to get into his spot, wait, and he also knows CTs are going to come from this position as well. So, well, Hex can have his cave. They've still got a decent post plan here. We're going to need some more fragging out of EG.
Ooh, Breeze.
They bring it. That's the key player down.
He'll find it. 2 sets of bread is still going. Zyphon brings it back. He loses Lau. And now behind that pillar, it's a 10-second stick. Zyphon gets his teammate first. Charges it down. He comes off the defuse, but by doing so, there is 0 chance to jump back on it. Breeze accepts that they lose this round.
And I think... am I nuts, or do you have to stick there?
You have to. I mean, if you come off, you can't get back on. Simple as that.
It sounds so obvious. I wonder what he was thinking. Like, maybe, you know, you could reasonably think the guy is going to run around and stop this bomb from being defused, but ultimately, if you don't have any other options, kind of surprised to see that. Either way, this one comes very close, but it's Sprout because ultimately they do a really good job of delaying and making it run down the clock in the first place. So Sprout very comfortable on Ancient, an interesting pick and an interesting veto because it almost feels like maybe EG, you know, very happy to take it to Ancient after their heroic victory at the Blast groups. But Sprouts love Ancient, and I think for that reason, always play to your strengths.
Deep T smokes inside sight. Nealon, chance with the Desert Eagle, but off the mark. So presence being shown here, 0 donut control. The cave player from EG who could maybe get that mid flank going. Of course, still being held in by Stare. So Sprout want to feel out top mid, and Wiz, just gave up his angle. Had a much better position, just 5 feet back. Could have taken that first shot, ran to the right. Instead, with him dying, sure enough, A-site commitment comes through. Funnily enough, the donut players evacuate back towards middle, and they just completely avoid Hexed by every stretch of the imagination. He's thinking he's getting a fight somewhere on this push, and there's just nobody there. So Sprout, excellent job of getting away from any problems.
Yeah, neat and tidy here from Sprout as they approach the A site, and again, show just as much confidence as they move around the map quickly. to organize for that split. In terms of expectations for this match, I think for me, number one, Automatic had a very bad first day. Bottom of the board, clearly wasn't feeling it. And lately, Automatic, he's got to be the best player on the team. I think sometimes with the veteran players, you're not expecting too much out of them, and you expect them to play more support roles. But since he came back to EG, I think we saw just such a high level of individual skills on top of his, veterancy that you would think that he could keep it up at least a little bit, and they're missing him at the moment. The other thing is that Wiz also hasn't had that big map to impress so far since his debut. And as much as honeymoons are often scoffed at, it's better to have them than to not. And so far, we haven't seen that from Wiz.
Look what they've just found. They don't have any pistols to really work with, but that bomb gets abandoned. T's come flying back, however. Just Mac 10 straight into the charge. So, okay, EG. You thought you had something. And honestly, ton of damage here. Could have gotten sketchy if a gun exchanges hands. But I like that Sprout evacuate the problem and then immediately just throw themselves back into the deep end.
On the upside for me with EG, I think it's actually Nealon and Hext, who at first looked a lot worse, in my opinion, Nealon as a caller and as an individual, and Hext just in terms of his comfortability. And I had more expectations for me. I knew more about Hext coming into the team than I did Wiz. And I feel like when we watched him play at the groups, I think we saw a very selfless player, a guy who was putting his best foot forward when it came to opening kills. And I feel like his DPR was sort of high, like he didn't have outstanding matches as an entry, but I think he was very much doing his job. So I'm liking the development so far of Nealon and Hext. My favorite part about the death segment was when Yanko said that these are two good teams. That was very kind of him.
Yeah, very, very kind indeed. I do think that Sprout has shown great promise, right? This is Sprout, remember, that I think shocked a lot of people by securing a legend spot at the Rio Major, and then didn't go 0-3. Teams like, not like FaZe, right? Obviously.
Not like G2. Oh, wait, they weren't even. Oh, that's okay. They're so much better now.
It's just a nice story for a guy like Zyphon. One of the, I think, kind of sometimes forgotten piece of the Antwerp Copenhagen Flames major run.
Because he's so quiet. Like, he doesn't have, isn't doing a lot of interviews and things like that. I've got a little anecdote about him, actually, that we can save until after we see how this round plays out. Down to one Molly in the situation is EG. Get all their money together.
Not enough to get the cave player out of here. Hex still floats around.
That was actually pretty terrifying, the way he peeked that. The pre-aim was perfect.
Hex trying not to lose his head.
This is a lot of map control given over to Sprout. I think they're going to be quite happy about the situation. But the complexion of this round, I think, they're going to expect two people to be here in B, and Hex is doing a good job of holding his smoke. Getting that out at the 45-second mark is awesome. They'll also call for a rotation here, even though they're low on information. But they're not playing committed spots. I don't like, actually, that Hex is backing up out of this because it'll make it claustrophobic for his teammate to get in. And now the exec is coming, so they're planning to play retake. Well, their utility is running low.
Gonna see that the site's clear, but a little gap. Liz tries to face through it. Second CT does the same. Then we've got fire on the feet of Zello. Doesn't make his job any easier. Can he find a safe place to plant? Still wanting to get down onto the pillar, sure enough. And the T's press out, but Automatic in through short. It's a Lao NX team kill, not ideal. Reload here, Stare wants to press smoke, but he's got a player to his right and somehow still gets away with the frag. Zello's down to 20, 2 CTs. Oh, but the Thomas headshot is so clean, and it gives them that little bit of a hope. However, the hope was taken away truly when the fire lands behind Pillar, gets them off the first bomb plant, and what looked like a very comfortable, calculated Sprout suddenly became a scramble.
Yeah, shout out to Automatic for the 2K spray down. That really made the difference. Right here in this situation. Zyphon and... Oh, it's actually a team kill from Lao to start that off on the flash. Well, it's good enough for CT spawn. Maybe could have actually covered Breeze in that spot as well. But the smoke with a gap, I mean, that was the T smoke, right? So maybe they offhanded it. and gave Evil Geniuses a chance.
I know there was also a Molotov that landed right with it, like layered to burn the close pocket. So that could have been a weird interaction too. To keep eyes on it. You still owe the people a Xiphon anecdote, but you save it for pistols.
Yeah. Still some money left here for EG to try again. Or sorry, for Sprout to try again.
Nealon fully white. Just regains vision now. They're gonna follow through behind this. A little bit of gusto. Nealon decides not to throw down his smoke without knowing whether or not they're getting closer. We've got that third CT over towards the A site, and of course Sprout going to use Refresh as the top mid hook.
We'll see if Sprout are playing, new age Ancient, because it's a lot of window abuse, and right now Refresh is already inside. I was wondering if we're going to see this early. Saw more of a traditional B split last round, which has actually fallen out of meta, I feel like. But here they've got the last round plus the window lurk and worse guns for EG.
Plus nobody up inside of Cave where Hex has regularly been. Wiz playing off the scout. Again, he's going to have a little gap. But this time it's the Cave player who doesn't necessarily have to come out and exit into the site. It's 3 up ramp, bomb included. Refresh shows himself top mid. Donut player gonna be a bit preoccupied with that one. Spam can't land from Hex. He takes damage, in fact, but Wiz, ooh, a scout headshot to make things interesting. Refresh to turn it back. 2 HPs, all he has left over. So he's going to have to maybe try to run over and bail Xiphon and Lau out of this retake attempt with 3 CTs on long side. It's a peek off of the site. Lau's got the double kill. Flash is excellent, but Lau, 5 health as he gets that 3rd kill. And Wiz, his USP could topple both. Moves in, swaps out. And all of a sudden, time becomes the biggest issue. Time becomes the decider, in fact. He doesn't make a move. A moment of hesitation leaves Sprout back on the board.
Convinced that rotation came out in through Cave, and that was Refresh inside of mid to take out, I believe, Breeze as he was trying to rotate. They had a lot of outs in that round, and they used their mid control this time instead of like they did last time where they took it but then left it completely and went for the full-on, more typical B split. The retake is almost great here from EG, and they do this in a round that I think is the approach. They have a lot less to work with. Wiz is opening kill, makes a case for EG, but ultimately Lau and X, baby. That's the guy we know from Red Bull Flick from last year. Did he win?
I can't remember.
I felt like he won.
We watched a lot of that.
Check on that, yeah. I just remember he was a standout player, of course. Red Bull Flick was a 2v2 AIM tournament that Lau and X. He came to me and he's like, "Big Lau." I took a photo with him. Let's see.
Saw a lot of dematerializations that event.
Yeah. So I remember I was in it was Antwerp, and I was in the bus on the way to the after party, and all the Copenhagen Flames guys were in it when Xiphon was still on the team. And I remember saying, Jabby's got the best aim on the team. Like, by far, he's the guy who has all the aim on the team. And unanimously, all said, including Jabby, Xiphon.
Really?
Yeah. They said, no, it's Xiphon. And I was like, okay. I was completely outnumbered. I'm not scared of Danes, but I was totally outnumbered.
Sure.
So I let him have it.
Had to retract it. And speaking of Danes, and I think guys who sometimes underappreciated, right? Sprout. The inclusion of Refresh. The heroic player that got cut and everybody was upset about, saying it's not going to be easy to replace him. The Jabby pickup over top of him, I feel like, was criticized more than it was welcomed.
Definitely. I think I was actually somebody who said it was a good move. But at the same time, it was a move that wasn't as clear as some others. Like, I think for Heroic, it was clearly an opportunity to get Jabby more so than it was an opportunity to get rid of some dead weight. I don't think anybody viewed Refresh as that player. But, we obviously applaud Heroic for making that move now. Jabby's just one of the best players to come out of Denmark. Probably the best player that wasn't on a team after the Copenhagen Flames dissolved to not be on a top team. And Refresh was just a bottom stats performer for Heroic. But when they first played Cologne in the summer, of course, they grouped out. And that wouldn't have been a result that they would expect with Refresh. They probably could have been expected to even make finals with Refresh. But over the long term, they've done a good job of introducing him, and now he's a huge part of the reason why, you know, they won the Blast Fall Finals, they had the deep run at the Major. But it by no means says that Refresh, you know, wasn't good enough for the team or anything like that. He's a very explosive rifler, very selfless, and I think we have still a lot to see from him. So it's cool that he joins forces with Zyphon to make Sprout better. Now, we would not be talking about Sprout, I don't think, if not for both of them coming onto the team.
Sure.
I mean, the whole roster has names that were just like, wow, very impressive. Zelo's impact rating is actually unbelievable. It's 1.26 over his whole career.
Yeah, he's got that special sauce. I think it's just Refresh and Zyphon that just bring like a bit more experience and legitimacy. Name value. And we look at their results again. 1 win in Rio at least, but topping the RMR to qualify as Legends. No easy feat. Wiz. There we go. It's man advantage for Evil Geniuses.
That was a quick shot from Wiz. You saw what Stair did last time with the shoulder peaks.
Usually it was Hex sitting back there on the receiving end. So you put the op in position, you net yourself a 5v4, and you put Sprout into an interesting position where all of them are going to come through donuts. Yeah. Will they just come through this smoke? Are they going to test that?
Rotations are limited here for the CTs. They're really worried about a window lurk this time, but they're playing far back from it.
Breeze. What an incredibly clean headshot, but Refresh will go ahead and find one as well. Him and Zelo, both with entry kills into this A site and a smoke towards CT lane to keep the rotators out of position. Evil Geniuses do not have a long main lurk. They would have Hex to come in from ledge. But we've got a double up from Sprout inside Donut and a man just goose-egging that bomb. So Automatic trying to piece together the information. They don't know where everybody's gotten off to. It's Refreshed. Oh, given a chance. But he drops it, and so will Zyphon. Little bits of HP from Hex left over. That gets taken down. Once again, it is bomb at the very end. And that smoke isn't on top of it. Could have served as a problem. Nobody's going to get lost as they tried to hold them off from Donut. But it's clean coverage from Wiz. Yep. 2 op shots on the round, and Evil Genius's second win.
Winning by retake. Classically EG, so that's well done. I think the post plant was solid. I still think that this... Okay, so yeah, that's the first shot. And that was in slow motion. So a nice round from Wiz, a great clip off from Breeze, but the 2K entry looked like that was going to be enough to make this too difficult. I want to say shout out to both teams. You know, I would say I don't like the setup from EG in these past couple of rounds. I think you need to overemphasize window in... When I say today's meta, I mean like this week. Oh my god.
Okay, that helps.
Well...
That will certainly help. And honestly, great reposition. We haven't seen Wiz over towards this A site. Doing his best Brokey impression. Shuts down the A main play, but it will still require the retake. CT's tons of utility here. Smoke off Donut, smoke off main. You got everything you need. Assuming Zelo doesn't just instantly shut down Nealon, which he won't. In fact, it goes the other way. Very comfortable retake now coming into fruition. They're even going to pinch Donut with headshots in abundance. Evil Geniuses starting to rack up some rounds here, starting to chip away at the economy, and they're going to keep 5 players up, all of which essentially 100 HP.
Yeah, you got to appreciate, again, their comfortability in the retakes and this opening attack from Wiz. Again, a player who, you know, when you pick up someone like this, you must have seen something. But as soon as he joined EG and played through the groups, you're allowed to be nervous. You're allowed to take time to get better. But we didn't really see that glimpse like we've seen with some other players who just come on. And as the opper, there's such high expectations for you. Your level of responsibility is just higher than everybody else on the team in terms of fragging. So great to see that finally starting to flourish with him. Still early into the first map, but good signs. As for Sprout, honestly, post plants have been a little shaky, but full credit to EG. Their retakes have been fantastic, and I think the early to mid rounds for right now for Sprout, they're posturing really well. They're taking all the open space. They're winning cave control mostly without dying, apart from that Wiz round, and they were able to use window effectively last time as well. They might be a little bit worried about how easily they're able to take mid and aren't lurking window. I think they just need to lean heavily into that, because at the moment, we've seen teams with the new Ancient changes who are not trying to protect window with both hands on CT side getting totally abused. And at the moment, Sprout have that option.
So far, just good CS. No glaring issues, no mistakes being made. Well?
From who?
I feel like I've seen anything I want to criticize.
Okay.
I'm not upset today. Not yet. Leaning back on Wiz and automatic. Flashes both directions, and remember, Bomb is still sitting outside of the B site, very comfortably back with Zello outdoors. I feel like we have seen a lot of smokes actually having either gaps in them or an angle being found around them. But that will be plugged pretty quickly, and it didn't force Wiz onto the other side of this, right? If he was back in CT spawn, then maybe they can just come into this B split. However, this shot won't help. Luckily for them, Breeze does pick one up in the CT spawn, so they have effectively cut off this side of the split, and that cutoff is going to cause Sprout to, what feels like, evacuate the original plan of splitting B, and instead go in with a donut A main hit. You've got that CT player locked in. Breeze still expecting another red push. He already shut down the first one. Nealon, hands busy inside donut, but he at least does his job. And the long players come through with that deep kill. They can go for the plant again. A consistency, it seemed. But this time, Nealon with a triple on the round will deny Sprout all in routes.
So well handled right there from Nealon. Inside of donut, of course, that was a point of attack. They had donut control. They have an open plant, and Nealon doesn't let that bomb go down and grabs 3 frags. Now again, I mean, concerned for EG about playing, like if Wiz plays here to watch the lurk, you can, and you can wait there, but you're also beholden to their timing, because what I think is more effective, obviously, is clearing out the window completely, and then you're free to rotate back and forth from CT spawn. But with EG being comfortable in retake situations, well, they might be able to get away with their game plan.
Ooh. Well, we watch NA here start to come back. NA over on the B stream, smoking per mida. Complexity 16-8, map 1.
Damn.
The last event these two teams played, they had to eliminate one another. Complexity dropping Evil Geniuses. Hexed. Gonna get a chance at a couple, but Lau decides, enough's enough, kid. Sit back. Smoke out, but automatic. Full control of the situation. Nealon, not so much. Loses his head. A chance. Oh, a very real chance. Lau comes through. 3 Deegs already on the round. Picks up the AK-47. Has Wiz smoked off, and that grenade confirms his rotation.
Holy hell, man. He just won the round. Can they even go for this? They've got Wiz on an op.
But at least Breeze is already close towards Cave, so he could try to move this one in. Wiz is going to see that it's clear. Maybe the fire can flush one deep, or at least prevent Breeze from being peeked. Nice trade because there's 2 of them. Lau, that's 4 kills on the round. And with a back turn to him, he could very well frag out versus every single player of EG. Sure enough, 3 Deagle headshots into the rifles. An ace for Sprout 6th.
He has been doing nothing but impressing since joining this roster. What a round out of Lau. 3 Deagles to kick things off, and every single one was just an instantaneous trade. So the most effective way possible to get in here. And I guess that one's just a straight on opening. Wow, this is beautiful Deagle work, man.
It's going to leave EG stunned. New T spawns. It's so tough as a guy like Nealon, who's just trying to jump to Donut. That's all he's doing, running out mid and jumping to Donut. And even then he gets caught and nearly dead. But Refresh will be fragged instead. Stare, good cover, traded. Evil Genius is trying to fight for this control, but it's going to leave them worse for wear.
Yeah, EG are still doing a couple of old ancient things. I want to be very clear. It's just these spawns changing has just changed the map so much in that way. But even in this round, they're still coming out ahead on trades, and it's great to see Nealon, Wiz, and everybody else having a normal day and them fragging well.
Allows Heroics definitely the highlight of the map, but it's EG's scoreboard top to bottom evened out. Wiz gonna try to pull ahead here, 2 versus 4 remaining. They've got the op posted, so we better be careful. Bullet doesn't find him. Lucky, arguably, to be alive. And the M4 is gonna go ahead and stuff all that's left. So sure, Sprout, magical moment from Lau. But right back to reality. Evil Genius's CT side, alive.
Yeah, and you'd rather be the team winning the recent rounds, as close as it is. You'd rather be the team winning the rifle rounds, even though that Deagle round was very impressive. So this is starting to look very good. Now, this is a crude way to look at things, but, you know, since joining the team, Wiz has had 1 map with 20 kills, and that was the highest that he's had. So, again, just to point out, we're still looking for that huge game, and it looks like this might be coming. Hex, nice cover.
Clean, right? You're talking about the things that EG still do out of date. That's another one. Risky when you go for that second cave room. We see Automatic just run for his life, and Hex was ready to help. Now Automatic's on the box. Good off angle. Could catch Stair sleeping.
You know, Stair just had 1 scrim where he killed the guy like 6 times on this angle.
Yep.
He just loves it.
Automatic. Ooh, ain't that funny. That bomb just rolls right in. Smoked off as well, so now Sprout. Sorry, boys. You're not getting that back. Ooh, before he even hits the ground, Nealon catching him. And then Breeze will finish off Zyphon. So another round where, again, Evil Geniuses come out 5 alive.
Yeah, and they're looking to make a name for themselves here on Ancient. Not a small scalp to take on this map. I think 7-1 of the recent games are Sprout. The level of competition is varied. EG's 1 win was like, wow, they took out Heroic and trying to show that they can keep the performances up.
Waving at him.
Wow. Didn't even see that over the glass.
Smoked off in red room, but that's fine. Wiz, dynamic positioning throughout the half. Gets counterpicked. Opens up. No second servings. You only get to take 1.
This is the spot that I was talking about from Nealon, very important. You still have to win your fight, and as the smoke comes up, Zyphon carefully leaves the angle.
Could have been picked up, but Breeze will catch him off guard, and Nealon
just with a bit of elevation, out of harm's way.
Fancy's little walkout middle here, and the timing looking good.
Here's the other thing, look at the options that are opened up because you held window, and you know no one's there.
Ooh, they don't even look. Clean double kill from Nealon. Mows down Lau. Neither player looking as they exit out through that door. So Nealon, yeah, comfortable. Moves immediately as soon as the smoke is gone. Certainly helps Breeze getting the donut kill.
And you don't tie up Wiz, too. You know, playing back in CT, waiting.
I see the resemblance.
Between me and him?
Lau and Lau.
Brothers. I'm almost as good, too.
You, him, and Sponge.
Yeah. Maybe he has a July 24th birthday as well.
Pistols back in. Sprout. Final couple of rounds here in the first half.
Ouch.
Stair. Charred toes as he doubles back towards A main. Now this is one of those rounds where A site's actually a bit understaffed. You've got the forward donut presence. You've got Nealon still leaning in spawn. And again, it's Tech 9's Deagles. May not be problematic. But they're going to try to move past that A1S. Couple of kills out of Breeze. Wiz finds the wall bang. And we've got Refresh on the plant. Refresh and Zyphon. The cut Danes. Finds one on top of the signpost. Refresh now, hands on an M4, but it's a 1 versus 4 needed. And the first one is clean, but there's so many players from Evil Geniuses. I feel like these retakes have been very fluid.
Yeah, absolutely. And a couple of the early ones were disadvantaged, but now it's just getting easier and easier. They're in a flow of things, and Wiz having a great game is awesome. Like, as you put it, dynamic positioning, lots of opening starting positions, which you love to see. Less sitting behind smokes, which is basically the folly of all operas who are, nervous and new. And they're starting to get rolling, man. They've not only recovered this half, but they just now suddenly look like the better team, even though I think Sprout, they started off so strong.
And I would say Sprout still having the best player in the server, Lau. I mean, we see the Deagle ace, or 3K into ace. But barring that one, EG looking good. I like that Sheikh Zula was on the desk prior to this. It's NA's pride. Gave some great insight into the inner workings of his responsibilities. Because obviously, we sit here, we praise Vorborg as the head coach. Sheikh Zula, an analyst and assistants. Boost. Ooh, thought you were gonna get away with it, but Wiz will find you.
Oh, he's Mr. Right Place, Right Time.
This is good, man. Op prowess coming out of Evil Geniuses. When we were sat here talking about how Zello was possibly gonna take over the server in terms of the big green, sitting on 5 kills at the end of this first half, T-side has been slowed down from the early success, but a late tidbit could still come through from Sprout. They're gonna send Zyphon deep. Automatic wants the challenge on short, and Zyphon, with the op, strikes down Nealon. Now he's got somebody pinned behind box, but Automatic's freed up to just go forward, apply that pressure, and get himself a second. Zyphon switches back, and as he goes down in with the smoke, it's a clean one from the old boys on EG. They close it, a 9-6 CT side. We'll be back in a moment.
I'm clearing it. I'm clearing this.
Clear, guys. Careful.
One was red.
Wait, donut.
One coming donut. Careful. Careful. Main donut. Main donut. I have made. Careful stairs. Red dead. Nice shit. Donut dead. Main.
Main low. Main low.
Can we fast rotate?
Both there.
Yeah,
One's low.
A fast respawn. Fine. Excite. Up.
Nice!
Good job, boys.
What are you guys doing?
I'm clearing it. I'm clearing this. Clear, guys. Careful clearing us. One was red. Careful.
Welcome to the dystopian future,
says Hext, as these players pop off, and honestly, earned. Clean Counter-Strike coming out of Evil Geniuses. Good start for Sprout as well. The biggest heroic moment belongs to Lau, but EG with retake after retake kind of made Sprout fumble towards the end of that first half, and now it's up to them on the map choice of their opponent to see if they can add another best-of-3 win to this year. But can they do it in 2-0? Would that be unfathomable?
Let's start with the map.
Let's start with the map. But at least they started with the half.
Yeah.
Wiz, nice to have you here in your full capability. 2 kills already, 15 and 7.
Dude, just aim like he's there.
One of the best halves we've already seen out of him since joining this roster. And Zello, he could have a chance to shut him down. Ooh, these USP kills are clean. And he just lets that other one get cleaned up by Refresh. Doesn't even give it his attention. We wanted to see something spectacular from Zello on the off, and now Nealon will be pinched from both sides.
Wow.
That was fantastic.
Yeah, mellow Zello. Look how relaxed that was. Some beautiful shooting. Well, this might change the story. Just the pistol that'll keep you from being deflated at least. Maybe tie up. Wow, some beautiful shots here. And he doesn't even see the guy on the corner of his screen. Maybe that was a clip. Still was, honestly. Over on the other stream, just curious, Complexity beating Permita. And Fang and Hauser, kind of like in this game, 2 players who were really bad at the beginning of the start to this year, the first week. Top the board, looking to raise their individual form. So over there, you've got Fang and Hauser. Over here, I feel like it's a lot about Automatic and Wiz.
Hext at the helm. Gonna try to run down Zyphon. He's just putting out fire, but he is still locked into this fight. He's gonna get swarmed. Breeze in with the Tech 9. We've already got players pushing out from spawn, though. Don't try that plant, friend. You are not safe. Not one bit. There's CTs all over. Everybody's just cowering inside of the smoke. Breeze uses that as an evacuation plan. And Nealon, it's a late play from middle that could catch off the 1 M4 as he waits for the smoke to fade. Nealon found timing and crossed over mid. Now he's trying to get back behind these CTs. Can anybody from EG serve up a distraction? Nealon encroaching ever closer, and Automatic turns all their heads. Nealon gets him off the defuse, and now Nealon's looking for the next one. Stair jumps on top of the bomb, and it should be close, but it should be Sprout.
Right down the wire, and Sprout will grab the retake, looking like a little bit of EG, honestly. In that position, you kind of like the spot that EG got in the post plan. Out towards A, minimal losses, even got a frag here on the early push in off the flash. And of course, no one's blind because he's just turned looking at Donut. A little frustration there from Zyphon.
Don't cry, my friend.
Yeah, burst into tears. I wish I wanted something that badly.
I'm dying to NA. Honestly, super frustrating for him, though. I get that. You got to put out the Molotov, but then the smoke takes away your vision unless you're in the open. But then Breeze comes through with the Tech 9 and sees half your body sticking out of the smoke. Like, nah.
Yeah, they got the kitchen sink right there.
Unfair.
1 round game. Clearly, anybody could win it. Evil Geniuses, again, one instantiation of Ancient so far this year, but it was such a good map versus such a strong team. They are riding a massive high. And off that comeback in the first half, you got to think they're not scared of Sprout's record right now.
Nealon's going to come through with that solo AK. I'm
Honestly,
down.
a good guy to have it. We saw, I think, you know, multiple 3Ks from him in that first half.
Sprout also not scared to make moves here with the weapon and utility advantage. So much control of the map.
Yeah.
They got eyes on elbow, eyes deep doors. The only place EG can be is A main or back behind in spawn.
I kind of wonder, though, again, because of the way EG were playing that first half, I don't feel like they updated their gameplay too much towards abusing New Ancient as much as possible. And so I wonder if they'll find the T-side advantages when they didn't seem too aware of what the most optimized defenses were.
Hex is getting closer. Back plat player could jump him on a moment's notice.
It's a very classic position for the CT side. They have elbow control while they're spotting deep B main. They're ready for this pop. It's, you know, if a kill comes down on the A side, then Stair maybe turns his attention, but right now he's nothing else to worry about.
Stair senses it, and Lau's going to put a quick end to the first peek. There's Hexed's Deagle. We were kind of waiting to see what, if anything, could happen on A.
It actually worked. They pushed out. They got a kill with the first one, and Lau, he gets caught rotating back in. The play works.
No
it's a double
way.
fake.
Off of Hexed's Deagle. And the AK can now thrive because he's locked in on this angle. He's got an MP9 to overface. And a smoke picked up as well. Oh, EG, the masterminds. Truly geniuses in leaving Hex to walk it out. Of course, Zello could still take it back. He's got them turned. Backside player comes in big. That's Wiz. Now Refresh extends. That's what allows for him to close that gap. But guess what? EG, with the robbery, they get one back from Sprout.
They show themselves to Stair. As soon as it's 30 seconds, Stair says, okay, we got some info. It's probably going to be B. He falls back to the site. The mid player backs up through spawn. And then as soon as that happens, Hex takes his fight, and it looks like a single fake. And instead, well, EG show us that you can also use players alongside utility to throw fakes. And just that little bit of suggestion was enough. And I think Hex's kill is imperative. Otherwise, you don't overreact.
For sure.
But they still did overreact, even though that kill came down, you know?
Well then.
Yeah.
Early T success. And listen, if I'm going to bring this back to the Sprout first match yesterday, you know, I think we saw some indecisions end up costing them. It's what our analysts brought up, right? Leaving 3B at the start of the round, trying to leave, but then deciding not to. You know, Sprout have, I want to say, outplayed themselves at times. And it's only like a 4-second hesitation, but that's all it takes for EG to break through the defense. Oh, automatic, you rat. Catches Stair in sight with the wallbang. Not going to help Sprout's situation. Lau looking to make that FAMAS enough. He's got Zello just at the top of ramp. Then it's donut control. That's the only thing Sprout here have going for them. Breeze with the flash to maybe get Wiz moving upwards. Zello gonna feel a bit compromised, and Nealon saw some skin. He waits for it, little patience, fine enough at the 30-second mark. Long player's peak, Lau gets himself the headshot. Refresh off of the pistol, they're fighting back. It's again Refresh in, and Hex on the flank, times it superbly. But Lau, we know what he can do. Oh, Breeze wins the smoke spam, and EG tested, but successful.
Okay, they put some pressure on Lau to make a move right there. Breeze gets that kill through the smoke. Even if it doesn't happen, we have a good lurk in from Hex as well. And this opening frag, well, clearly had a massive impact on this round to make things easier. Refreshes 2, 5-7 kills. Well, those were deadly.
Love this. 5-7, man.
So good. It's basically an automatic weapon. 11-8. Heroic are somewhere smiling. Thinking we lost to a great team.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Evil Geniuses versus Danes. It's a good track record. Oh no, Stair. P250 from the backside. Nealon just gonna keep it rambunctious. So this can definitely be recovered, but remember, Sprout, they push 3 players out long A, and so they're already coming up this B ramp. Nealon peeks on the reload, not ready for the fight. There's more where the first one comes from. Not a problem for Breeze.
Breeze just slows down time. How does that look so simple for him? Resets his aim over and over again and just keeps putting bullets in the head. That's beautiful. And I actually love, again, we just see that them using window on the T side here, actually even more frequently than we saw Sprout with their mid control. So looking forward to this next rifle round to see what the play is, but we've got very fast but organized tactics here from EG that are going off without a hitch.
Okay, thought he was gonna peek. Nope, no fight out of Zello. Just denied vision. We get Sprout pulling off of that B site backline.
See, this molly is key too. Right in between the re-aggression with a flash, and Breeze advances.
Oh, clean, but I don't think he's going to expect that second CT. Fair enough. Refresh even gets a decent enough duel downtown, but Wiz now looks to get that op up. Zyphon's flank could be timed perfectly, but it looks like the lane players could already be moving into the B site. Not Hex. Oh, didn't see him.
Oh, he was so tucked, and Hext actually is the one who caught a glance. Well, he sees them leave, but
they're calling for the mid push, which would be...
Man, Zyphon ran the rotation, so they might not be totally ready for this, but they're just walking back out. And Nealon!
Letting Nealon do what Hex did rounds ago. And look at Zyphon. Outdoors, still going up to the B site. Sold. Because Hex gets a glimpse of Zyphon.
Yeah.
Very nice, quick call. A transition over to the A site. We talked about EG's retakes in the first half. Let's see Sprouts. Easy one for Zello as Wiz backs up. And we've got the double donut post plant here for EG. Player coming in. Oh, it's nice. It is very nice. Sprout, all headshots in the 3 versus 3 to give themselves their 9th.
Yeah, I mean, good to run through Temple in that spot. It looked like that was EG's rounds. Getting that bomb down, avoiding the Zyphon rotation, and reading that he actually thought it was going to be the B site. Did Zyphon... Actually, maybe they both saw each other, but I think what happened was Zyphon saw Hex, his gun barrel, not looking at him, and then Hex actually turned and saw him leaving. So Zyphon thought he had very good info on somebody who had no idea, and Hex, since he got the last information, was able to actually make a play to counter what he saw. So maybe that's a little unlucky for Zyphon, who tried to be very slick about it. Or, I don't know. Well, you would think Zyphon would stick around for the fight if he saw him, though, huh?
Possibly, or at least just to make sure that they don't double back. I don't know.
Might have just been noise outside of B, hard to say. But either way, Sprout win the rounds.
It's a good move from EG, but...
Okay, so that mid interaction, that's more like on meta at this moment with the window play from both sides. Nealon used the molly to assist Breeze forward with the flash as well, and then Sprout also doubling up inside of window, understanding the importance of retaining control, and also there's a huge value in maybe getting your first kill right there, that early in the round.
Automatic pressure. Smoke behind him, fire in front, stairs, wall bangs not far off. No help here for him.
But they're starting to loosen the grip over here. I don't know. It looks like they tried to clear it, but they've still got the right idea. Heavy stack on the A site.
It's the right call for now, but Wiz is just posted. They try to get aggressive. They go take a glance, and it's refresh shut down.
Hey, I mean, if they were too lazy, then they don't watch that. So good protocols here from EG. And now a lurk again into the B site, completely vacant at the moment.
Right, Sprout.
CT scrambling back.
Figuring it out fast enough, but we'll see how deep they can get. Hex has been left in elbow. And the CTs do shuffle over fast enough.
I don't know if they can get in, though. Yeah.
Gonna have to lean it back. It's okay. Oh, Breeze! So easy with the headshots. And it did feel like that was gonna happen. Everybody in that moment rolling their sleeves up. We knew it was gonna be fisticuffs. But it's Breeze to land the jabs first, and we've got the bomb planters still pinned in. Lau and Zello on the retake if they choose to.
Man, they're getting told what to do. I mean, they're leaving sites that they should be shouldn't be worried about, or that they should be worried about. The lurks are coming through from EG. I mean, EG get a punishment kill over on the A side with that Wiz locking it down to stop the double push from coming in. And it looks clear as day from that point on as to what EG need to do. And then we get moments like this from Breeze because he's set up to succeed. I mean, he's in a spot now. He has 2 advantageous positions. He can hero rifle over here. That angle's not that wide. The other fight's nice. And they're not easy shots to hit, but if you set up Breeze in positions like that, he will deliver. And that's what we're seeing. A great game from him.
Which is obviously a welcome sight, because slowly but surely, evil geniuses are replacing that old guard, right? Cirque felt like he was kind of called for his head for so long, gave him plenty of chances. Eventually, they had to make the move, and then next up would be Breeze for Automatic if things don't go well. That's what was so disappointing about the game versus Fnatic yesterday. Breeze and Automatic just not there, especially Automatic. But we see the glimpse of success here and there. And this evening, it's from both of them. Breeze surpassing Nealon and Wiz as the top fragger. But like you said, I think it does kind of hinge on him being set up. Put him in the right piece, right place. Automatic again. Just sat outside of the B site. Him versus Stare, a common trend in the last couple of rounds. Now he can more confidently fixate towards Cave, because you've got Breeze back behind doors, just making sure the ramp push doesn't come down. And it's not going to. Zello super deep with Lau underneath him. Saw Sprout creep into A main last round. Wonder what would have happened if they had just sat on site, because it did look like EG were collecting themselves for the commitment.
It's just the perfect amount of pressure once again from EG. They win mid slowly. They have this group up towards A. And Siphon, he's got a great angle for this 5-7, but did you know he was going to get 2?
So nice. 5-7 headshots, a thing of beauty. We get the stuff on A main. We get Breeze top mid. He's been shooting hot, but Zello, nice reaction. Fast enough to flick over. Bomb, does it commit with Wiz?
Oh, this is a little, I mean, it's kind of a scary rotation from Wiz. He might want to walk now to get out of this, and Automatic's hoping to once again pull the rotations back in this direction.
There's time.
And they might be marginally scared about it, but I don't... This might
like
set him up for a kill more than anything else. No, Stare's worried about the lurk.
But they confirm both players. Feels like we get to that point in time where he's got to go in. So Wiz, let's see the rifle work. MP9 inside Donut. Quick, easy peek to shut that one down. If Automatic's a bit faster, gets the kill on the back line, maybe that scrambles enough players, but it felt like Wiz was always going to have to hit A.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, yeah, if you walked out a bit sooner, then I think it makes more sense to go back to Automatic, who walked through an open site, because they know majority rotations are going to be on the other side of the map. So it's one of those situations where if they have more time in the clock, then they can start to make it a little bit more complicated, but weren't afforded that opportunity.
And now won't be afforded much at all. 3 Desert Eagles. Feels like we have been singing EG's praise, but now Sprout, chance to just make sure this defense holds strong, clean out of Stare. And very safely just gets back up towards the top of ramp, so looking all good for Sprout thus far. We saw Hex get a dirty Deagle A site. Not gonna happen this time. Everybody getting shut down all across the map. Sprout slotting into their groove.
Yeah, this one's much better. What are you thinking about Sprout's chances of making the full comeback happen based on what we've seen so far in the second half?
I really like the way that Evil Geniuses have been pulling them back and forth inside of this T side. And that's kind of where I saw the folly of Sprout yesterday. And I think for that reason, EG are masterminding moments.
Yeah, they look like they're calling better. I agree. Okay, well, Nealon looking for the punish. Retake here on mid. I think we've actually got a B-Stream update, so why don't we check on it? Complexity in the lead after taking map 1. It was a very one-sided affair. CT side overpass. Looks good. And again, Fang actually having another great map.
The EG struggle over the past year has been real. After multiple roster shuffles and replacements, EG set this.
Thank you, James. He talks too much anyway.
Welcome, Cameo. Dude, we got 2 players already nearly dead. You know, we talk about the change up to the T side, how people can get out aggressively. Well, met by utility, the aggression feels blunted. At least they get away alive. Could put automatic on an op. I'm not complaining. How do they keep this one well and truly alive? They're going to double this one back, leaving Nealon 6 HP as a late mid lurk. So maybe just hoping to catch maybe 1, maybe 2 players climbing up those boxes, but he can't take an angle early.
This is a moment where I think in terms of conditioning, the #1 thing on Sprout's mind is don't overreact, right? Okay, and this donut, oh, that's a very important flash. As your donut player, it's sort of hard to get back. I don't think they can smoke him in this spot. Oh, they do.
It's going to catch him off.
Oh, they're so close.
Oh, they're going to catch him off. Hexed. He's seen. Op still gets 1. The fact automatic reacts that quickly to a player that close.
Look at the mid lurk now.
It's managed to get through Nealon and Zyphon. And he had 6 HP to somehow creeping crawl his way past Donut, in through red, and it all boils down to timing.
Man, fantastic map from Nealon, not only as an IGL, but as a player, I think. He is not making the game about himself. He's able to come through with lurks. He did really well on CT side on some of the holds from just a mechanical perspective. I think this is some of the best CS we're watching Nealon play, and I think, of course, there's a lot of people to thank, I think, for EG's development with the support they have around them, but genuinely, I mean, the fact that they beat Heroic is one thing, but not an easy team to look good against, particularly on this map, and so far so great. Putting up a very tasteful Ancient here. And again, the fact that they're able to make Sprout over-rotate consistently is so impressive versus a team that picks this map consistently.
I think that one also hinges on the automatic shot too. You know, you're coming around that corner expecting deep long. You got a player up close in your face, gunshots all around you. Dies a half second afterwards. Efficient trading out of EG. And almost perfect timing from Sprout. You know, you run that back 2-3 times. Feels like they come out on top, but
I think Nealon gets the lurk off every time, to be honest.
Okay.
Because they had the donut player, and he specifically flashed him to get him back. He opened the timing up.
5-7.
God.
Sets up Lau for the kill. Automatic, blind as hell. Stare, regains vision. We've got a 2v4. Ooh, nasty from Lau. Great rifle work to snap it back down. And we talked about EG's team play, but we've also had to highlight Lau's individual moments. And just like that Deagle 3K into Ace, this one is so fresh.
And another great round out of Refresh on the low buy with just a 5-7 holding this site down. Unfortunate for EG, they try to keep it simple, go towards the B site and get shut down in a very similar way. It has been a gift and a curse for Sprout that these have been some of their most successful rounds this half, actually. But at this moment, 2-round game, low buy for EG.
It's 2 rounds where a 5-7's kicked off with impact. Once on the A site boosted, this most previous round as well. But EG will take their time.
They take these rounds seriously because we saw earlier on, well, oh, they made the most of it. Oh my God, stare. Stare at that.
Automatic statuesque in holding for that peak. And that's a gun.
That's a gun. That's the Cave player who's also responsible for information outside B main. It was their most aggressive CT player. CTs go for re-aggression on mid, very well timed.
Breeze now. Oh, supposed to best the M4. Zyphon picking up all the slack. Not only do they lose the Galil, but Nealon, who grabbed that M4, loses it right after. Would have loved to get that into the hands of Automatic or Hex, who both have Kevlar, so I think you've got to go get that second gun. You've got to be playing for it, plus bomb, and then you just go ahead into a 3v2 death ball on either site.
Yeah, I mean, just as important that EG disrespected that mid play from Zyphon, thinking, okay, he was in elbow control, but now he's falling back. 2-2 to sites, lots of utility, so no reason for Sprout to get too aggressive.
Cave will be held by Lau. That is not the player EG want to interact with. Oh, and you see why. Insta headshot onto Hex. Automatic claws it back. Wiz gonna get burned off the plant, but still alive and kicking. And Automatic. We've seen those big moments from Breeze, but this is the other legend. And I believe he saw them switch over. Still wary, but he hears them coming. At least that first player already exited on the right. Automatic doubles back, finds himself another kill, and it's gonna have to be Wiz, who was last seen towards ramp. Oh, found out in the open. Zyphon comes through clutch.
Damn, okay, he comes through clutch to bring in 13. Wiz, of course, could have tucked box, but it doesn't mean that he would win the round if he played that way, and Zyphon was very sharp to clear that. And Wiz was, as you mentioned, he went back through the ramp, right? So I don't know if he was spotted in the first place. It might not have made a difference for Zyphon. But it's another round where EG, them on the low buys, have been equally as impressive as Sprout. What an effort here from Automatic. One bullet away from getting the match point. Now EG could absolutely taste it. But I think, you know, we want this game to be decided on these full rifle rounds with maximum investments. It's a close game as we could all expect, but the outcome is still sort of opaque. I mean, I don't know that Sprout don't follow up with a much better round this time. For the confidence, this could be the most important one of all.
It's aggressive. We'll give him that. Already climbing up boxes. Man, these Bees players, they're just stuck. And Sprout ready to party. You walk through those doors, boys, there may be more than you expect.
This is kind of dangerous for those guys outside B because there's still some elbow control. Okay, the resmoke comes in, they get out of position.
Ooh, they're going to send one down. Let's refresh the forefront.
Oh, that spot.
Presence confirmed, but it is still low utility. Zello's got a smoke he could put down on that door. Stair also, yeah, could just keep them out. So we're talking down to about 20 seconds. You could very well still be looking at this pack of EG players sitting outside, but Sprout, what are you up to?
They put a lot of pressure and they're expecting respect, and they've done this before, but EG, they've actually called this out a good number of times. Nealon with mid control in this spot. Now time is pretty good for Sprout, right? They're getting it down to the final seconds, but as the retake comes in, potentially it might be too late.
EG making this loud. Everybody's on high alert. Nealon's starting to get aggressive in through red room. Great flash. Stair goes in. Oh, double kill. Shuts down the ramp play. Automatic's looking to get in from cave. Nealon's wrapping red, but can't find anything. Wiz goes back. There's a second player in middle. Wiz can't afford to lose this bomb. 10 seconds. Needs the frag and run. Run for that plant. This could still come down to the wire. And Nealon, he's going for the kills, but it's just not there. Wiz, 1 second more, and EG have 15.
Wow, he got the near impossible frag. And it's time that dictates the outcome. And a lot of this is because of what happened at the front of this round. The fact that Sprout took such aggressive control, delayed their utility just long enough, and then Stair put up this 2K hold. Actually beautiful for him. I mean, they were doing everything to try to elicit a reaction. They wanted Stair to come down that ramp so they could fight them one-on-one. That only made it easier for EG to get up, but because there was no trade, even with all this effort from Nealon and Wiz at the end, comes down to a 1 second difference. That's well earned from Sprout. It's still expensive, and I think money-wise it's fine because they still afford their op. But after this round, they're going to be buying down to 0. So this is about as exciting as it's going to get. Round 29, full buy from both sides. Actually,
limited.
Not quite, yeah. 2 Mac 10s, a Tech 9. It's the op that I noticed at first, but that's Wiz saving it. So those 2 saves could mean everything. Neil and Wiz, the heavy hitters here. Suddenly the power has changed hands.
But still such fun rounds of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, it was an ambitious idea and well executed by Sprout.
Missed Molotov on elbow. Hext slots into it. They're going to take a ton of damage, though, trying to press up lane. Oh, Stare just slaps him back like it's nothing. And now Wiz on the recovery, boosted.
Didn't get spotted.
I don't know. CT was in a position to maybe see it.
Oh, they felt so much pressure to go fast there. That was the first instant cave take. And they get mauled by a guy we haven't been talking a lot about. Stare in these last few rounds.
If Hex thinks this is open, he's dead. Zyphon, gets bested.
Okay.
We saw what Hex could do when he got that deagle into the backside, that drew the rotation, scrambled the CTs. Wiz.
Wow, it was a kill with an upgrade. And they're still holding cave.
Oh, Stare backs up.
This is sort of uncomfortable for the CT side. We know Stare's been great on this angle. Oh, and he gets some damage.
Damn, nice peek, Lau.
Yeah. Lau has been a hero.
Looking for his 25th. Feels like the Sprout player's ready for the B hit. Third man's coming over now, and they've got a huge amount of health over top of what's left of EG. Nealon could go God mode again. We saw those headshots at the end of the last round. Lau peeks just before it plumes, and Nealon puts himself out there on a pedestal. It's gonna have to be Hexed. He should have seen Stare, and he does get the kill, but it's Lau in from short with another. 3 kills, and every time they need him, Lau stands tall.
Yeah, he's been the beginning and end of EG. Unreal consistency across this map. So many big rounds to talk about. And EG, that is heartbreaking. After the half they put up for Sprout to wake up, and they came through with an ambitious idea, full credit. Last round, they brought something new to the table, and it ended up working out. Even if it was only by 1 second, they kind of created their own luck. They played to win that clock, and they got it. And now they have a much easier round, and they close it out. They know that round 30 in this position should be a layup, and Evil Geniuses know that they could have won this game. But we have seen a great effort for them with low guns. We're at least seeing a significant amount of utility here. The op sometimes is a liability on the T side. They may not even need it. Let's let the CS speak for itself.
Again, it's fast, and it's right into the bullet stream of Refresh. Nealon recovers Donut. Remember, bomb plants in abundance so far. Refresh tests this lane, gets ahead of the util, which now just comes showering all around him, and he looked for a gunfight, didn't get it. He's gonna underhand the smoke over towards Donut. Automatic punching in the digits. And Refresh, he gets caught by Hex over top through the smoke. There's still life in this for EG. Zello just wants to peel this player off a box. Still no plant, but here comes the commitment. And here comes the flank. We've got Stare on A main. Wiz looks back, Deagle in hand, little bit of damage, can't manage. Stare now needs somebody else to take the pressure off of him, and they've caught the player exposed up on boost. It's going well. Automatic tries his absolute damnedest, but it's just not there. Sprout will survive the test with both pistols, with clean conversions. They get by just barely 16-14.
banana. To the mid.
Okay, I'm coming to donut then.
Maybe double banana.
Yeah, Cello, I will smoke donut now. We have one more smoke.
I think it's B. Yes. Yeah.
At least one though.
Can go B.
One banana just
I'm coming short. Off banana.
Sound. I'm coming towards B now.
Let's give me sound. Off banana. Just sound. I have cave. It's B, Cello. It's B. Go.
Nice! Good job, guys.
The EG struggle over the past year has been real. After multiple roster shuffles and replacements, EG set their sights on Wiz. Although he is still a work in progress, Wiz boasts a mature and independent style that doesn't rely on the team's support for him to have impact. His opening debut on the team showed pellets of promise as EG chopped down Blast Premier full final champions Heroic, but unfortunately not one that was consistent. Dead last in a tournament surely means Wiz is hungry for redemption.
All the way in. Complexity. Casey close. All the way in. Fully invested into this one. And here they go. The chain flashes will be avoided by Olymp at the very least. But Complexity are the ones who are blind. The counter flashes are coming off very nicely indeed for Permitta. They are cutting them to ribbons. Fang, the only one left with 14 HP. They've done nothing in this round, Complexity, but run to their demise. Maybe there's some damage to be done. Look at Fang with these headshots though. Hold on a second.
Close, but unfortunately no cigar for the side of EG. They let Ancient slip out of the palm of their hands in the final moments because Maui, an impressive rebound coming out of Sprout. The last 6 of the 7 rounds going his way.
I'm taking this. Close but no cigar, but it's not a problem for EG because Cubans are illegal in the US anyway, Maui. So there's no good ones left.
Wow. I'm not sure what to make of that one, Yanko. What's the veiled reference?
Nothing, just you can't buy Cuban cigars in the US. They're still, legal, right? They're the best ones. That's it.
So you're saying...
I literally spelled it out for you.
Okay, no victory cigar for EG.
Yep.
Close but no cigar.
That's
I get it.
That's exactly what you were going for.
I get it. Okay. Let's move on from that one. Okay?
There's been way too much trolling going on in the last hour or so. Now I don't trust anyone about anything anymore.
It's tough. It's tough to gain trust, and I think that's probably how EG feel because they probably trusted in themselves and their ability to close this one out. But like Long started popping off out of nowhere. The mid round started getting caught. It felt like everybody from Sprout started feeling out how this game was going, and the mid rounds for Neelan looked good, but then they suddenly just dried up. Yeah.
I think the problem for me is like we talked about this in the green room. You just said it, right? Like the EG did a good job of sort of pulling. Is this me or you?
I think it's
everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's...
Anyway, carry on with your point.
I think it's you.
Yeah,
it's always you, Molly. Yeah, but they were like doing a good job of pulling them side to side, and like baiting reactions and then getting into the other side. But I think the problem is, like, for example, I feel like Automatic and Breeze, like they would be really comfortable with doing that, Automatic especially. But maybe for someone like, Hext and Wiz who are a little bit inexperienced, that's a bit too much maybe pressure, or it's a bit too chaotic for them to find their ways around it. So in some of those rounds, you could see that EG was maybe 1 kill away or 1 more rotation away from winning the round, but then it sort of falls apart. Someone from Sprout comes running through, gets a multi-kill, or just that 1 kill, like we saw from Stair on Automatic, kind of, that breaks the whole round apart. So it was a game of details, really. Like it was a lot of rotating back and forth, and Sprout just managed to eke out the win.
I think the main thing for me with Sprout's adjustment in that is that they were losing. The T side was going very well for EG, but then they understood the philosophy that EG were throwing at them. EG was always trying to throw a contingency plan in every single round. They'd always have a lurker pushing on an extremity. They'd always have a guy trying to push mid, kind of in the mid-late round. And then they just started realizing, stop rotating too early. Like that was the problem for Sprout in the beginning of that CT side half, where they just kept biting on every single fake, and then they realized, okay, we're getting faked a lot, let's just chill out, and then they just held their ground.
Yeah, that was the point I was going to bring up, was kind of the over-eagerness, I guess, of Sprout in some of those situations. Obviously, you were talking about the fact that we saw that in the game beforehand as well, coming out of Sprout. Where were the key adaptations for you then coming into the later stages of that second half?
Well, I think it was just some players stepping up a little bit. Like Stair was having a quiet game initially, right? And then he stepped up in the key moments, getting some kills, right, and that stabilized them of sorts. But it does seem to be a recurring issue for Sprout at the moment, right? That team defense, like Maui pointed out, I did that piece about their Inferno game, and it was a problem here on Ancient as well. So something that seems systemic at this point in time, right, and something that they're definitely, while they're still in the tournament, obviously work on, but something that's also in a bit of a longer term, something they need to tackle.
Yeah, for Sprout right now, they proved in this game that if they just slow things down for themselves, if they don't just overcom, like I can't wait to hear or to know a little bit more about their comms, because I feel like they get really hectic very quickly, and that's probably going to happen when you're on a team of people that are all speaking or mostly speaking in a second language. Probably everybody, actually.
Everybody, yeah.
Yeah, and especially Refresh. If your IGL is speaking in a second language for the first time, he's going to also have a very tough time dealing with that.
I think if you're an EG fan as well, this one has got to be a tough one for you to see them let go, because finally we had Breeze actually popping off Maui, we had Wiz having some really good moments in that first half, but it's just, again, not enough for them to actually close out a map.
It's almost like they just needed another stage to what they were doing on their T side if they really wanted to get over the line. But they just stuck with their game plan. And in some ways, I can't really completely fault you for just sticking with a game plan that was working very well. Yeah. But then sometimes you do need that extra level, that extra way to change things up, because Sprout adapted in that half. You needed to see another adaptation from coming out of EG.
I think just composure, right? A little bit more composure in post-plan situations. I mean, it was a 4v3 in the end that they lost, a 2v1 earlier. Those clutches, you know, they can work against you sometimes, but it felt like they lost a couple where they had the advantage. It just needed to be a little bit more calm in those situations.
Well, before we do move on to talk about the second map, that will be Mirage coming up very shortly, I do want to check in with Banks, as he had a chance to catch up with the teams after that first map.
All right, I'm outside and I just managed to catch up with Refresh as that game finished. And he said actually the craziness at the beginning of Ancient and just how they played was more down to some of his mistakes. He said he was spending too much energy. He said he was getting a bit overexcited with things. He needed to calm it down. They felt very comfortable closing out at the end. Obviously, Blounce, he was just an absolute beast, so probably saved them. They said they were expecting Mirage. And Refresh also says he didn't feel like EG would have had another opportunity to go in this veto. And he thinks he's just going to punish him for it now because Mirage is going to be an easy game for him. So let's see.
I want to bounce off of that, because I was maybe a bit puzzled at this veto, or the pick rather, coming out of EG, because Overpass was there for the taking. They picked Mirage instead, which they didn't have such a good history on, particularly the recent Blast Spring groups.
They were doing better. They were doing better at Overpass. They were doing better at Inferno, and yet they went for this one. And I think they probably want to actually keep exercising the philosophy we saw there on the T side of Ancient, where they kind of want to poke and prod, use some of that individual ability. Because right now, if you actually look at how Neelan was mid-rounding with those just individual plays, you look at how Breeze was able to actually sometimes just win a duel here, there, Hex 2, then Mirage is a map that makes a lot of sense in that regard. But it's not really a map they have history doing well on, so it is confusing, Freya.
It could be something also coming into the tournament and the preparation and the results, and like in practice how it looked like Overpass also, you know, op has a lot of impact on it. Maybe they want to give Wiz a little bit more time, and could also be a Neelan thing where he's really comfortable, you know, CIS teams and CIS players on Mirage, it's sort of their second home, so could be a combination of those things.
Do you see this then going to the full 3 maps, or is this a 2-0 for Sprout, Maui?
That's tough. I think Sprout will win this series. It could happen here. I think it's almost definitely going to happen on Inferno, though. So I'll say 2-1. I'll just say 2-1 still. Yeah.
I actually think if it goes to Inferno is where EG will win, has a better chance of winning. I think Sprout will close it out 2-0 because Mirage, you know, more puggy, they have better individuals. A lot of their guys, you know, came up from FPL and whatnot. Mirage is, you know, the most played map when it comes to that. And this is where they probably won't be punished as much for over-rotating like they were on Ancient, like they potentially could be on Inferno.
I guess one more thing I wanted to say about EG, though, is that this is a game that they really, you look at Sprout and what they stand for, and EG needs to win this game. You're a partner team. You've been playing against Tier 1 competition. You don't have any excuses to lose to a Sprout.
Well, there's pressure certainly on the NA Org shoulders, and we're going to see what they have to deliver on their map pick of Mirage. It's a EG taking on Sprout after this.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Seconds and forced off, and there's no kit. He checks it again, and one health is all the difference. Alex is going to do it, and he's dead.
Oh man!
Frozen! Oh my God! Mows them down on Ram. That is crisp, man.
Turns it nicely. He's playing on the swing, and Dexter is handling business. 4 from Dexter. It could be 5. That is sensational.
He notices a player trying to pull his attention away, and he goes into the no-scope at middle. Simple gets it done. The human highlight continues.
They have to run him down. Simple's posted twist. You've got no hope. No! Turns around, Perfecto gone, they're all there! Rocky shatters Na'Vi in one magazine! That is nuts! And lethal stick, Torji! Jumping down! Torji! What is that?
They're both down on the bottom side. One good kill. OC picks up one more. No, you must be kidding me! Unbelievable triple.
Hey Future Pros. Who doesn't like being aggressive? Well, if you do, this is a handy Mirage smoke that will be useful to know. When thrown correctly, this will put a smoke right up to the top of T-sided mid. To throw the smoke, hop into the back corner of the CT spawn. Aim just to the left of the corner of this building. Then run forward and start walking as you get close to the top of this thin building thing. You want to walking jump throw this smoke right as your crosshair hits that section. And just like that, you can keep T's back while you take mid, or they push through the smoke, which should allow you to get some easy kills. But be careful, this smoke will always leave a slight gap that the T's will be watching. Hey Future Pros, back to Mirage with another smoke. This smoke is pretty situational, and one you definitely won't be throwing that often, but as always, knowledge is power. To do this smoke, jump onto the first crate at Tetris, find this incredibly obvious dark spot on the wall, and jump throw the smoke. By some wizardry, you will find that this is somehow smoked off stairs. This is a very easy smoke, and I hope you find yourself in a situation where you get to use it.
And so on the brink of Mirage and potentially the brink of elimination for the Evil Geniuses. They've pushed Sprout to the limit on Ancient, but both pistols, the conversions, And some last-second rotates that at times didn't get entirely punished. Sprout got through, and now that that's behind them, it's a 16-14, but it doesn't matter what the score was, it's a map win. And so now, they can look to sink their teeth into Mirage, a map pick of Evil Geniuses that our desk dissected, but also didn't expect. Overpass could have made sense. What's important is this is what is ahead of us. And what's important is that the pieces of Evil Geniuses on an individual level were starting to show up tonight.
We know a lot of prep has come into Mirage, at the very least for EG, because they don't have any map wins on this. Sprout are not good on this map, so I think at least, you know, they wouldn't expect Sprout to have worked so hard on Mirage. It would probably be hard for Sprout to know it's coming in this veto. These are two advantages that EG have. I don't know if that's going to be enough, though. Again, you want to play to your strengths in vetoes, so we'll see how well practice has gone. But they're coming off a 16-5 loss to Heroic on this map.
Oof, not ideal.
Totally tossed up.
Of course, shout out to Jakey and MC, your camera operators this evening. Looking for action as we all are, but this is a very creepy crawly pistol. Back already through underpass into the apartments, and it looks like we're going to have an Evil Geniuses all in A.
It is the place that the CTs wanted to go, and there was no test on middle, so because of that, I think Sprout are going to be quite happy. Going to come down to the frags now.
It's going to be simple. One smoke, one flash. The jump shot initially. Ooh, Zyphon, empty-handed, kneeling with the double, and then Breeze gets that headshot from across the bomb site. So all of a sudden, it's real clean EG. Zello, nothing. And we could be looking at Evil Geniuses with 5 up in the pistol, like a hot knife through your gut.
Through your gut, ouch. Butter knife?
No, katana.
Ooh, what would be worse though, you know?
Probably a butter knife, man.
It wouldn't kill you. How are you supposed to tell people you got stabbed by a butter knife?
I wouldn't.
A cool story.
I wouldn't. I would hide it.
You would lie and say katana, wouldn't you? Shout out to Nealon. Strong Ancients, great pistol here. And again, Sprout, they wanted it to be A. They were only just playing retake on B, basically, standing back and waiting. They had more than enough in the way of players to stop that hit from having any success, and they delivered nothing.
Yeah, sandwich player could have given us something.
I think it was a fairly salient point from Yanko that on this map, it might be one that Sprout don't get punished as much for the over-rotations as they would on Ancient, as they potentially will on Inferno. And that was an issue, of course, on Ancient. But Mirage can definitely be a little bit more forgiving in that way.
Will EG be forgiving or relentless? Because they had some pretty complicated moments on Ancient, and I feel like as much as Sprout may not over-rotate and complicate their end of things, if EG want to swing for the headshots, go ahead. They lose Nealon at the start of this. Zello in with the deagle. Looks good. Chance at another one, but Wiz, who honestly looked good on the op and also his rifles. Had some very clean AK clips across the T side. Nice to know his skill is diverse. Zyphon finds another deagle shot, and now he's going to have to be the end-all of the last 2 EG players, one of which has that bomb and is running over towards the B site. So poor Zyphon realizing he is being led on a wild goose chase versus Hext here in the Palace. But there's a gun to grab.
Yes, and he actually, I mean, he knows what's happening right now, that there's just a delay. So Zyphon, he's running as fast as he can, and Wiz, he gets caught in the window. Rotation's a little slow from Zyphon. He's gonna run through the molly. It's out for Cat, and it gets disrespected. 40 seconds, Hext on 7 HP. Residual damage from earlier in the round. And Zyphon, well, he knows he can reposition it almost anywhere. Hex is gonna be very slow. And he gets into the spot with the most options. How can Hex find him up here in the B halls? He'd have to be more than a genius.
Zyphon, folks. Major playoff player. He sits inside the apps and he doesn't give Hex too much time. Oh, Zyphon! From that A site, he gets away from Hex, disrespects the molly, the insurance policy, and Sprout will win the force buy.
I think, first of all, the reason Zyphon is able to disrespect that molly is because he rotates so early. Like, he reads into that palace pressure immediately, and he gets way ahead of that situation. Wiz maybe gets some bad information. They're trying to go for an optimized post plant where Hex can come back to mid and play off of Cat, but Hex on 7 HP wasn't the player he should have relied on. You know, he could have put that bomb down for the full flank, and Hex could have came there. But ultimately, I think, you know, Wiz was obviously safer just planting for halls.
What if he hadn't planted at all? Could he have waited for Hex to get closer?
It could have, but again, I don't think you're like really putting tons of stock in your 7 HP rotator on the other side of the map. He wouldn't have planted if he thought that Zyphon was close, but Zyphon was close because he moved fast.
Props to it. Oh, EG, they finally win a pistol in this series. And the win gets taken right out of their sails.
Again, I mean, they might have worked on Mirage, but the confidence isn't at a maximum.
Oh.
Maybe for Tim it is.
Automatic. Damn! Hex not too far off the mark. There's a gun to go grab. Or so there was. Now Stairs got eyes on it. Past tense. It will get picked up, but that's just as Stair comes back in. So another player confirmed to be down there. That's enough. They're content with it. They'll back up into the A site. Force EG to do something about it.
The only 2 smokes from EG come out here. Trying to elicit a reaction here. And Zyphon turns his back for a second as Breeze starts to meander his way out of Palace. The scale begins. I mean, lots of space being taken. We saw a double fake earlier from EG. And Sprout don't want to lose control of everything. It might be too late before they get information, but Zyphon gets into a good spot.
Stops the close proximity, but remember, Bomb's still over towards the apartments. Buying its time, waiting things out. We've seen Sprout get antsy. And a deke shot like that understandably sends a shiver down your spine, but they've got one player still here. Refresh, MP9 drops bomb, Clock's gonna decide this one, and honestly, Automatic just wants to die. So, done and dusted, Sprout convert, 3 players up.
Yeah, we saw Sprout, I mean, the over-rotations almost spelled defeat on Ancient, but they narrowly survived that, and now they learned what EG want to try to bring, and they try to bring that same energy into this round, gaming the rotations back and forth. And again, even if you don't get a guy to leave a site entirely, you can more easily convince them to play a retake spot. And just that alone can be enough for you to win. That's good enough information. But now that they know EG like to try to do that, well, might be a fool me once type situation.
That nade. Ooh, right in the middle of the pack. Zyphon has Nealon's legs taken out straight from beneath him, and that's fast. See you in the next one. Go next.
How often do you see that nade go too far?
Most times.
You know, most times.
Most times.
Oh, Zyphon's nade.
Or it's the poor guy in the back who ends up hitting it, you know? This is something I learned about cannons in the American Civil War.
Oh, okay.
That very often, the way that cannons were used to kill infantrymen was actually by you shot them in front of the line of enemies, and the cannonball would roll and take people's legs off.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, man. Imagine just a cannonball bouncing across the field, and then that just hits you in the hips.
Oh, man.
Ah! Brutal.
They didn't have video games back then, so
no.
What would you do?
Die.
Yeah.
You just go die. That's, yeah.
People always talk about how bad it is these days. They don't think about how bad it was back then.
Yeah, people back then I don't think were too smart. I mean, they used to stand in a line and shoot at each other. How stupid does that sound?
Like in the Westerns?
No, like again in the Civil War. Okay. You know, like, bro, you got an 80 AD.
True, yeah. They didn't have mechanics back then. The mechanics weren't there. There was no deathmatch, you know.
They're not even strafing back then.
No, we've learned a lot. Okay, well, with Nealon down early, EG want to try to get some speed, but Sprout smartly take control of Connector just as EG were about to press into it. But at the same time, window is an option. However, there is just such a high concentration of CTs towards middle at the moment. Well, they start to leave window. Worried about B now, because there's maybe a cat timing. EG are doing everything right to put pressure, cause movements, but unfortunately...
getting killed for it.
Yeah, all the responses from Sprout are just right.
Automatic does find a gap through window. That looks nice. Stare off of the stairs. Okay. That's a thing. And Automatic has 10 seconds left to 1v3. Okay.
I wonder he's defending that spot.
Yeah, right. It's all in the name. And so with it, it is Sprout again. But you're dead on, right? We see Evil Geniuses trying to shift into different positions, into different ideas, and in reality, it's just Sprout looking very, very sharp.
Yeah, the idea is map control causes insecurity, causes mistakes, loosens the grip of the defense, and ruins the communication. And they kind of get all of those things. But every time Sprout, nervously peek into a new angle, well, they find a moment. Guy with a nade out, guy has his head turned to the side. So that can be maybe a symptom of EG working too much map control at once, right? If you don't control the variables, well then suddenly that also becomes the reason you lose. It could be chalked up to luck in that spot. Oh, if we watch this and this, but if they tried to slow it down, put more pressure on one spot. They also don't thin out their attack, and then they can have multiple people watching one angle, whereas right there, they're pressuring a ramp, connector, and window at the same time. Almost too good for their own good.
The one smoke and flash gets closer. Refresh just looking for any sign of intelligent life. Gonna make a pocket for himself to play within. Crossfire here from Lau. Oh, Refresh dies to the deagle. Yeah, right? Damn, that one hurt. But unfortunately for EG, we get a quick pop from Sprout players out through Market. Lau gets around the corner to just hold off on mid. And losing 2 players here, it's not the worst.
Not the worst. Yeah, so many reliable riflers here on Sprout. Again, they have assembled such a good team. From the free agents that were available to just the players that had just left their most recent teams, immediately snatching them up before anybody else could grab them. And it started off very strong with their RMR. And that's the reason that we're talking about them right now. I think if not for that result, we would be much more measured about our expectations. Be a feather in the cap of their veto to take a Mirage win here. But the thing is, again, it was EG who really, they put themselves on the line taking it to Mirage in the first place. That's something that may be criticized and rightfully so on the desk, the fact that they took this risk. But the game isn't over yet. So far, EG only a pistol here to start out this first half.
Don't even know if he gets to see that one as he's unscoping. I love a little pop play like this. Even if Hex falls down in front of it, Zyphon, easy enough reaction. Although Sprout's a little bit jumbled up inside jungle.
Yeah, they've been very active in here, but in a weird way where it looks like they're just overlapping. It looks like Hex is looking for the silent drop in this spot, but he's going to be in full view of Zyphon. And an approach from both sides, and Hex, he comes through. Beautiful move.
Zyphon ends up shooting the shadow. Sets himself up to fail. Lau.
Riflers here still.
Hanging on to the box. Refresh is going to tuck in. Nealon right there at the top of Connector, ready for the gunfight. But Refresh comes out on top of it, and we've got this one evened out. Automatic headshot off of mid. Hunting for the wallbang. Knows that Refresh is still there, but he swings.
Oh, and they don't see anything now. A.
He stops Hexed, and that bomb doubles back. Automatic going to be the thorn in the mid control.
Oh, they're a bit slow now on the rotation. Automatic as they walk up connector. First kill's easy.
Clotheslined. Flash dodged. Lau, chance to shine. Automatic toying with him and just buying time for Wiz to sprint over towards that B site. It's Lau into the clutch. We already saw this one go south once, but this time Wiz will not be killed as he plants. He's got that bomb down up in his hands and he pushes down the catwalk. Lau's gonna come in from a different angle, but remember, one bullet, a singular shot out of Lau's AK, and Wiz is a dead man.
Yeah, and does he have time to spare? There's a kit here, so ooh, Wiz looking for a fast shot, and he grabs it. Well done, 6 HP. Needs to hit it right away, and he does deliver.
Beautifully done. Plants, gets off site, goes and carves his path through middle.
Nice round out Automatic.
And also I like not reacting to just the defuse attempt, but feeling that there's no mid-flank and just posting up already, right? Wiz is scoped in, Lau comes around the corner, knife out, thinks that he's got to somehow bait out the shot. In reality, Wiz is already prepared.
This is ironically around where I think Sprout actually set up quite well for everything that was coming in, but Refresh handled connectors so well. I love the wide swing up the stairs for anybody who's playing close left connector. That's the optimal punish. Some people peek and give the opponent in there too much of a fair fight. And he really pressed his advantage by going wide. And then when he got the A ramp kill, thought, okay, well, that's it for EG. But in between all that action, Automatic popped up on the bench, took out Cat, came into connector, looked for some more, and just bought time for Wiz. Well, they've got 2 rounds, but let's see if they can get 2 in a row.
Refresh feeling the pressure. There's a follow-up in position, but they decide to eject, hold off.
Yeah, I mean, they make tons of noise, caused the rotations. It really did feel like the exec was coming, and there was no molly to stop them. And, well, they actually, they win some space off of this. They've got the CTs to move. That's pretty interesting from EG. I wonder if they really just wanted to give that audible and then re-aggress, but it's activated this lurk from Automatic, and this was how they got a lot of good success on Ancient. And now they're just ready to re-exec into this round.
Their nades have all gone down.
Sprout, I think they're ready. Yeah, they're at least ready for the lurk. They have 2 people in the site.
Zello made a bunch of sound as if he was running into the market.
Ooh, that's their 1 A player.
And scoped in and doubled back. The other A player is actually already through Palace. So we'll see if Lau can come back. We've got 2 ops here on the play.
Oh, that was fast.
Very quick shot from Zello. The moment Breeze creases the screen, and now the ramp flank could come through. I mean, at the moment, EG fully exposed to this. I mean, we've even got Wiz just scoped up, standing in the open. It's just going to be weird for Lau because he's working with the op, so he's going to have to somehow finagle 2 kills out of this, and with Wiz going deep onto default, now Lau could swap over to that Galil, Refresh looking for his chance to come in from connector, but the other T's have just managed to disappear. It's 2 more kills back the way of Sprout. Nealon shows himself, and the bomb planted for this. Oh, he blocks it, and it's close, but Stair comes off the defuse for the fight, and EG take a 3rd.
Yeah, that's really well done. Dude, EG are doing some new shit. I mean, sorry, excuse me. They're doing some new stuff. I was really excited about that. I mean, I like that that pump fake on the B site with the nades that came out to start things off. Honestly, I feel like I used to see this in CS, but this feels like a kind of a very modern take on it. I mean, it's a fake, but specifically just for map control. I mean, they use it to expand on mid, and they prey on the fact that Sprout, they rotate very freely, and they find a new way to do it, so it's not as obvious to Sprout, but Sprout all the same fall for it. And the whole while you can see it's calculated, right? Refresh didn't even throw that incendiary into the B halls.
Right. It's on their own.
Ooh. Dude, he's rifling. He has some massive entry rounds in this series so far.
You know, this is why it's a bit, and it's not because I'm from NA, it's a bit disconcerting that EG lost that first map, because we saw some of the best play out of Nealon, some of the best play out of Wiz yet. It's like everything.
Emotionally, it sucks. For
Yeah.
them.
Yeah. It's just, you know, it all came together, and obviously they didn't get the map win. So feels like a bit of a wasted chance.
Connor's French. He's from France. He doesn't even care about EG. So it's totally unbiased here. I don't know. You don't want to let the close one slip.
Totally. I just don't want to see wasted effort, you know? But if again, like at the start of this round, we're getting more Nealon headshots on these AKs, if Wiz is picking up kills with the rifles as well, I'm like, okay, it's not just going to be the one-off map, right? If that was a close Ancient and then this one just gets a total Sprout blowout because, as Yanko sort of expected, individual level of Sprout could just shine on Mirage. The Pug Stars in their element. But Nealon ain't no chump. Double headshot. Both these forward-facing CTs. A little unfortunate, Lau actually just looks away. He's like checking his right side just as Nealon comes in. But that's why you can't be caught slipping. Don't snooze, or you lose.
I know like a really cool dad who said that.
Moses?
Yeah, Moses. Somehow I think he's even cooler than that. But a dad all the same. Congratulations, Moses.
Hex sees him. Yeah, nope, not getting away with that. But it's actually 2 boosts.
What's better than 1?
Who? Refresh. I'm sorry, but the USP not destined to thrive in this moment. No, sir. Jungle players both down. Deagle, however, a little bit better. And we've seen some clean Deagle headshots coming out of Sprout, but this doesn't matter because it's EG's round win. 3 players up, converting, and drawing back this T-side, right? Remember, this started, of course, with them winning Pistol and then getting that loss in the follow-up.
Yeah, seeing EG get better is one thing that's been pretty cool, but also, I mean, seeing them try to carve out an identity in a world where everyone's sort of just playing the most optimal version of CS is also, it's not only cool, but it's also ambitious. Like, I think you sort of start to build in the direction to catch a tailwind of a very good team, get comfortable in that zone, and then maybe carve out an identity. That's where with top 5 teams in the world, you can speak to their play style in specific. But with EG and the way that they are gaming rotations and stuff like that, making that their brand, I think is pretty interesting. But I think, it's meaningless unless they actually win maps, and so far they have an 0-1 start. So looking for some dignity here on Mirage, but coming back into this game already has been pretty impressive.
Interrupted by the flashbang, but still intent on taking middle. Careful though. Underpass player. Could be a real problem here for Nealon. Flashes over top connector. Oh, automatic. Screws with Lau's vision. Zyphon on the trade frag. Underpass player comes out, and that will catch the kill favorably to the way of Sprout. But Breeze wastes no time. Slashes through that A site. And honestly, they had left a gap in it. Top Con, the closest player. EG's pounce. Out Palace. Catches Sprout off guard. And now we've got Wiz with a chance to shine from inside sight. Hex just a couple steps behind him. And then Breeze even deeper. But who's even going to be needed? Because right now it's just Wiz connecting the op shot and keeping Sprout at bay. CT smoke top connector. Oh, Stare. He manages to get himself another, but it's really just his evacuation plan. And so EG, believe your eyes, with a lead.
Seen some great moments out of Stare this half, but honestly, that was a weird one, right? He was the guy sitting in underpass. His teammate is full blind in connector, and he doesn't swing. I feel like he sort of played that situation a little bit too passively. Like, look at all of this unfold, and meanwhile, Stare, look at the trades and how they go down from this point on. Damage into connector, the player on Cat finishes off the one in connector, and then Stare comes out later on. I think if he had swung with his teammates there, they easily destroy mid. Nealon had no idea there was someone down there, but at least they kicked it off with a good flash. Either way for Sprout, they get together another full buy. Maybe he got blind, I'm not sure.
Hello? Oh. Looked away from a flash, I assume. I didn't see it myself. Or he's just trying yip-de-doodle trick shots. Crosses back over. So we get that lean through the murder hole. And the off chance anybody comes climbing through the window behind him, and Automatic could be up to those antics in a late round situation. But bomb is on Wiz, and the utility is basically dried up for EG. We've got a smoke and a Molotov. But maybe Breeze is just going to go for that dry contact. Oh, be careful now. Refresh. Known to go for the jump spots. And with that presence shown, they do get stare.
Dude, BAP's control has been massive for EG in terms of controlling the flow of these CTs. Look at Automatic again. Taking over space here, knowing where Sprout are going to move. Playing with a lot of prescience.
Ooh,
and an open kill once again on Zyphon. What a shot from Wiz.
Just snaps it back into the player on default.
They've recreated the same successful situation from the past.
Ooh, he commits. Wiz gets off of that bomb plant. Breeze gives the cover from the top stairs. Damn, Wiz. About to be ran down. Refresh. He'll come in with the mid flank. Catches Nealon at the very least. But honestly, Sprout's players, they're just trying to get the hell out of here. And it looks like Automatic will let them go. So very nicely done. Automatic coming up connector. Oh, Lau kills his teammate. Additional costs racking up, and EG additional rounds. More importantly than anything else, they get themselves back into the A site. Like you said, rinse and repeat.
It's the same thing. They use that BAP's control. That's actually what's been paramount right now to EG controlling rotations. It's very impressive stuff, actually. They're using all parts of the map right now, and this is actually... They put the same amount of pressure across the map to get everyone to go over towards B and elicited the Zyphon peek, who got nervous as the first bit of information for the CTs. And as soon as Zyphon died, well, it was already too late. That's been good stuff, man. There's actually nothing more frustrating than losing a round because you rotated too early. Like, that feels the worst. Everybody wants a good fight.
Yeah, it feels like that's just those, that's when you just kind of outplay yourself. It's one thing to lose to someone else, but to lose to yourselves... Despicable.
It just feels like they're inside your brain. They made you do something.
Yeah.
That was a bad idea. That's just like the purest form of CS right there. The most undignified way to go. I think you're going to hate yourself for when you watch the demos. But we saw that on Ancient and they still lost the map, so.
Stare. Ooh, stuck here. Fire's going to force him to commit. And as he goes back outwards, Automatic gets him. So, sensing that presence. Not the first time we've seen him over there as well. Go back to the round where they're trying to press up connector and Stare late plays it. So a consistency that EG will utilize to their advantage.
And the early gamble here from Sprout. Well, we'll see how many players they stick into the B site. But for now, it's just about EG, simply not making the wrong move. And with a minute, they have time to get information. Going back to A is the right call. This game started 5-1.
Zyphon on a pedestal. Good damage versus Wiz. Puts a smoke down to create a bit of a question mark towards Ticket. And we do see the T's just kind of stall for a second. But the counter-terrorists bail?
Yeah, I mean...
Okay.
I think they lost as soon as they went for the stack, and EG picked the site, saw the retake player, and now they've got an open plant. They have an op. There's no flashes for Sprout to get over even Wiz on 14 HP. You'd assume he'd get a free frag right here.
So outplayed again.
Yeah.
And to go back, I would rather be out-aimed than out-brained.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I've been saying for the last 3 rounds. Like,
feels so much worse.
Yeah, absolutely. At least when you're out-aimed, you say unlucky. But when you yourself moved your model over towards the other side of the map for no reason...
Makes you feel real small, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. That's good stuff.
Now you're just playing to save, and you tried to save with 4, but already down to 2. So your silver lining, getting thinner and thinner. Hext is going to finish off Refresh as Zyphon puts his brain right in front of it. Nicely done there, because that actually has massive impact. 4 players, because especially when you consider the chance that they would have had going into the retake. You know, they could have given that one an old college try. But you saved nothing, and now you'll be left with nothing. Nothing other than open wounds. Sprout, 5 on the CT side. EG have all of a sudden turned this bad boy around. It was 5-1. It's 5-8. 7 rounds in a row. Pistols just to get through here in the 14th. But EG are not about to skip a step or open any door. Gonna leave Lau boosted. Lethal Deagle. Oh, catches Wiz. 3rd player in the apartments loses his head.
Gotta get his, doesn't he?
So tough. Refresh. Nice first one. We've got damage versus Breeze. Zello able to capitalize. Goes back in as he keeps kneeling in the open. Top mid player here for Automatic. And Zyphon just runs straight out Khan into his death.
Oh, and Tim's not going to get caught by the window guy. There was a chance, actually, Stare, if he played in front of Connector. Automatic had no idea a second guy would be there.
So Nealon waits his moment or two, just gets Automatic ever closer. Reconfirming positions. They don't know about that second. Bomb's gonna go down default as Automatic locks in the market door. CTs, 1 smoke. Flash goes forward. Nice little bit of team play here. Again, just not giving Sprout the chance to expand out through market, throw that smoke grenade forward, set up Stare in any real way, but maybe him sliding through the window silently could still work out. Oh, nice Deeg. But where did Nealon go? That's the last question, and the answer is hiding behind bench. Stare starts to make sound, and if he had turned and killed him...
That would have been his Hiko moment.
If he had, flabbergasted would have been both Sponge and Yanko.
Yeah.
Right. Watching on from the catwalk.
Yes, choosing a team to coach for.
So that there is 9 to EG's T side. Double op setup coming out of Sprout to close out the half.
Yeah. And this is just classic anti-eco moves here from EG to organize the cat split with B-Halls. Sprout had nothing. Their money transparent. EG have absolutely survived a bad start. And something new. Again, the walkout here on A ramp with an opening kill.
Oh. Jungle Peak gets a little damage in, but...
They won the site.
Dude, they won this half. If they hadn't lost to that force buy in the second round, I feel like Sprout would have been walking away with 2 or 3 only. So, honestly, EG, take a bow at the end of this T side because there was layers to it. There was a diverse playbook, we had strategy, we had adaptation, and we had strong individual skills. Very close affair from Automatic, Nealon, Wiz, and Breeze. And we'll see what they've got in store for us on the defense.
Yanko and I bringing you something a little bit different here. Been doing a listening of our own. Yanko with Sprout, me with EG, and EG's comms throughout. Very, very calm. Even when they were down in that start, they didn't lose their cool. Neelan's definitely the boss. Tim, the 2IC, and well, Vorborg, when he chipped in on the mic, he was just reassuring. Everything's going fine. Just look out for these little details.
Yeah, and for Sprout, you know, it was a little bit uncomfortable for them to play. It felt like they were a little bit too passive. You know, Barry was getting good reads in the time, was giving some good calls, but just tough to play sometimes. It felt like EG was really on point in this one, right? Lack of information for Sprout, difficult to rotate, and it seemed like EG was always one step ahead. A frustrating half for Sprout.
Very default heavy. Over to Scrawny and Launders now to bring you the second half.
What was that at the end?
I don't know.
But that
Someone
was
getting rowdy.
I like that the comms actually mirrored what we saw.
Yes.
As well, you know, that made sense. The fact that EG crawled back after the 1-5 start, it has to be because they were composed. They had a good read on the situation. They looked like they were winning the entire time by the end of that half. So,
shout out Chad for being in the trenches as well, man. Man never stops.
Not Yanko?
Well, he's got to be here. He's our analyst.
Yeah, true.
Chad's,
true.
You know, Chad's in the after hours, bro. That's the passion. All right, we get it up into the A site. Yeah, he can smell him. Oh, but Breeze, as he's about to get cleared, it's that deep peek from Neelan off the spawn, and the bomb drops towards Ticket. You've been punched, bud. Zyphon, no chance at getting out of that default position. And you could see Lau hunting for the deep Ticket kill, but Neelan peeks at the perfect moment, and just like in the first 15, EG too sharp.
It's 2 pistols. Now, 1 actually for EG, but they didn't convert the first time around. So I think Sprout want to try to keep hope alive. I think they probably have limited expectations here on Mirage. I think, again, I wouldn't be surprised if they wouldn't expect EG to pick a map that they don't have any wins on. But after the initial start, you'd think, all right, well, maybe they have a chance to put in an effort, but the shots here are looking good for EG. Wiz having another great map, honestly. And the drawing board here for Sprout, as they have no investment.
So they'll wait for the mid play. They say good things come to those who wait. They also say early bird gets the worm.
Dude, that guy has been contradicting himself since the beginning of time.
Well, time is of the essence.
That was good. That caught me off guard.
Yeah?
Yes. Like
me being witty?
It's a rare sight, man. What can I say? I'm just kidding.
I'm not offended.
Okay.
Unarmored heads at the top of middle. Zyphon, you're dead. Maui Snake did still think that this one goes to map 3, expects Inferno to still possibly be picked up by Sprout, and I would say based on what we saw versus OG, they've definitely got a game in place. So Evil Geniuses testing Sprout's Ancient to the very limit, coming in on their map pick and making it look easy breezy beautiful. You know, so far throughout this series, we're talking about Evil Geniuses being in control of the game.
I agree, yeah, definitely. I mean, dude, I just feel like you know, when you hear us talk about EG, it's like, well, of course they think EG are good. But honestly, if you know what you're watching, okay, they've actually they called some pretty good T-Haps.
No, you can see the bigger picture, right? Yeah. EG clearly have a blueprint. Molotov towards top mid, Zello. There's no fight behind this, just utility pressure. I'm curious to see how active EG CT side remains. Moving pieces and whatnot.
I don't know any good teams that are defined by how passive they are. And I think that's something really important because these days, you know, back in the day, you play optimized, chill, and wait. Play your advantage. These days, it feels like if you don't take every little bit of map control that's open and can't figure that out, you're going to lose to a team who does. So, activity is key.
MP9 cleared out Ooh, and so is Breeze.
Those were kind of scary entries, weren't they?
Yeah, those were headshots through and through. Wiz's chance to shine, but oh, he slides beneath.
Oh,
so sick that he comes out wide, kills the second player, then gets what he originally wanted. Nice effort from Wiz. Somebody had to go big.
Wiz's smoke was perfect.
Wow.
He gave him the best chance to take a fight through halls and also rotate back if he wanted to. Mid-site smoke there opened up options.
You know, shout out Sprout for coming in with those convincing initial kills. But Wiz, all of a sudden, you know, he scrambled all the panic. He made Sprout for a moment think things were going south. Props for them, or to them, for recovering. And now you can go ahead and reap the reward. 12-6, and it's pistols up for EG. But Wiz just gave us another moment where, again, I personally haven't seen him, A, play this well across the series.
That's because he hasn't.
Okay, so that one's just blunt. And B, show me any rifle work, right? I've seen, like, you know, this classic, like, oh, I got 6 kills in a map, but there were some pretty fast op shots in there. No, like, we've seen just really cool rifle 2Ks today. And I didn't know he had that in him.
Yeah, and I think he's just clearly, he's more comfortable. So that's great. Great to see.
There's a reason he was in the pipeline. Again, no tools to work with. A site completely clear for the taking, so Sprout, it's a T side that's got at least some legs beneath it. Baby legs for now.
Yeah, but we got a very stark reminder of the entry power here from Sprout in that previous round towards B, and that was with EG, multiple chances to tip the scales back in their favor. Everybody dying without a frag until the end, so...
I do feel like when Sprout will be given a chance, you can just hold W and press left click. When it's not too complicated, Sprout still have that extra level in them. They'll pack a punch, and EG will feel it throughout this half, no doubt. Last second scramble in, tap that bomb, see if you can cause anybody to give up their life. But it's looking like it's all Stare and Zyphon.
Oh, there's a lot of money made here for Sprout to close that out. And all the little advantages as they try to create a snowball here. Still a significant lead, but we know how fast that can disappear. And it definitely inspired confidence in Sprout at the end of Ancient when they were able to come back, because it felt like EG were just going to roll over that game. And then Sprout all of a sudden showed us some fantastic CT rounds.
Ooh, Stare. Okay. Going at it again. Straight past Sandwich already. Nice flashes, but automatic regains vision. Can't manage to control that second one. Lau's pushing around the bench. We've got the T's coming in with kills. It's a Zyphon double to crack open an A site in what feels like 10 seconds.
That was terrifying.
Holy hell.
Yeah, and the follow-up flashes as well. And even though Zello died, CTs were rattled right there. They forced them to make a bunch of bad decisions. Our perspective, obviously, we see how EG could have easily dealt with that, but from EG's perspective, they probably have no idea how fast route we're going. They disrespected the molly on ramp, the double flash to get over to connector control, the multiple players coming in that direction. Lau and X with the trade, and then over to CT. And, well, actually...
It's alive.
Yeah, it's alive because of this smoke.
It's going to try to stick the defuse. No.
Oh my god.
Oh, Hex! Oh, denied by refresh. Comes in from the other angle with 2 AKs spraying at him. Down to the wire. But nope.
But nope, and 5 deaths.
That'll hurt.
No money, no gun saved here for EG. Potentially 9 rounds now for Sprout. And we're seeing what kind of Sprout they want to bring into this side. I think it makes perfect sense. Like when we look at OG, for example, and the way that they've simplified their game to make up for the fact they don't feel as confident in the slow, comprehensive rounds by coming through with their pop flash explodes, contact plays. Well, if Sprout don't feel that confident on Mirage, maybe they just turn up the temperature, start to run in the direction of their opponents, and if EG were ready for anything, maybe it wasn't that.
Go Berserker mode.
And it'll speak to Sprout's adaptations ability if they're able to take a map that maybe they weren't fully sure about and they were able to kind of transform on the fly.
Yeah. Even if the first 15 looked really good for EG, even if your own defense isn't the best, I mean, these are fast rounds. In the last 24 hours, that was the fastest A hit I have seen on Mirage, and we cast Furia yesterday.
Yeah. Very true.
So
it'll be frustrating. If EG watched a bunch of games and didn't anticipate this or saw it coming but couldn't find practice that would match up in a similar way and got caught off guard. So right now,
it's a quick package of Wiz rifling. This is that 1v1 he picked up versus Lau.
Just impact, lots of impact.
All over, man.
And
Lil's AKs.
So look at the movements here. I mean, it's not Wiz staying stationary. Very combative throughout.
Even a pistol killer, too.
Dude, all through blast groups, it was watching Wiz sit behind smokes, rotate back, get a kill that was in front of him, but not much else. Totally different guy here coming into Kato. Great sign.
Now officially his second European LAN. So still very new to this game. The game that is Tier 1 CS. Now, obviously EG trying to keep this gap between them and Sprout, but Sprout have been turning heads in these last couple of rounds just by nature of their aggression.
Oh, that was
off the shot.
Huge punishment. That volley was trusted for far too long.
Yep. The first peek was right behind it. Oh, and Siphon gonna catch another kill coming out of A ramp. Just like that, the A site has crumbled. Your walls are falling. The orcs have breached the courtyard.
They didn't think they would have man, 3 A ramp plays that quickly. Siphon gets up behind that Molotov like he can see 10 seconds into the round. He knows exactly what he's going to do right after. And Wiz jumping up on Ticket, it was the perfect sign. You know, as soon as they made some presence in connector, they see Wiz in a compromised spot. That top Ticket's a very dangerous position to play because of the Palace play that can come out because of the A-ramp hit. But that early in the round, after we've already seen them try A-ramp twice, you can see why Wiz thought, okay, maybe I can be up here for 1 second. Nope, not the case. And then after this, well, they simply can't trade anymore. Again, the speed is just rattling EG.
They're not even giving them a chance to catch their breath.
This lead is almost meaningless at this point. Again, a situation where EG have to save.
Final timeout called by Sprout. Barry wants in on the action. And I feel like we just got a great instance of the mechanical level that the old Copenhagen Flames were touting when it came to Siphon. Wiz was just taught a valuable lesson. 1 second can be 1 second too long. So we get the Scout on automatic. Deagle P250. Bare bones buy out of EG. And unlike Ancient, I feel like we haven't seen too many upsets with lesser guns. So let's see if EG can turn that tail upside down in round 23, or else all of a sudden the success of the first half has evaporated. Sprout will take a second here. For all they know, A-site stacked. But wall of smokes up. Molly underneath Palace. There's nothing in the world that EG have here that could stop this. And just in case, Sprout still play through all the procedures.
Well, bright sight, decisive anti-eco. We saw it last time EG ran in with all their pistols late to draw out some peaks. Dying to ops is definitely the best way to go. But man, you know what? We've seen Sprout play fast, and they've won playing fast. I think they need to see themselves play a little slower and still come out in the same way, like successful. But while they've been playing fast, they've also had minimal losses. So they are so rich. I mean, we're looking at nearly 10K on 3 players or more.
Even more for Zello.
Yeah, that's crazy.
We got them fat stacks.
So they have room to make mistakes now, man. I would absolutely rather be Sprout suddenly in this game. The amount of money left over, the rounds we've seen so far in this half. Again, EG, both pistols in this game. Conversions in the second half.
We got to see EG able to put up with the pace. Fight fire with fire. If it comes down to it. Breeze does come off Cat with an effort to shut down something towards Chair, but Stair wins the fight.
Oh, they're so fast, man. They
Hex solo B already. We've
Hex
got the player down. Lau behind the pillar. Smoke's going out to just try and stave off something, but
Hex
it's
doesn't
here.
know he's out. Oh my god.
Nothing you can do to stop that one. Automatic scrambling back around. Wiz already forfeiting Marketplace. And Blink, you'll miss it. Sprout with conviction into the B site. We are talking a tied game at 12.
And this has been like a 5-minute half.
7 terrorist rounds straight.
That's unreal.
And it's not just like 7 wins by way of post plant where EG make it glow. This is just Sprout through and through. If you tuned in 7 rounds ago, you'd think, how'd they get 12 rounds?
Yeah, seriously.
Which is insane, because if we go back to that first half, I'm sat here impressed with rose-tinted glasses thinking, damn, EG, you're piecing it together tonight.
And that's still true, but, well, gotta play both sides, as they say.
Yeah, and sometimes Counter-Strike really does boil down to headshots and such.
So, right there, fast mid control into the one person on CT side pushing, and it was Breeze. It was a duel that Stair had, but you could already tell by that peak. I don't think Breeze would be playing out there if you knew exactly how many players were inside of mid. One at the bottom of connector, Stair inside of Chair, and at the same time putting pressure on B. Ready to explode out. And I think the communication got so crazy right there that Hex couldn't even hear Lau dropping out of window and even running around on the back of the site. He threw his smoke in a way that made me feel like he wasn't worried about anybody coming into B site. Back to pistols for EG. This one's for a lead. And again, so much money. Zyphon on $1,300 after a buy. There's no telling how many rifles EG will have to get through to even have a chance to have an anti-eco.
Oh, but that one M4, little bit of aggression, doubled up with Hex Steagle. It's something, and he can even leave. You know, of all these rounds, we haven't seen anything for EG. This one had something,
It did.
Past tense, it's already been cleared out, and the bomb can come join them. We're going to see the other pistol players try to just sprint over, but as they cross windows, Zello will pin Breeze to the back of that Marketplace, and Nealon just mere seconds away from stopping that bomb. Wiz picks up an AK, silver lining, maybe has a smoke to try to push this out, but Zello's just got all these lines, every angle needed to just keep EG away. The hope of fighting back with lesser weapons taken from them in round 25.
Dude, this is just, it's like a T-side masterclass.
It's so sick.
Yeah, it's incredibly fun to watch. Zello's keeping up as the Opera, the most stationary. Wow, off the corner of a smoke. And again, as you mentioned, like while everybody is out here making chaotic movements, Zello is the calm one, holding the long, powerful lines, not missing a shot in a round that absolutely could have gone awry. And they're missing these kills by seconds because Sprout are moving that quickly. It's not looking good, bruv.
No, sir.
EG will invest again, but they're just at the will of Sprout right now. I feel like you have every reason in the world to use too much utility early. You're worried about Sprout. You probably don't have confidence versus them in duels. So let's see what EG bring. They know this is one of their final chances to stop this absolute barrage of a T-side attack, or at least slow it down. And I think this is, I was honestly waiting for a round to be called to be a bit slower earlier on, because you would think that EG would find a way to stop things early. But again, you have a huge incentive to use grenades early because you have to stop that option first part of the round. Like, after you've seen it so many times, you can't let them just run out the ramp over and over again.
They're going to try to walk one up top mid. We did see Sprout stunned in middle last round. And again, there's a good amount of numbers here for EG. Automatic sees that as an invitation. Could have gotten a second, but Stare is sharp. Stares him in the eyes, takes his head off, and forces Nealon to now have to go back and try to deal with this A site. We've seen previously a great pounce from EG straight out from Palace, and it looks like Sprout are gearing up for the exact same situation.
Oh man, they got the Palace walkout. There's no one here on the A site.
Nobody.
Yeah, and there's no op on this angle. Where is Wiz at the moment? They've actually got him inside the B site. And Lau, oh no, they tried to clear underpass. He picks the perfect timing to come up. Oh, Hexed! He jumps back up.
The timing!
Oh.
Lau just slides between both. Evil Genius is trying to throw Nealon over to the A site, but it's a barren wasteland of defense again.
Jesus, they were too uncomfortable to go for the full clear. And their worst fear was there. They were watching it for so long, but Wiz gets a kill. Breeze on a big flank.
Hero mode. That's the only thing that can save them, is Breeze going hero mode. And a great chance at both kills, sure enough. Nice snap, Stare removed. He's gonna catch Wiz on the rotation, but there's a smoke on top of Bomb. Breeze, it's a fake. Stare sends shots in, tries to jump and move, and Breeze is gonna get back on top, but doesn't have a kit. And without a kit, it's going to come down to the wire. It's going to be close. Breeze, it's white.
Oh, he's got it.
Oh, talk about heroics.
Jesus. Gotta hand it to Breeze, man. That was such a nice transfer. The perfect amount of patience. And without every millisecond extra, he wouldn't have set up a way for his team to win this. The trade would have been too easy. Siphon's spot was so powerful up there in the halls, he probably thought the round was over. Honestly, why is he leaving Palace in this situation? Well, Breeze won't be asking too many questions, and then plays the 1v1 to perfection, even though it comes down to literally milliseconds on that defuse. Gets that full swing out.
Breeze, inspired by that last clutch, his teammates all watching on as he pulls it off. And now we get a much more front-facing A-site setup from EG. That vacant bomb site that so easily slipped into Sprout's hands, no longer a problem. But check out that B site instead. It's Hexed. He's got the Molotov, but he's only wielding a FAMAS.
It's not a great gun to be in this situation, but well, with the FAMAS, he makes magic happen.
It's one at least. That smoke making the T's nervous. Zello takes a ton of damage. Breeze, he could get these two frags and cut them off. Siphon, footing inside the B site, and a push up from the bomb. Automatic will find the little that was left of Zello, but it's not enough to stop them from getting into B.
Dude, rocking a hard place right now. They have no money, 3v3. They want to retake, but if they lose right here...
What a gamble.
It's going to be match point, most likely.
It's risky CS if they go for this, but sometimes risk is reward. And Stare, given a chance to shine, catches Automatic in the mid-play first, so now it's all out from Market if you choose to, but instead they will tuck tail Sprout.
Oh.
With the defenses in position, Hex starts it off with one kill, Breeze ready to lock them off on ladder, but Sprout, where there's a will, there's a way.
Last round, EG, you know, they get that because of Breeze's massive play, but they also, I want to say, it was a slow round, and EG did keep up for a minute, and then we had that amazing Lau NX lurk to tip the skills, and EG win it so narrowly. One alive right there. The money is now the biggest problem for them. Sprout, they can play with freedom. I mean, they could literally run the same strat 3 times. If it works once, they still have full buys each and every one of those times, and EG can't sustain. One player alive in that last one. They're forced to save with 2. They're playing against match point, and I'm wondering what the rebuys are even going to be in this situation. Enough money to hold them back, at least. One last chance. No guarantees they win the round, however. And we still have 12K for Refresh, 10K for Stare.
Deaths mean nothing to them at this point.
Seriously. They can be as aggressive as they want in the exits. They want to come for EG full force.
Oh, Zyphon again. Again, he gets into that little corner on top of the ramp. Finds an opening kill. Now Refresh given his chance, and Breeze just not ready for that close proximity out of Refresh. Sprout back to what has worked from the get-go on this T side. You shouldn't be surprised at this point. It's just the fact you cannot hang on. Automatic, trying his damnedest, off out from Wiz, but Stairs there to trade. And Hext has picked up the kill elsewhere, so it's him into the 1v2, the young Canadian kid. In connector, and the bomb plant can't be stopped. He is just lost in a sea of smokes, able to try and push out, but Lau locks him in, and with it, it is Sprout to 15.
This is such an impressive victory if they actually make this happen the way that they performed on this T side. This is what it feels like when you scrim a team that's way above your level and they treat you with no respect. They take so many fast risks over and over again, and they consistently work. They demoralize you, they beat you up, they show their individual skill over and over again. They play without fear throughout this entire thing and have actually almost made their dreams a reality. Looking for a 2-0 victory over EG. They'll go to Value Village, get everything they can. No op for Wiz, 2 pharmacists here, an aggressive move, an early op shot to shy them off of mid. Wiz wishes he could go toe-to-toe here with Stair, but doesn't have the tools to do it.
Now he doesn't even have the HP to try and continue that brazen play, the aggression turned away. EG tails tucked as they limp back through Murder Hole.
This game is so close, but it doesn't feel like it at all. Like, oh man.
A tale of two sides, truly.
Oh, connector control, just one. Rotations over towards the B site.
They're not letting go of that W key, just slicing in behind them. Automatic back turn. The timing, not even a possibility in his mind's eye. And down goes the ticket player. Sprout, looking like the Evil Genius's game plan was going to be enough. Their own T side looks so good. And Ancient comes down to a matter of 2 rounds with both pistols in Sprout's back pockets, despite EG's seemingly perfect strategy, outplaying them at times, forcing their rotates. And I will say, you know, Sprout were forced to react to Evil Geniuses across both of these maps, but nothing could have prepared EG for the blunt force trauma of this T-side on Mirage. An absolute beating in this second map will give Sprout a chance to face off versus ENCE to get into the group stage. And as much as we can sit back and praise the preparation of the Evil Geniuses, this is the end of the road for them in Katowice.
Now they're gonna have to take that one on the chin. That's a tough loss. I want to highlight, though, continuously how good that was from Sprout. I've never seen a game that was 16-13 and looked so lopsided all the same. That second half went on. For another 15 rounds, it feels like Sprout would have won 13 more. Unreal stuff from them to play as if they had already won the map from the jump, stick to their guns, and then come through with a couple of new styles of play near the end. With the lurk, with the slow crawls, those anti-ecos.
It's a type of T-side that should truly invigorate Sprout with their chance versus ENCE. Down to James.
Automatic, this will obviously not be the exit you guys would have wanted here coming into it. I just got to touch on this Mirage. We were looking at this on the desk, we were thinking, would you maybe go for the overpass and more strengthen it? Your Mirage has been shaky. You also have some confidence. It started off really well, so what went missing?
I mean, they just played really fast on CT, or on T, sorry, and we didn't have any answers for it. We tried a few different things, but it just didn't pan out. So we're just gonna have to, you know, review the game and see what we could have done differently.
And in terms of just EG's journey, right, you come straight off of Blast, you come into this, we saw a better looking EG for sure, but we're still not seeing these results come through. What is going on inside this team right now?
I'm not sure. I think we're still just, you know, even though we only made one change, I feel like, you know, we switched a lot of roles. Me personally, I played horribly this event, and I'm playing a lot of new roles, so I just need to get better at them. There's no real excuse for that. I also think that in the first game against Fnatic, we really didn't play our game at all, and yeah, we just didn't play to our potential.
And for me, when I look at you guys, though, when we see you fired up, when we see you getting ahead, it's all good. But when things start to turn around, the energy drops. Who can be the team member to put you guys back into moments like that?
That's definitely Hext over there. He's definitely our source of energy, I would say, positive energy. And And yeah, he's definitely the guy that's going to bring us back in those moments when maybe we're mentally out of it.
But this time around, not there, wasn't working?
This time around, even though we lost, happy about our performance. I felt like we played more of our game than we did in the first game, even though obviously we wish we would have gotten a better result, but I think we can learn a lot from this match, whereas in the Fnatic game, I think that we didn't play our game, and it's hard to learn when, we're just not playing normally.
Well, hopefully we'll see you back stronger next time, Automatic. Thank you very much, mate.
Thank you.
The end of the line for EG, but Sprout live to fight another day. And we've got Lounge joining us up here to say exactly how they managed to close out that Mirage, because, man, that was an impressive T-side you guys managed to pull off. Can you tell me about the cooling from Refresh? What was working so well for you guys?
Well, initially, like, we had a pre-plan before the game. Like, we just talked about, like, having the T-side being a little bit, like, careless from him. Like, just each individual doing his own stuff and playing off each other, kinda. And you could see, like, we did some, like, heavy B rounds, then we went back to A, then we went, like, 4 mid, and we kind of played off individually, I think. We just had some, maybe 2 or 3 rounds where we actually executed A or B side, but yeah, it was just him being kind of careless. Like, he had full trust in his teammates.
Yeah, I have a question about, because, me and Chad, we did a little bit of a thing. I was behind you guys in the first half. He was behind EG, just to sort of feel the vibe, and it was very frustrating to play that first half. You guys were maybe a little bit too passive, didn't have a lot of information, weren't always sure what was going on, right? And you could tell that even within the team in the communication that was felt. So how did you guys manage, because we left after the first half, so how did you guys manage, to bounce back just emotionally sort of and bring the communication and the energy back up, especially since you also lost the pistol in the second half?
So I think City side, like, we didn't expect to do that, but we kind of knew that there are odds that we can, like, maybe fuck it up a bit. So we tried to play aggressive, then we played defensive, and we kind of, like, mixed it together. And you cannot do that in Mirage, because then you'll get punished. Like with the lurkers, they just killed us with the lurkers from mid or the other side. And and on this side, as I said, it was just like a feeling, like when the IGL has the feeling that you can do the comeback, like when he trusts his teammates, like you just play the game of the feeling.
How would you rate your team's communication? Because it's the first time a couple of you guys are speaking in English, and so I'm sure that things are pretty difficult for some of you. So would you guys say there's room to grow on that front, or what do you think needs to happen?
Well, I think, like, our communication, I mean, it's kind of on point, right? But we are a bit chaotic, because, like, I think it has to do even, like, we are so young, like each and one of us, and I think you could hear, like, when there were, like, a tough situation, we will just started screaming out of nowhere. And yeah, but I think it's pretty good, because, like, this is my first English team, same with Ster or even Cello. So I think, like, English-wise, I think, like, we communicate pretty good, but we just need to calm down, like, the voices a bit, and then it will work out.
Yeah, I think just listen to Katie and to refresh a little bit more, because it feels like he picked up, he brought over the tips and from Heroic in terms of, the communication and always being positive. I could hear him the whole time, he was always like trying to bring you guys up and say, let's just keep going, let's keep believing, it's fine, like we can do this. So I think that's very important, right? Like it translates to everyone else, and it's not always easy to play when you're having, a rough game, like maybe you're getting killed in the back and you're always like in a 2v5, your teammates lose the side, so it's important to have someone who keeps things positive.
Yeah, I mean, Ali did a good job as an IGL. Like, yesterday after we lost against OG, we had like a deep talk about like, I don't know, like the mentality we need to have into these upcoming games, because, if you play your own game and you don't tilt or you don't like go like full nuts, I think you can come back pretty easily every like this situation, right? We are close to being eliminated, and now we can, if we beat Spirit, we can go to the play-in. So yeah.
Give me some thoughts on Spirit. How do you feel about them as a team? You feel like you can take them down?
I mean, we played a lot against them, like official and practice, and as I said, every time I play against Magix, it's like a love-hate relationship between me and him. Like outside CS, like the server, we're like best friends. We're like a crazy couple, but in the server, it's pretty rough. Like we know how we play each other, so yeah, I'm really looking forward for the game because I think we can actually beat them, but they can beat us. So we can go 2-0 or they can go 2-0. So maybe we go like even 10 overtimes on every map. We don't know.
I like that a lot. Lunks, thank you so much for your time. Best of luck going up against your best mate and Spirit tomorrow in your potential qualification game. We can bring up our Air Force Aim High head-to-head to round this series out. And it's going to be the AWPers that we're actually going to be taking a look at in this side of things. Not necessarily the story throughout this series, but interesting to keep an eye on both sides of the equation as they are kind of the new guns coming into each squad.
Yeah, we mentioned them in the pre-game. They were our players to watch, and now we've seen them, Freya. And what we've seen was we saw some good moments. I think for Viz especially, it was positive seeing how it's, he sort of, second tournament with EG, another big one, and getting more adjusted to this sort of level of play and the environment. And, it felt like he did a good job, right? Xelo too. It's a similar position for both of these AWPers, right? And I think in the end, for Sprout on the second map, it was a team effort across the board.
I love the calling from Sprout there. I think they just kept things very simple. This is a style that they're playing on T-side that's pretty easy to replicate. You could just keep calling this game after game. When you look on the EG side of things, though, this is almost them playing a tactically perfect game. They were doing so many great mid-rounds. They were having so many great ways to manipulate the defense of Sprout, and yet they still came out with a loss here, and that's really disappointing.
And I think also, you're spot on, right? And that's Sprout's style. It's easier to come back that way because obviously you're a little bit down. You had a bad first half, and then but if you're in-game leader, if you're calling something that's like from spawn, right, and everyone knows what there's not too much to think there. There's no initiative that you need to take. Like you're just forced to take it almost, right? And also the fact that Refresh was, instilling confidence in everyone. You saw Zyphon with a couple of early picks out of ramp, just wrecking people. So. That's great, for me. I think that's sort of a crucial thing to have, and it seems like he's growing into a really good leader, and I'm sure, that has a lot to do with the time he spent in Heroic.
Yeah, definitely. Sprout do live to fight another day here, IEM Katowice, but of course, plenty of action going down on the B stream side of things as well. So let's give Heku a quick update.
Hey you guys, we're already done with the P stream. We already finished our 2 best of 3s. The first one was between IHC and Pain, and that was a pretty quick 2-0 for IHC. And the same thing happened in the second best of 3, which was between Complexity and Permira. And unfortunately, we will not see the Polish team in the groups, but this actually means that Complexity will have to face another European team in order to get to the groups. And IHC will have to face another Brazilian team, that being Furia, to actually survive and maybe have a chance to play in the Spodek.
Yeah, that is definitely going to be a tough test indeed, of course. Plenty of heartbreaks going down on the B stream as well. Permira, unfortunately, not going to be progressing on home soil.
Yeah, I think it's, clear that they're not up to this level of play, right? But if anything, absolutely a learning experience, probably some of the fundamental things that they have learned. But, you have to start from somewhere. All of these players' teams had to start from somewhere. You might be seeing them somewhere down the line, way down the line. But it's possible. And I have to say for EG, the most disappointing thing for me is what I heard from Automatic, that their first game, they didn't play their own game. Why not?
What? Yeah.
Right? Why not? What stopped you from that? Who's at fault there? Did they not call what they're used to calling? Were the players too quiet? Did they not take initiative, right? But that's just, what are you supposed, how are you supposed to react to that? And the second thing is, you're up 10-5, ST, you win the pistol and you convert the anti-eco, you're up 12-5. And that's when they relaxed. They got cozy a little bit, right? And Sprout came out with in-your-face, aggressive style. Okay, it's 1 round, it's 12-6, it's 12-7, all of a sudden it's 12-9. Well, now it's really, not, it's not joking around anymore.
Yeah.
So now you're focusing up. Now you're playing serious. They're still wrecking you. Right, it's 12-12. The 1 round you win is sort of a gift from them, and you're like, okay, this is. And we even in the green room, we're like, yeah, this is Sprout. They're probably gonna fall apart now. But no, again, their style and the calling. Again, just do something fast together that everyone knows what they're doing. They got an entry or 2 pretty quickly and won another round, and that's where EG is like. You don't believe anymore that you're winning this game. And you could tell from them after they lost the way they looked, they were in disbelief.
Yeah.
And because it happened also so, I felt like the second half was half the length of the first half, right?
Yeah,
because of the pace
fast.
at which, Sprout was playing. And those are fundamental things. Those are when you talk about culture, that's it. That's what you want to avoid. And that's something that no matter how jaded Sprout looked in the first half. Refresh as the leader. I'm not saying Nealon is the guy who has to do it or that it's on his shoulder, but you need to have someone, right, who's going to be that guy, who's going to instill confidence and keep the faith and keep the belief in the win throughout. Until it's 16, it's not over.
It's becoming hard to defend EG anymore too.
Yeah.
Like I kind of have run out of excuses for this team.
Hashtag Kasad was right.
Yeah, I mean,
Hashtag free Kasad.
Kasad might have a point to actually go through this event, to not win a single map. Sprout being a team that's not partnered, not really, you know, they're not getting boosted or anything like that because they're just getting to play in all these different leagues, and yet EG can't find a win there. The excuse is gone that, oh, we're in the Blast circuit, you know, all these teams are tier 1 teams. We're playing Heroic a couple times. We're playing teams like Na'Vi, FaZe, whatever it is. You know, this is Sprout. You're supposed to have a chance against this. The amount of resources that this EG team is getting is so much greater than Sprout, so much higher. And so for them to not come up with even a map victory, that's the biggest disappointment for me throughout all of this.
I think I kind of echoed exactly what we saw in Copenhagen as well. Just a lack of kind of passion, I guess, behind EG. I think
they're very passionate when they're winning 3 rounds in a row. They're screaming and everyone's great. What happens when you're losing 5 rounds?
No, keep it up, Hex.
Right?
Keep it up. Keep up the yelling, Hex.
No, I'm not saying like I'm down for trash talking. It's good. I'm not saying he needs to stop doing it. No, not at all.
No.
But you need to not, you know, as a team, you need to find a way to balance those things out. You can never be relaxed. And I don't understand how players who've been playing also for a long time, right? Like couldn't have maybe taught the other or whatever it is. Like you can't know for sure, right? But you just wish kind of the attitude, the approach, like they were lethargic a little bit too much, I feel like is the best way to describe it. And, you know, it's unfortunate, and that's something that, you know, with all the staff that they have, hopefully they can figure out a way to avoid losing in this sort of a manner, right?
Yeah, of course, no relaxing for the teams that are going to be progressing on throughout the tournament. It is the final day of the play-ins here at Katowice, going down tomorrow. One last chance for our teams to be cementing a spot in the groups, and it's Fnatic taking on MIBR, ENCE versus Complexity on the A stream. We can flip over to the B stream because that is where we were going to be seeing Sprout taking on Team Spirit, and of course Furia versus IHC. I mean, gentlemen, any surprises, or is this kind of how you expect it to pan out in the final day of competition?
I think that this, I guess just the game we watched, I just thought it would be more competitive.
Yeah.
Or like I thought it would reach a third map. The maps were close, but I think most of I think every favorite pretty much won today. So yeah, more or less as expected. I guess seeing Furia in the lower bracket game is surprising in itself, though.
Yeah, IHC are definitely going to have a tall task tomorrow, aren't they?
Yeah, but they also beat Pain 2-0. Right, which I mean, I'm not sure where to place Pain, but necessarily Fury is surprising in the manner in which they got to the lower bracket. Not that they lost too big, but 2 of the maps were like 69-69. I mean, yes, Keto had an amazing map, but I didn't watch the game. Not sure for the reason of that. But yeah, mostly so far the teams that are already qualified are the ones that you would expect to do so, and the favorites still have a good chance even in this next round.
And some hope for NA Maui, because Complexity, they're still there. The possibility of going through to the groups.
They're playing ENCE.
They'll do it?
ENCE is going to be tough. I do think that Complexity can win on a couple maps in this. So if the veto goes well for them, there's a route, but it has to go perfectly. Like I hope that TC, JT, clash heads tonight, really think about it, because they're going to need to, because I think ENCE is a very formidable opponent. It should be the favorite.
As long as they don't have a crash, they will win, because that's the only reason they lost.
Well, hopefully no car crashes going to be ensuing tomorrow, as it is our final day of the play-ins here at IEM Katowice. Truly do or die time for our remaining teams. You don't want to miss out on the action. Make sure you join us tomorrow.
They're looking at us, an audience. Keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this. Yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they all say. They think we're out of control.
to be myself. So when I went and found myself, the ones who told me back then, be true to who I am, ain't think we was really gonna win. Now they watching us from the sidelines while we drowning victories like we in high tides. I'm getting my prize, only thing my eyes is locked in on. $500,000 mine. I want it right now, don't waste my time. Family in a penthouse with a view sky high. Blood, sweat, and tears bring water my eyes. Cause the whole gang winning, I done gave my life. Odds low, but we did it, ain't we? And we always moving, never on the same thing. Now our lives are highlight reel. We like the thrill, this life's ideal. The hype is real.
We know it. It's just
really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of Clash, it's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zest, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. And Trollocs win it. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Norwood!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
love it, you wear it. Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest